A wave of dizziness washed over me, one after another, worse than death itself. Voices sounded nearby. He's moving. He's coming around. He's sweating. The fever's broken. I forced my eyes open. A rundown wagon. Several burly men surrounded me, all dressed in tattered clothes, everyone in ancient garb. I'd been transported to another world. One of them touched my forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. Fever's gone. He's going to make it. Another laughed. Brother Jingshan, we've reached the county, almost home now. You survived all that hell out there, so don't you dare die on the way back. Close your eyes and rest. I shut my eyes, and in that instant, memories that weren't my own came flooding into my mind. My name was Zhang Jingshan, an ordinary villager who'd learned some medicine from the old clan elder. This time, I'd gone off to war with over 100 men from our village, joining the county militia. Now only a handful of us were returning, all wounded or crippled. My original body had taken a blade to the chest and fallen unconscious. Fine, so I got transported, but why into a half-dead wounded soldier? I tried moving my hands and feet. Good, everything still worked. A sharp pain shot through my chest, warning me not to move recklessly. Don't move. The elder's coming out, someone said, patting me gently. I squinted and stole a glance. The old clan elder was weeping as he walked, pouring out his grief to a man beside him who looked like a magistrate's clerk. Over 100 young men, and only this many came back, all wounded or maimed. What am I supposed to do now? The clerk frowned, his tone cold. What war doesn't cost lives? You got your compensation, Silver, and you'll be looked after down the line. What more do you want? Take them home. With that, he shoved the old elder and turned to leave. The old elder's face went ashen. He stood frozen for a long moment, then heaved a sigh and walked toward us. Everyone who made it back is a good lad, he said, nodding, his voice hoarse. Come, let's go home. We followed him out of the county town, walking all the way to Chili Fort before we finally met the people sent to receive us. We won't travel any further tonight, the old elder ordered. Check the boys' wounds, get them into fresh clothes, wash off the bad luck. At the wagon inn, the old elder examined my wound himself, offering comfort. It's a long cut, but thank heaven it didn't hit bone. It's scabbed over. Eat well, and you'll be back on your feet in a few days. The others collapsed onto the large communal bed, and the moment their exhaustion caught up with them, snoring filled the room. But I couldn't sleep. With a bitter smile, I sorted through my predecessor's memories, both parents dead, 2 acres of dry farmland, a few thatched huts, never enough grain to eat after taxes. All I could do was peddle medicinal plasters door to door with what little medicine I knew. The last 2 harvests had been poor, which was why I'd taken up the idea of soldiering for food and nearly lost my life for it. I fished out my belt. It was actually a long, narrow pouch, the way people in these times carried their money when traveling. I emptied it out. A few copper coins, some bits of scrap silver, and 2 small booklets. I picked up a copper coin. De Kong Tong Bao. Was it worth risking my life for a few coppers like this? I was about to set it down when a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in my head. Ding. 1 antique copper coin. Common condition, high surviving quantity. Value, 5 yuan. Sell. A transparent panel materialized before my eyes, looking exactly like some online shopping app. A thought flickered through my mind. Yes. The coin vanished, and the panel displayed, balance 5 yuan. A system. Getting transported here came with a system. I picked up another coin. Ding. 1 antique copper coin. Common condition, high surviving quantity. Value, 5 yuan. Sell. This time, I made a different choice. No. The panel changed again. Store in system space. Yes. The coin disappeared into the space. I tried a few more. Some sold for 12 yuan or so, and one actually went for over 100. The panel suddenly unfolded, packed with a dazzling array of products. I searched for anti-inflammatory medicine, bought a familiar brand, then grabbed a bottle of water and swallowed the pills. My wound hadn't healed yet. I needed to fight the infection first. Staying alive came first. Remembering that the water bottle didn't belong in this era, I willed it away, and the bottle was pulled back into the space. I could buy, sell, and store things. This system was brilliant. I was about to keep going when a voice suddenly spoke up beside me. You're not sleeping? What are you doing? It startled me. It was Zhang Jingwu, a brother from my village. I glanced at the panel. His expression was completely normal. So this thing was something only I could see. I let out a breath and gave a bitter smile. Slept enough on the road, can't fall asleep now. Just counting my money to pass the time. Tell me, risking our lives for money, is it even worth it? Don't overthink it. He patted me on the shoulder. Making it back alive beats everything. Sleep when you get tired of counting. We chatted a bit more, then he headed back. I picked up a larger chunk of broken silver. Ding. Silver metal. High impurities, poor condition. Weight 42 grams. Value 92 yuan. Sell 92 yuan? That's not right. A chunk this big, nearly a full tael, it could trade for 8 or 900 copper coins. How could it only be worth 92? Just now a single copper coin sold for over 100. Then it hit me. The system calculated by modern market prices. Copper coins were valuable because of their scarcity and survival, but silver was treated as nothing more than scrap metal. Selling it would be a huge loss. I stored the silver in the space. Should I buy some silver from the shop and spend it in this era? I glanced at those gleaming pure silver ornaments, then looked at the broken silver in my hand. Way too different. It'd be hard to explain if anyone asked. Never mind. I wanted to store all the coins and broken silver in the space. It'd be safer that way. But then I thought again, what if someone asked where the money went? What if I pulled things out of thin air in front of everyone, got taken for a monster, and ended up dissected? Staying alive came first. Better to act normal. I put the money back. He put his belt back on, cinched it tight, lay down, and slept. When he woke again, the sun was already high. After lunch, everyone set out. The strange thing was, the old clan chief and the men who'd come to meet them never stopped along the way. They bought salt, cloth, and even a whole flock of sheep. Most of them ewes. What was he up to? Back in the village, the first thing the old clan chief did was call a family meeting. At least one head of household from every home. Once everyone had gathered, he spoke. His face, hard as if carved by a knife, was heavy with grief. Our clans lost too many men, all at once. Without able-bodied men, folks will trample us. You all understand that. The room fell dead silent. There's nothing to be done for the dead. Right now, the most important thing is more children. More children means more men down the road, and anyone who thinks about pushing us around will have to think twice. He swept his gaze across the room. From today on, those who should marry, marry as usual. And having children, we encourage it wholeheartedly. Anyone who wants to marry, step forward. The clan will give a generous gift. Have a child, and there's a reward too. Whispers spread below. People exchanged confused looks. What did those two things have to do with each other? The old clan chief asked several times over. Finally, an unmarried older woman from the Chow family worked up her courage and stepped out. Uncle, Zhang Jingshan said if he made it back alive, he'd marry me. Does that still count? The old chief gave a grunt, then called out to the crowd. Zhang Jingshan, come here. Every eye snapped to me. I froze. Had the original owner of this body really said that? The old chief called again, louder this time. Steeling myself, I stepped forward. I did say that, but said it, so it counts, he snapped coldly. A real man keeps his word. The two of you kowtow now. The woman had already come to my side. She tugged gently at me and knelt down first. The old chief's eyes were sharp as knives, boring into me until a chill ran down my spine. Almost without meaning to, I knelt too. When I looked up again, the old chief's face was all warmth and kindness. He laughed. Good, good. Now that's more like it. He grabbed 2 strings of copper coins, one for each of us, and announced loudly, this is your kowtow money. And on top of that, the clan gives you 2 mu of irrigated land and 5 mu of dry hillside. So you and your children will always have food on the table. 1 stone, 1,000 ripples. Chief, this won't do, someone immediately shouted. How much irrigated land do we even have? A few more marriages, and it'll all be gone. Quiet, the old chief cut him off sharply. I know what I'm doing. Only half the irrigated land goes toward marriage gifts. First come, first served. This offer won't last. Anyone who wants to marry, better hurry. There won't be another chance like this. The man fell silent. But the clan's land belonged to everyone. For the old chief to make such a call on his own, the other clansmen might not agree. The murmuring grew louder. Yet the old chief seemed to find it not chaotic enough. Then he said to us, once you're expecting a child, come back for 2 ewes. Pick the ones with the most milk. Use this cloth to make yourselves some new clothes, so at least you'll look like a proper married couple. Take this salt and grain home to live on. The crowd completely erupted. Only now did they understand. Those sheep, all those things, he'd planned it all along. But the harvest had been bad these past few years. Where would the clan get that kind of money? He's using the death compensation silver. Someone guessed, and their face changed instantly. An old man stepped forward. Chief, our children died out there. Where's our compensation silver? Every other village gives 30 taels per family. When do we get ours? The old chief waved for us to step aside and sneered. There is no compensation silver, not a single copper coin. But your family's rations, I'll deliver to your door every month. The clan handles everything. Your life, your old age, your sickness, your death. We'll even have your coffin ready. Anything else to say? Dead silence filled the hall. Everyone did the math. Trading the compensation silver for food and clothing for the rest of their lives wasn't such a bad deal after all. But it had been decided without any discussion, and some people just wouldn't accept that. The old man stammered for a long while. I still want the 30 taels. You've grown old, but not one bit wiser, the chief snapped harshly. I give you 30 taels, you think you'll keep it? Your daughter-in-law takes the silver, remarries, takes your grandson with her, and when you die there won't be a soul to weep for you. You still want the silver? Fine, take it. From now on, I'll have nothing to do with you and yours. Those were heavy words. In times like these, to be cast out by your clan meant death. The old man shuddered, ducked his head, and shrank back into the crowd, not daring to make another sound. The mood was tense. Then another old man spoke up. Chief, my daughter-in-law is expecting. Her belly's gotten quite big, as you know. The chief immediately broke into a smile. Pick out 2 ewes, the ones with the most milk. A pregnant woman eats for 2. She needs the extra nourishment. Oh, I'd better hurry and pick them. If I wait too long, I might not get the good ones. The old man scurried off in a flash. The chief laughed heartily. Go on, you old rascal. The crowd burst into laughter, and the tension eased. I seized the moment to hoist the grain and salt onto my back, while the old maid nimbly gathered up the cloth. The two of us quietly slipped away from the crowd. This old chief had changed his face several times in the span of a single incense stick's burning. Once we were far enough away, I finally took a good look at the woman. Her name was Chow Jean Feng, Golden Phoenix? I figured she should have been called Black Phoenix. Her skin was dark enough to shine. Her arms and legs were thick and sturdy. Exactly the kind of woman a farmer ought to marry. At least her features were fairly pleasant. Uncomfortable under my stare, she said in a low voice, What are you looking at? You regret it? You can't take back what you said. You've already kowtowed, taken the money, taken the goods. You can't back out now. I smiled. I don't regret it. I'm just curious. I'll translate this Chinese text into natural American English. The Zhang family was holding a clan meeting. You're a daughter of the Chow family. What were you doing there, pulling a stunt like that in front of everyone? Her face flushed, a deep red beneath her tan, and paired with that bashful look, she was actually kind of pretty. She bit her lip. The clan chief's daughter-in-law came to my house and brought me there. She's the one who told me to do it. She said if I made a scene like that, you wouldn't be able to back out, and I'd get all these benefits too. She said you'd brought back a good amount of money, so marrying you was the right move. It all became clear to me. So this whole thing was the old clan chief's doing. Just putting on a show for the whole village. Who knew what kind of story this would turn into by tomorrow? That old clan chief had really gone to a lot of trouble. The land he'd promised might never actually come through. Clan land was the foundation of the whole family. Everyone had a stake in it. He could manage it, but he couldn't just give it away. Sure enough, no sooner had he finished speaking than someone jumped up to object. The strange thing was, the objections were scattered and weak. The few elders whose word actually carried weight said nothing, sitting still and composed. Something was off. Having lived 2 lifetimes, my mind turned it over and I saw right through it. These old men had been in on it all along. This was nothing but an act. Land wasn't like grain or cloth. You had to wait until the last of the fall harvest was in before it could be transferred. By then, our marriage would already be done and settled. Even if someone fought tooth and nail to oppose it, the land would just be an empty promise. Once the rice was cooked, there was no taking it back. Besides, the kowtow money had been handed out, and the cloth, grain, and salt had all been distributed. When had any of that ever happened before? Even the disappointed ones would let it go. What a clever play on timing. The old clan chief had staked his own authority on it. To get the clan's young people married sooner and having more children, he'd even thrown his own dignity into it. I shook my head, which startled Chow Jin-fong beside me. What's the head shaking for? Her voice wavered. You're not thinking of backing out, are you? In front of everyone, after what we did. I'm not backing out. I cut her off. Don't be so timid. She let out a long breath, and her tone hardened at once. Then let's go to your house right now. I was taken aback. Was there really a need to rush? She bit her lip, her face slightly red. I mean, let's put the stuff at your place first. Bringing it back to my parents' house. I can't give it away, but I can't keep it either. This is all for the life we're going to build together. A grown girl, in such a hurry to get to a man's house, and not even embarrassed about it. Right? I said, going along with her. Let's go home and drop the stuff off. She fell silent and followed behind me. I knew why she was in such a hurry. She had no choice but to be. For this, you had to blame those brainless parents of hers. That year, when she was only 14 or 15, a fortune teller came to the village. Her parents had him do a reading. Which direction should they look for a husband for her? That fortune teller first. The fortune teller sang her praises, said this girl was destined for wealth and status, that she'd become a fine lady someday. Her parents beamed with joy, but then the man's tone shifted. Pity is, her fate collides with the 7 fairy maidens. She can't bear sons. She'll have to birth 7 daughters before there's any chance of a boy. Breaking the curse is quite the ordeal. Same old trick, just a scheme to squeeze out money. But this man's asking price was outrageous. Her father, loath to part with his coin, waved him off. So she has a few more daughters, big deal. It's not like she can't have kids. No need to break anything. He tossed the man a few small coins and sent him on his way. That's where the trouble started. Given so little, the man went around bad-mouthing them. The fortune teller wandered through the nearby villages for days, telling everyone he met. That girl from so-and-so's family, destined to be a fine lady, but her fate clashes with the 7 fairy maidens. She'll have to bear 7 daughters before she gets a son. And just like that, it was all over. Who would dare marry a woman fated to bear 7 daughters? There was only one conclusion. A woman like that couldn't be married off. A single lie was enough to crush a girl's entire life. Chow Jin-fong dragged on year after year until she'd become an old maid. Her parents paid handsomely for someone to break the curse, but every other fortune teller refused to touch it, claiming it couldn't be undone. She never married, not even by the time her father passed away. My predecessor's parents died young. Little land, dirt poor, barely able to keep food on the table. Yet she didn't look down on any of it. She was willing to marry. A poor boy with no money for a wedding. I'd gone off to be a soldier and risk my life. We'd made a promise. If I came back alive, we'd wed. It wasn't until I stood at the door that I truly understood what "for bare walls" meant. The thatched roof didn't have a single tile, wide open to the sky. The low walls leaned crookedly, like they might collapse any second. The courtyard gate was even more pathetic. 3 thick branches with a bundle of thin ones stuffed between them, just barely qualifying as a gate. It'd make better firewood than a door. The yard itself wasn't small, but the only thing in it was a broken water jar, cracked clean in 2, buried in the dirt, and sealed with mud to hold a little water. The door had come off its hinge and wouldn't budge. I had to lift the whole panel with both hands before it would open. Inside, it was dim and utterly empty. Against the wall stood a battered table, missing a leg, propped up with a brick. On the cracked tabletop sat a few of the cheapest black ceramic bowls. A home like this, there was really no way to make it look decent. I glanced at her, embarrassed, but she was perfectly composed. She set down her things and sat right down on the earth in calm. This place is a real mess, I said, scratching my head. You sure you don't mind? She reached out and lightly touched my belt, pouting. Don't try that with me. You've got hard goods stashed in there. The old clan elder felt it when he checked your wounds. Every one of you had money tucked in your belts. Sure, your chest is hurt, but your arms and legs are all in one piece. I'd say I got lucky. That is, as long as you actually marry me. I gave a bitter laugh inside. That old clan elder, copping a feel of the belt while checking wounds. Sly old fox. And this girl was blunt enough, laying everything right out on the table. Still, she'd never once looked down on this home. Hashtag translation. Not marrying a woman like this would be doing myself a disservice. She lowered her voice. Actually, there's a simple way to break this fate of mine. It's just a little foolish. How? Let's hear it. She said slowly. Just marry another woman. Any child born from any woman would be your seed, would call you father, and would naturally call me mother. As long as one boy calls me mother, wouldn't that break the seventh fairy's curse? What? I stared wide-eyed. Whose idea was this? The old clan chief's. Foolish, yes, but it's bound to work. I should have known it was him. This silly girl believed whatever anyone told her. The old clan chief would use any trick to get the clan members to marry more and have more children. As a modern man, I didn't believe in any of this. But taking another wife wasn't such a bad idea. The old chief also said, she continued, that you've earned money out there and have land now, so you can afford to support one more, as long as we two agree on it. As she spoke, she leaned gently against me. I pulled her into my arms. Not even married yet, and here she was, walking into my poor home without a hint of disdain, even arranging for me to take another wife. A woman like this, only a fool wouldn't treasure her. I lowered my head and kissed her forehead, her brow, her lightly closed eyes, and finally landed on those soft lips. She trembled slightly, then suddenly opened her eyes. You're kissing the wrong place. You should kiss with tongue. Even ancient people knew about this. Realizing she'd let something slip, she pulled away in embarrassed frustration. No, we can't do this. I need to go home and get my dowry. Only after I bring it back will I be properly married to you. Then you can kiss however you want. I'm leaving. I grabbed her hand. Don't rush off. She turned back, her expression peculiar. Don't want me to rush? Seems to me you're the one who's in a hurry. It only takes a little time to fetch some things. What are you so anxious about? A mischievous smile played at the corner of her mouth. Caught in my thoughts, I quickly changed the subject. Wait a moment. Let me tidy up and we'll go together. Now it was her turn to feel awkward. It's just one set of bedding. I can carry it myself. So this was the extent of her so-called dowry. I have to go, I said. Your parents raised you all these years, and today you've become my wife. The least I can do is thank them in person. She hesitated. All right, but what should we do with these things? I'm afraid someone might take them. Easy, I said as I tidied up. The gathering at the old chief's place hasn't broken up yet. No one knows we brought these things back. We'll just hide them. I wrapped 2 strings of coins in some rags, stuffed them into the Kong stove opening, and covered them with a handful of rotten straw. Then quietly slipped the money into my storage space. The grain and cloth I shoved to the very back of the Kong, pulling the tattered bedding over to cover them. A home this poor, no one would think to. People will come. Once we were outside, I tried to reassure her. Your family's place isn't far. It's an easy trip back and forth. But she started dragging her feet and didn't act like herself again until we hit the main road. Had I misread her earlier? Never mind. No rush. We reached her family's home soon enough. We were still figuring out how to break the news when her mother grabbed her daughter's hands, already emotional. Wonderful, my girl. If your late father knew, he'd be happy too. You've finally married well, and you didn't even have to leave the village. Only the best girls marry without leaving, snatched up by the fine young men right here at home. That old clan elder, he's a good man. He keeps his word. That land he promised you, he'll come through with it for sure. The old woman went on and on. But one thing was clear to us, she already knew. Ma, you already know. Chow Jinfeng was surprised. Word travels that fast. Her brother chimed in with a smile. Erwa ran back and told us. News like this spreads quick. Just do like the old elders said, skip the wedding, and make a good life together from here on out. He called his wife over to help pack the dowry, then made small talk with me. That trip you took wasn't easy. But like the old saying goes, survive a great disaster, and good fortune's bound to follow. You came back alive, and with money too. That beats everything. The old woman added, spend it wisely, and take good care of my girl. Then she got up to help her daughter pack. There wasn't much, a set of bedding and sheets, some needles and thread, a few old clothes. I hoisted the bedding onto my back while she carried 2 bundles, and we were about to head out. The old woman took my hand. We're a small, humble household, and this all came together in such a rush. It's shabby, I know. Take good care of my girl. Today, I'm entrusting her to you. I promised again and again. Only then did she let go. After we'd walked a stretch and turned a corner, I opened my hand and looked. What the old woman had slipped me was a strip of cloth with 10 pounds written on it. Chow Jinfeng glanced over and laughed. That's a voucher for noodles from the mill. Ma really does have a heart. Then, suddenly, her expression dimmed. When a girl marries, she eats dumplings before boarding the bridal sedan and noodles after stepping down. This is the sedan dismount noodles my mother prepared for me. But this hasn't been my home for a long time now. It's my brother and sister-in-law's home. 10 pounds of noodles slipped to me on the sly. It seemed the old woman no longer had a say in this household. Behind all the glory of a daughter marrying off, there's always a quiet, unspoken sadness. I put on a light-hearted air. Your mother's very thoughtful. And these sedan dismount noodles, generous portion too. She pretended to scold me. Got a good deal and still showing off. Chatting like this, we turned another corner and brought those 10 pounds of noodles home along the way. I tidied up a bit while she bustled around and went to make dinner. Naturally, dinner was noodles. The sky slowly darkened. She spread the brand new bedding over the earthen Kong, then took a pair of red candles from the bundle and lit them. Just like that, the whole mood shifted. This was our wedding night. The shabby little hut had barely any furniture. But neither of us cared. I gently pulled her close. She didn't know what to do with herself. The red candlelight made her face burn even redder. I'd lived through 2 lifetimes. Naturally, I took my time, moving slowly, whispering sweet words. At first she pushed me away while pulling me back, then murmured, "You bad man." Finally, she just closed her eyes and gave herself over to me. After our breathing steadied, she pouted. "Been quite the ladies' man out there, huh? I never knew you were so good at." I teased her. Who was it, back in the daytime, who said kissing meant using tongue? That made her even more embarrassed. Oh, get lost. That day you said you were going off to earn money and come back to marry me, and you kissed me a bunch of times. After you left, I was scared I'd gotten pregnant, so I asked the other girls about it. They said we'd kissed the wrong place, that it couldn't happen. I waited for you to come back every single day. Thank goodness you did. She gently stroked the scar on my chest and asked carefully, "Does it still hurt?" "Healed long ago," I laughed. "Just itches a little." This body had a strong foundation, and combined with the medicine I'd been using in secret, the wound had healed remarkably fast. Her heart ached for me. "It's too dangerous out there. From now on, don't go anywhere. Just farm in peace and live a good life with me. And if you really want a little one to change my fate, I get to choose her. In this house, I come first." I laughed. "It's our first night. No talking about all that." The bride said matter-of-factly. "That's what the old clan elder taught me. He also said, if you take a second wife later on, she'll have to come kowtow to him too, and he'll still give her money and land. Just less, to show that I'm the first wife." I laughed helplessly. This old clan elder really knew how to scheme. But my wife was even more innocent. Whatever he said, she believed. I patted her shoulder. "Go to sleep. The candles are almost out. There's a mountain of things to do tomorrow." The moment the flames died, we both fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, I was woken by the sound of chopping vegetables. It was already broad daylight. I'd slept like the dead. I dressed and walked over. My wife was slicing pickled radish, first into thin sheets, then into shreds, the knife falling like rain. On the table, a black porcelain bowl held hot porridge. She'd been up a while, so why was her hair still such a mess? She looked up at me and smiled. "You're awake? Come here, comb my hair for me." I was taken aback. "Why do I have to comb it?" She rolled her eyes at me and pouted. "Starting today, I can't wear my hair like a maiden anymore. I have to wear it like a married woman. And the first combing has to be done by you, to prove I'm not a spinster, but a woman with a husband." So there was a custom to it after all. I took the wooden comb and gently ran it through her hair once. She tenderly took it back, satisfied. "That's fine, I'll handle the rest. Go eat." The meal was plain: thin porridge, pickled vegetables, and some leftover coarse grain buns from last night, dark and hard as rocks. When she finished, she suddenly asked, "Where's the money you stuffed in the Kong flu yesterday?" I looked forever and couldn't find it. "Oh, Those 2 strings of copper coins were still tucked away in my system's storage space. I'd forgotten to put them back. I made something up on the spot. That's money. You think I'd shove it in the flue? I got up to take a piss in the middle of the night and moved it somewhere else. As I talked, I walked over to the beat-up cabinet in the corner and pretended to rummage around. A single thought, and the 2 strings of coins quietly appeared at the bottom of the cabinet. That's the beauty of this system. You can put things wherever you want, and no one can tell a thing. I handed her the money. She took it and let out a long breath. You scared me half to death. Putting money in a cabinet this run down. The nerve. Seamless. She spread out the cloth wrapping and laid out the coins one by one, examining them carefully. I teased her. There's 2,000 of them. Going through them one at a time. You'll be at it till the cows come home. Look at you, such a little money grubber. Without looking up, she said, I'm picking out the worn ones. We spend the bad ones first and save the good ones. Bad money drives out good. Turns out that principle holds true across the ages. The coins circulating on the market were all the worn-down ones. The good coins had all been hoarded away. I crouched down to help, casually scanning the coins with my system. Suddenly, one flashed an alert. Worth over 3,000 yuan. My heart leapt with joy. I sold it right there on the spot. And you called me a money grubber, came her voice beside me. Your eyes are practically glowing. Wait, that's not right. Where'd that coin in your hand go? How'd it just vanish? Damn. Too reckless. Other people couldn't see the system, but a coin disappearing into thin air that she saw clear as day. I could never use it like that in front of others again. I scrambled to cover. It fell back into the pile. Isn't this the one? See, the characters are clear as anything. We should keep it. She shot me a suspicious look, but didn't press further. She probably figured she'd just seen things. We kept sorting. Unfortunately, out of the whole pile, there wasn't another 3,000 coin. We only found 2 worth 1,000. A few had gorgeous coloring, and we happily added them to the good pile, but one scanned from the system, worth just 5 yuan. Too many still in existence, not worth much. As we sorted, we did the math. Our home was bare to the walls, and life had to go on. We'd need to buy some things. Just as we were finishing up, a shout came from outside the courtyard. Jingshan, you home? Sun's already high. You must be up by now. It was Zhang Jingwu. I answered and headed out. Glancing back, I saw my wife working quickly, the good coins into a small cloth pouch, the rest bundled into the wrapping cloth, and then she turned and hid it all away. Zhang Jingwu came holding a little black puppy in his arms, grinning. Jingshan, that litter of pups my family's been raising. For months now, it's just been eating me out of house and home. Take one of the pups, saves me some feed too. I took the puppy from him, bringing me a dog first thing in the morning. Now that's what I call thoughtful. But clearly he hadn't come just to hand over a dog. Sure enough, he lowered his voice. The chief said land comes with a wife, but he never said when he'd write up the deed. You think this whole thing's for real? So that was it. He was worried the land might never come through, and he'd come fishing for my read on it. I shrugged it off. Doesn't matter when we sign. By the old rules, even if we signed today, we wouldn't take it over till after the fall harvest. I'm in no rush. Besides, even if I don't get a single plot, I'll still take a wife and raise kids. What about you? No land, no marriage. He scratched his head and grinned. Of course I'd still get married. After you left yesterday, everybody argued for half the day. The old chief shouted him all down, quite a scene. I was hoping you'd come with me to the chief's place again. Zhang Jingwu was a big, burly guy, and no fool either, but for some reason the old chief just didn't like him. Whenever the old man talked to him, it was all glares and bristling whiskers. Over time, Zhang got so spooked he didn't dare go alone. I agreed. I had to head to the chief's anyway, so I carried the pup back inside to let my wife know. She took the puppy, puzzled. What a handsome little dog. What are you going to the chief's for? To borrow his donkey cart. Heading into town to buy some pots and pans. We talked about this earlier, remember? We'll need them for keeping house. She smiled and pulled out a small pouch of copper coins. These are the worst ones I picked out. Spend these first. I tucked the money away and headed out. Someone was already waiting for me outside. The chief's place was as lively as ever. Another young couple was there, bowing before him. The old chief handed out the ceremonial money and gave them the usual talking to, words he'd probably repeated 100 times over. The young man asked, Chief, when does the land get transferred to us? The old chief squinted and smiled. Old rules. We'll sort it out after the fall harvest, once the fields are cleared. This is no small matter. It'll all be arranged at once. Now go home, live well, and have plenty of kids. The more I watched him, the more this old man seemed like some wily old fox who'd lived 100 lives. He looked up and spotted me. What did you come to gawk at? Should be home where you belong. Chief, I'd like to borrow your donkey cart. Heading into town to buy some pots and pans. We're short on everything at home. He nodded. Spend it wisely. Oh, and take that medicine kit with you. When you've got time, go make your old rounds. I'm getting old. Don't feel like moving around much anymore. I'll give you extra plasters. Those turn into cash fast. You haven't let your medical skills slip, have you? I nodded again and again, then reached into my robe and pulled out 2 little booklets to hand over. One held collected proven remedies and folk cures. The other was a journal of medical practice, what illnesses I'd treated, and how they'd turned out afterward. I dug these out of the belt my predecessor had left behind. It seemed the original owner of this body. The head of the household was a hard-working man, too. The old clan elder looked it over, quite satisfied. Medicine, as a trade, had its own hierarchy. Someone like the old elder, with decent skills, treating the local folks, was well-liked. But among neighbors and kin, you couldn't charge much. Sometimes you even ended up covering the cost of the medicine yourself. Then there were those who wandered from town to town with a case strapped to their backs, traveling doctors or roadside physicians, as people called them. A mixed bunch, really. Some were outright frauds. Back in the day, the old elder had led his apprentices along several well-worn routes, and folks all along the way trusted his skills. Today, with just a few words, he was handing that whole livelihood over to me. He ran his hand fondly over the medicine case, then slowly opened its 2 little doors, revealing rows of small drawers. The top layer held brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He checked them over and added a few more sheets of paper. The drawers were packed with common herbs, and the bottom compartments were stuffed with pills, powders, and salves. Finally, he tucked in a big handful of medicinal plasters. He arranged everything carefully, then helped strap it onto my back with his own hands before saying, "On the road, remember to walk with our tortoise form, crane step. Don't rush. When you pass an apothecary, restock. We'll settle up on the medicine costs when you get back. I'll have my son make you plenty of ready-made salves and plasters. Come get them. Take the medical bell and the physician's robe too. You've got to look the part." I agreed to it all, climbed onto the donkey cart, and set off in style. I didn't go home. I headed straight out of the village, toward town. Once I'd gone a good distance and there was no one around, I laid my hand on the medicine case, intending to store it in the system. Whoever heard of practicing medicine while driving a donkey cart? The system chimed. Ancient medicine case. Excellent condition. Rare survival. Value, 50,000 yuan. Sell. No, there was no way I'd sell this. But this case was actually worth that much? I examined it closely and understood. The case had some age to it. The main frame was fine wood. I couldn't say for sure whether it was rosewood or wangwali, but one look told me it was no ordinary piece. Unfortunately, the 2 little doors were mismatched in color. They'd clearly been replaced at some point. And the drawers inside were paulownia, light, sure, but worthless. No wonder that whenever the apprentices had offered to carry it for him, the old elder always refused, afraid it might get knocked or scratched. He'd known its value all along. And today, he'd given it to me without a moment's hesitation. My heart warmed. I stored the case in the space, then rested my hand on the donkey cart. No price came up. Seemed the rickety thing was worthless, so I stored it too, just for good measure. Leading the donkey on foot was much faster. After a while, I just climbed onto its back, faster still and easier on the legs. I took a deep breath. Good days, weren't they finally here? With this system, what obstacle could possibly stop me? After riding a while, the donkey grew tired and slowed. I hopped off and led it along. The beast blinked at me, its face utterly blank. I thought to myself, this donkey really is a mute. It sees everything but can't say a word, can't even make sense of it. Perfect. When I got hungry from the bought 2 meat buns and ate them. When thirst hit, I pulled out that half bottle of mineral water from the space and gulped it down. Amazingly, it still tasted exactly the same. Tossed the empty bottle back in, then suddenly worried I hadn't emptied it completely. Would the leftover water contaminate the space? I looked down. A single drop hung suspended in midair, perfectly still, utterly unaffected. So the space was frozen. Everything inside existed independently, forever preserved in the exact moment it went in. Perfect. I walked a bit, rode a bit, and soon reached town. The place was fairly lively. The harvest had been poor these past few years, yet the streets still bustled with people. Folks from the surrounding villages came here to trade. Strolling down the street, I spotted a pastry shop and went in to see what they sold these days. Nothing fancy. Old-fashioned walnut cookies, a few kinds of fried dough twists, candied nuts, and some sesame-coated laughing-mouth pastries. I asked the price, shockingly expensive. The clerk barely acknowledged me, sizing me up with a sideways glance. I shook my head and left. These days, sugar and oil were precious, so pastries were naturally dear. No wonder the clerk judged people by their looks. Dressed in these rags, anyone could tell I couldn't afford a thing. So I headed to the clothing shop first. Pitifully few options, just a handful of styles. I bought a merchant's outfit, slung a shoulder satchel across my back, and tucked in an abacus. Every inch the traveling businessman. Then I grabbed a set of short work clothes, the kind a servant or errand boy might wear. Finally, gritting my teeth, I splurged on a respectable set of clothes that made me look every bit a well-off proprietor. After a moment's thought, I added a few different hats, deliberately picking out 2 straw ones. Pull the brim low and it hid half your face. On the road, I'd figured it out. It would be a waste not to use this system well. Out on your own, your identity is whatever you make it. With these different outfits, I could turn a few more profits. First, the grain store. I checked a few prices and got a feel for the market. This region was up north, Shandong territory, I figured, where no rice grew. With transport so difficult these days, rice was scarce, selling in the grain store for over 10 copper coins a pound. I checked the system's shop, cheap rice, just a couple bucks a pound. The price gap was staggering. And if I could pick out a few valuable coins from the copper I earned, wouldn't I be set for life? I had a few thousand yuan in the system, so I bought 10 sacks to start. The loose rice needed containers, so I went to the general store and bought a few dozen grain sacks. The next part was trickier. It took some searching, but I finally found a rundown courtyard. After making sure no one was around, I pulled the rice from the shop and packed it, sack by sack. I changed into the merchant's clothes, took out the donkey cart, loaded up the rice, and let the donkey haul it toward a different grain store. I wouldn't go back to the one I'd asked earlier. Walking in empty-handed and suddenly producing all this rice would take too much explaining. At the new grain store, I got straight to the point. I wanted to sell rice. The shopkeeper inspected. He weighed the goods, his face full of suspicion. You look unfamiliar, but you've got a local accent. Where do you get rice to sell? People who haul goods from far off usually sell unhusked grain, not milled rice. Rice doesn't keep long. And this small amount you've got, don't tell me you're. My heart skipped. I hadn't thought this through well enough. But I didn't let it show. Instead, I acted annoyed. You're being ridiculous. You see the goods, we make the deal. Weigh it, count the money, cash for product, settled right here. What's with all these questions? You want it or not? If not, I'll take my business elsewhere. The shopkeeper quickly put on a smile. I want it, of course I want it. But this price, well, heh. I turned colder. If you're not going to deal fairly, I'll leave right now and never come back. Be straight with me. Things worked out well enough in the end. With the system backing me up, the price gap was so huge that I'd come out ahead no matter what. When we settled, he handed over some silver bits and threw in a big handful of copper coins. I pocketed the money and drove the cart out. But suddenly my stomach tightened. It felt like a pair of eyes was locked on my back. There weren't many people on the street, and a donkey cart doesn't exactly move fast. Even after I rounded the corner, that gaze stayed stuck to my back. Great. I was being followed. They wanted to play this game with me? I wasn't scared. I made a turn and ducked into an alley, stashed the donkey cart into my space, then spun around and changed into that landlord's outfit. In an instant, I went from a traveling merchant to a well-off gentleman. I led the donkey back out, and sure enough, 2 clerks from the grain store were craning their necks at the mouth of the alley. They'd even grabbed a passerby. Hey, buddy, did you see anyone drive a donkey cart into this alley? The man looked at them like they were idiots. You out of your mind? Who's going to drive a donkey cart into an alley this narrow? Could they even turn it around? The clerk wouldn't give up. Somebody really did drive in here. The man sneered. Then he's the crazy one. Running into lunatics first thing in the morning. Bad luck. Get lost. The two clerks conferred for a moment, then hurried into the alley, nearly bumping right into me. I watched them split up and search deeper inside. Good luck finding anything. The cart had long since vanished into my space. I smiled to myself, took the donkey by the reins, and strolled off leisurely. That shopkeeper had gotten suspicious, so he'd sent his clerks to tail me. I wouldn't be doing business with his shop again. I'd been careless, left a few holes. I'd have to be more careful going forward. I ambled along the street, buying odds and ends, until I finally found a secluded spot. I pulled the donkey cart out of my space, hitched it up, and drove to a different grain store. The moment I walked in, I asked about the price of soybeans. This had been my plan all along. Soybeans were valuable through and through. You could make bean sprouts, tofu, brew soy sauce, press soybean oil, all of it useful. Buying a larger quantity wouldn't raise any eyebrows either. The bigger factor was the money. I remembered clearly. Imported GMO soybeans went for 2 yuan a pound, domestic non-GMO for 6, and the pesticide-free kind for 10. In this era, there were no pesticides, no chemical fertilizers. Everything the locals grew was premium stuff, $10 a pound. I grabbed a handful from a pile of soybeans that caught my eye and ran them through the system. Ding! Uncontaminated organic soybeans, valued at $10 per pound. Sell. Not mine yet, can't sell. Just as I thought, $10. Rice I'd bought for a couple bucks a pound, sold and turned into soybeans. What a steal. Soybeans here were cheaper than rice. Wasn't this just free money? Sweet. The shopkeeper was short and scrawny, but his eyes glinted sharp as he rattled off prices for several kinds of soybeans. I want to buy a few bags, I said, fixing my gaze on him. Give me a fair price. If you can knock something off, just say the word. He grinned and his lips flew. Sprouting beans, tofu beans, oil beans. I listened patiently through it all, then pointed at one. 10 bags of this kind. Fair price. I'll take them right now. These are high in oil, perfect for making bean paste. I'll round the price down for you. He beamed. Use them well and come back often. I promise you won't get shortchanged. Seeing me frown, he shut his mouth quickly and gave a little chuckle. Don't mind me talking so much. Us shopkeepers all run our mouths. Then he hollered into the shop. Get moving, boys. They loaded the cart and settled the bill. The rice money more than covered the soybeans, with plenty to spare. I'd walked several steps before the shopkeeper was still bowing behind me. Come back if you like them. Take care now. Around the corner, that uneasy feeling didn't return. Nobody paid me any attention this time. Just 10 bags of beans, not worth anyone's notice. After winding around a bit, I ended up back at that rundown courtyard. No one in sight. I couldn't wait. I pressed my hand against the soybeans and activated the system. Ding! Uncontaminated organic soybeans, 500 pounds, valued at $5,000. So, yes, my store balance refreshed, and I smiled. Not satisfied, I pressed my hand against the leftover copper coins too, and it turned out there were 2 worth 2,000 each, and several worth a few hundred. Sold them all. Looking at the balance, I let out a long breath. This feeling was really something. Counting up the copper coins and scraps of silver in my hands, I figured I was a rich person now. Time to shop till I dropped. This time I didn't hire a donkey cart. I headed straight for the furniture store. Furniture stores were pretty deserted these days. People usually preferred to supply their own wood and call a carpenter to build things at home. Labor was labor, materials were materials, more economical that way. I'd have loved to buy some good-looking, practical furniture from the store, but the styles didn't match this dynasty, and there'd be no way to explain them to anyone. Besides the display samples, the shop had some used furniture too, and the prices weren't bad. Then a thought suddenly struck me. If I could find a few antique pieces, couldn't I make another killing? Those old furniture pieces on the appraisal shows went for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even over $1 million. But she walked through several shops, but they all carried ordinary goods. I casually picked out 2 tables, a few benches, and 2 armchairs. Time to check the next place. That shop had plenty of cabinets. Add a few of those, and my home might finally start looking decent. Finally, I found something. A black lacquered cabinet, its 4 corners wrapped in brass guards. I reached out and touched it. Ding! Antique furniture cabinet, valued at 20,000 yuan. For such a big cabinet, it wasn't even worth as much as my traveling medicine chest. Still, compared to the other furniture here, it was pretty good. The shopkeeper rushed over. You've got a great eye? Top quality cabinet, fine brass work, real face for any home. 500 coppers. I smiled. Now, shopkeeper, you're not being straight with me. Just because there's a bit of brass wrapped around four corners, you're asking for the sky. No, no, the real value's in the wood. The brass work is just icing on the cake. Icing on the cake? I cut him off bluntly. The joints came loose, so you fixed them with brass strips, that's all. And as for the wood, the lid's been replaced. Has the bottom been swapped too? Only the sides are original, and you've got the nerve to call this fine wood. The shopkeeper's face fell. You really are an expert, can't fool you. All right, I'll come down on the price. Make me an offer. 400 coppers. Not a single coin more. That won't do. Take a look at some others. Fine, let's look at others. A big cabinet holding a smaller one, holding one smaller still, and at the very end a jewelry box, perfect for the hairpins I'd bought. As the workers carried the cabinets to the cart, the shopkeeper asked again, that brass-cornered cabinet, you still want it? If the price is right. I can't drop it that much. 460 coppers, 450, or I'll pass on all of these. No, no, no. He waved his hands frantically. There's no profit dealing with an expert. Fine, it's yours. Consider it making a friend. That cabinet was loaded onto the cart on its own. Collecting antiques really is the fastest way to make money. Too bad this little town rarely had anything valuable. All my skills, and nowhere to use them. On the way back, I just needed to grab some water vats, jars, and basins to be all set. This trip had been a haul. At the edge of town stood a rundown courtyard, piled high with pottery, water vats, clay basins, jars, wine and oil urns, you name it. These things earn little and take up lots of space, so they get squeezed into the cheap lots on the outskirts. The further I walked, the more remote it got. Not a soul around. I laid my hand on that cabinet. Ding. Antique furniture cabinet, average condition, has repairs, valued at 20,000 yuan. So, yes, my balance doubled again. Antiques really are the easy money. Someday I'd have to go pick clean the big county seats, the provincial capital. That's where the real fortune was. First, the pottery. I picked out the seconds, the ones with slightly crooked mouths or warped from firing. Dirt cheap, and it didn't affect their use one bit. Hashtag when to save, save. When it's time to save money, you save. After buying the kiln goods, I waited until the road was clear, then loaded everything into my storage space. The little donkey had it easy now, and I could make better time. I'd be home before dark, no problem. I could buy some more practical stuff from the mall too. From here on out, life was going to be comfortable. The day I came back, the old clan chief told everyone to help fix up my house. Now that I'd bought all this stuff, they must have gotten started, right? Just before I reached home, I added some wine, meat, and oil to my order. If folks were helping fix up the house, I had to feed them. While I was calculating and pushing to get home faster, I had no idea that two people were anxiously waiting for me. One was the old clan chief. Asterisk, where'd this kid run off to with my donkey cart? How much stuff is he hauling anyway? He better not run my donkey ragged. Asterisk. The other was my wife. She'd run into a bit of trouble at home. She'd gotten cornered by her lazy. This her lazy lived up to his name, which basically meant deadbeat. He was a total freeloader. His favorite thing to do was bum meals off every family in the village. Come mealtime, he'd plant himself on your Kong and refuse to budge, grabbing at any good food without a shred of shame. After living as neighbors for so many years, nobody wanted to fall out with him over such petty stuff. But if you did stand up to him, he'd immediately break into tears, wailing that you were bullying him, and park himself right outside your door, screeching every nasty thing imaginable in that grating voice of his. Right now he was sitting on the edge of my Kong, running his mouth nonstop. Sister-in-law, look how run down this place is. What were you thinking, dragging my brother out in front of everyone to kowtow to the chief? What did you get out of it? Just a couple coins he brought back. Chow Jinfeng shot back irritably. Brother, why don't you just go home? I didn't cook anything special today, just some watery porridge. Erlazy's greatest talent was his complete lack of shame. He grinned. Listen to you. You ought to be whipping up a couple dishes so my brother and I can have a few drinks when he gets back. You don't even have that much sense. We're poor. There's no wine in the house. Now you're just fooling me, sister-in-law. His grin turned even smugger. I never got a single sip at the wedding, and you don't keep any around normally either? The chief gave you grain and cloth right in front of everybody. Don't tell me you can't trade for a little wine. Chow Jinfeng was at her wits' end when I drove the donkey cart through the gate. I'd barely called out to my wife when her lazy came grinning and scrambling out of the house ahead of her. Brother, you're back. Whoa, you bought so much stuff. Let me see what you got. I frowned. Barging into someone's house while the man of the family was gone, that was way out of line. Then I saw the helpless look on my wife's face, and I understood right away. This guy wasn't planning on leaving today. Erlazy shamelessly tore open one of the oil paper packages. Oh ho, look at that thick slab of fat. How much lard can you render from this? Crispy lard bits wrapped in a flatbread with a scallion. I could down 2 shots on that alone. Then he dug out a piece of pork belly, smirking. Buying oil and you actually bought meat. Look at you, rich guy. But you should have gotten the kind with the skin on. Stewed with cabbage, it smells amazing. In a few days I'm heading out with the crew too, gonna bring back some money, and then I'll show you how to really spend. You've got money and don't even know how to enjoy it. I walked over with a grin and casually draped an arm across his shoulder. Heading out with a crew is dangerous. Let me teach you a couple of moves to protect yourself. You? Teach me? You nearly died out there yourself. Only made it back on dumb luck. Before he could finish, his shoulder exploded in pain. I tightened my grip, and he grimaced, all his attention locked onto his shoulder. I slapped him across the face hard enough to make him see stars. This one's called sealing the eyes. Can't see now, can you? I drove a fist into his chest. This one's black tiger steals the heart. Can't breathe now, huh? I swept my foot across his ankle, and Erlazy went down flat with a heavy thud. I stepped in and kicked him a few more times, talking as I went. Whatever you do, don't lie on the ground. The second you're down, you're finished. The other guy can do whatever he wants, and you can't fight back. Look at you, just lying there taking a beating. Erlazy scrambled up, wailing, and bolted for the door. Murder. Somebody help. I didn't stop him. Chow Jinfeng looked worried. Beating him felt good, but I'm afraid he'll come back and cause more trouble. He causes trouble, he gets beat again. I laughed, still unloading the cart. Teach him a lesson so he stops bugging you when I'm not around. We kept chatting as we carried things inside. I'd really bought a lot this trip. Just as we were nearly done, Erlazy came back, this time with his father, who had a length of rope clutched in his hand. The old man was Erlazy's mentor. His greatest talent. No shame over small matters, no fear of death over big ones. The more trouble you were in, the more he'd show up to make things worse. Years ago, he'd tried to hang himself at someone's wedding, and that stunt made him famous overnight. The kind of man good folks won't provoke and troublemakers can't afford to. Today, rope in hand, it looked like he was about to pull the hanging act again. The old man barged in furious, scanned for the roof beam, dragged over a bench, and climbed up. As he tossed the rope over the beam, he shouted, "What gives you the right to bully my son, beating him half to death like that? You got no respect for me, his father? Give me an answer today, or I'll hang myself right here on your beam and leave you with a murder case." Erlazy egged him on from the side, emboldened now that his father was backing him up. "That's for bullying me. My dad's gonna deal with you." The two of them played off each other, putting on quite a show. Chow Jinfeng didn't dare say a word. I watched in silence, waiting until the old man had finished tying the noose. Only then did I speak. "Whatever you do, do not put your head through it. You really can't put your head in there." Riled up by that, the old man actually stuck his head right through. But I moved faster. One kick sent the bench flying. His feet hit empty air, and just like that, he was hanging there. The whole point of pulling a scam is, this is about intimidation. This time it didn't work. Instead, someone stepped in to help. At that crucial moment, the son should have steadied the stool to save him. But Erlazy panicked and screamed, "Somebody's dying. Help! Quick!" and lunged forward to grab the stool. I snatched him back and said casually, "Relax, your old man's too tough to hang himself. Those 2 moves I just taught you, you remember them?" Another punch landed square on his chest, and his shouting cut off instantly. I hooked his foot, and down he went, flat on the ground again. I planted my foot on his chest, shook my head, and sighed. How is it you haven't learned a single thing? No memory at all. Look at you, getting hit over and over. Lizzie struggled on the ground, and after a long, strained pause, managed to squeeze out one word. Dad. I feigned shock. What? You're calling me Dad? No way. I'd never have a son like you. He kept struggling and finally got the whole sentence out. My dad. My dad's about to die. Help him. I turned to look. Sure enough, in that short span, old Lizzie's eyes had rolled back. But he was still one breath short of actually being gone. I didn't move to save him, and I kept my foot on Lizzie, so he couldn't either. Just as it looked like the man was really going, Chow Jinfeng rushed over and shoved the stool under old Lizzie's feet. Old Lizzie still had a shred of consciousness left. The moment his feet found something solid, he fought with everything he had to pull his head out of the noose. Then his legs buckled, and he crashed down off the stool, hard, dead weight. Old Lizzie coughed like his lungs were tearing apart. It took him ages to gasp out a single line. You're ruthless. I don't care about my life anymore. I'll make you miserable too. Just you wait. With that, he staggered to his feet, and Lizzie hurried to prop up his old man. Old Lizzie headed for the door, wailing the whole way. Come look, everyone. There's no justice left. He's trying to kill me. My wife, Chow Jinfeng, had gone pale. Now we've done it. If we'd just given him a little food and drink and swallowed our pride, this would have blown over. I shook my head and smiled. That's exactly what everyone thinks, which is why those two get away with bullying people. I know precisely what kind of scum this father and son pair are. They push around the weak and cower before the strong. Let him get his way once today, and there'll be no end to it. But they're not going to let this go. Even better if they don't. I laughed with satisfaction. In the past, whenever someone got bullied, they'd go to the old clan elder to settle it, and all he'd do was tell people to grin and bear it. But this time it's those two who came out on the losing end. So tell me, would they dare go to the old elder? Chow Jinfeng thought about it and realized I was right. The old elder hated these petty squabbles. He'd almost always sweep a big problem under the rug. I'm just worried he'll go around bad-mouthing you and ruin your reputation. That'd be perfect, I said, even more pleased. Let people know I'm not to be messed with. Then who'd dare come around causing trouble? Even when I'm not home, I can rest easy. The truth is, I couldn't care less about that little bit of food and drink. But when I'm not home, my wife's alone in the house. And you, second lie, just squatting there refusing to leave. What are you playing at? If I don't come down hard on him, people will think I've got no limits. This time, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. I let it go for now, pulled 4 packages of pastries from the jar, and handed 2 to Jinfeng. These 2 are for you. The other 2 go to the old clan elder. We used his donkey cart. Can't just take it for nothing. I'm going to return the cart right now. With that, I gave the donkey a slap on the rump, and the little thing hauled the cart out the door. I hopped on, clutching the pastries. The donkey knew the way, no need for me to steer. It headed straight for the old elder's place on its own. When I got there, the old elder was waiting at the door, not looking too pleased. Coming back after dark like this, the kid's got no manners. I quickly put on a big smile and hurried over. Sorry I'm late. Got held up on the road. Then got into a scrap with Second Lie and his old man the second I got home, so it dragged out even later. The old elder blinked, then broke into a grin. You're a busy one. Huh, even got into a fight? What did Second Lie do to set you off? Seeing how much he clearly cared about that donkey, I said casually. Soon as I got home, there was Second Lie lounging in my house, wouldn't leave. I'm not home, so what's he doing in there? I gave him a beating. Then his dad came over to my place and put on a whole hanging himself act, made a big fuss for ages. I pushed the 2 packages into his hands. The moment the old elder saw they were candied sweets and walnut cookies, he waved them off. You borrow a donkey cart, you bring some feed, that's plenty. What are you bringing all this for? Take it back. I wouldn't take it back. Instead, I launched cheerfully into a story. You remember Iron Rooster's tenant, Young the Big Hairy? You cured his illness a few years back. Turns out his landlord, Iron Rooster himself, is sick now too, with the exact same symptoms Young had. He's been hoping you'd come make a house call. Ran into me today and dragged me straight over. The old elder thought back for a moment. Young the Big Hairy. That was a minor thing he'd let drag on too long. coughing and wheezing whenever the weather turned. Not hard to treat. Iron Rooster let it get that bad too. He still remembered an illness from years ago, clear as day. I nodded, impressed. Sure did. Doesn't trust doctors. Just sits at home eating fine food to build himself up. The more he builds, the worse he gets. I took his pulse and gave him our cough and wheeze remedy. He turned his nose up at it. Said cheap medicine doesn't cure anything. So I pulled out a bottle of the exact same stuff. Told him this one costs 10 times more and works better. And then the tightwad wouldn't pay for it either. The old elder gave a snort, half scolding. You, selling the same medicine at 10 times the price? Since when did you get so dishonest? I put on my most wronged face. He's the one who decided it had to be expensive, wanted the pricey medicine but wouldn't pay. So I just said forget the money. Told him this illness means no pastries. They'll make it worse. So he let me take these 2 packages off his hands, and now I can give them to you as a proper gift. That got the old elder laughing. When he finished, he shook his head helplessly. That Iron Rooster, famous for being too stingy to part with a single hair. When someone got sick, tenants had to bring him treats to pay their respects. Otherwise, he'd hike the rent or hand the land to someone else. Never thought you'd actually pluck a couple handfuls of hair off him today. While we were still laughing about it, the 2 Lotzi men, father and son, showed up. Old Lotzi started wailing from a distance. That Zhang bastard's gone too far. First he beats me. Then when I hang myself, he won't even cut the rope. He's trying to kill me. Even the clan elder can't cover for you. A few gawkers trailed behind them. The old clan elder frowned, threw out his chest, clasped his hands behind his back, and put on an air of authority. He cleared his throat. Jingshan just got here. Both of you explain what's going on. The old elder was shrewd from age, and normally couldn't be bothered with such petty matters. But since they'd come to his door, he had to handle it. Usually it just meant persuading both sides to give a little ground. The trouble was, the Lotzi family loved to blow things up, wear everybody out until they all steered clear and gave in. That's the whole trick of playing the shameless card. Second Lotzi spoke first. I went over to his place to visit, and the second he came home he said he'd teach me a few moves. But really he was just looking for an excuse to beat me, and he laid into me hard. The old elder ignored him and just looked at me. I took the cue. The moment I walked in, before my wife even came out, he came bolting out of my room. I wasn't home, so what were you visiting for? Of course you needed a beating. The old elder asked second Lotzi in his slow, deliberate way. So you went home and dragged your father back, and your father ran over to their place and hanged himself? Is that it? Old Lotzi, not caring who was right, launched straight into his sobbing. I was hanging from the rafter, and he wouldn't cut me down. I was about to breathe my last, and he did nothing. Then he knocked my son to the ground and wouldn't let him save me. He's trying to kill me. Elder, we're the same clan, the same blood. You've got to do right by me. The gawkers crowded in closer. At first blush, old Lotzi almost sounded like he had a point. But I said breezily, you've got a tough life. Can't hang yourself to death. A little longer up there would have been fine. And look, here you are, hopping around lively enough to come file a complaint. Everyone froze. He really didn't cut the rope? Still, both men were perfectly fine. Nobody had died, so it wasn't really a big deal. The old elder straightened up and let out a cold snort. You too. You still remember we're the same clan, the same blood? Bullying outsiders and pulling your shameless stunts every day is one thing. But how could you bully your own family? Have you no shame? That was a fair point. The Zhangs were all one family, and howling and blowing up a petty matter shamed the whole clan. He scolded second Lotzi directly. The Chow girl walked through the Zhang family door, so she's a Zhang now. You're not a child anymore. Don't you understand even this much? Jingshan borrowed my donkey cart and went out. So what were you doing sneaking into their house? If you ask me, you're just begging for a thrashing. Second Lotzi was left speechless. The onlookers understood now too. The husband wasn't home, just a young wife alone. And you go sneaking in? He really was asking for it. The old elder turned to old Lotzi again. Jing. Just got married, barely scraping by. Your son shows up to freeload off them, and you don't stop him? Fine, maybe back when the harvests were good, but the last couple years have been lean. Don't you people pull this stuff? Old Lai still wouldn't back down. Their family's not that poor. They brought back a good chunk of money. Everybody knows it. The old clan elder sneered. his voice dripping with contempt. That money was earned licking blood off a blade. How many men lost their lives out there? The ones who made it back alive clawed their way out of piles of corpses. Cold-blooded men, every one. And you dare try to shake down someone like that? That finally shut old Lie up. I used to be a pushover, easy to bully. And the Chow family was small and weak, even easier to squeeze. But they'd forgotten one thing. The man who came back from that battlefield was no longer the old Zhang Jingshan. Come around here trying to pull a fast one now, and you're bound to get burned. The old elder had lost his patience. His voice turned sharp. You two picked a hell of a day to come looking for trouble. You just begging for a beating? Get lost. Now. Quit making a spectacle of yourselves. Father and son exchanged glances. They'd figured the old elder would split the blame 50-50 like he always did, but today he was coming down on them and them alone. If it came to a real reckoning, they had nothing to say for themselves. So they took the out he'd given them, grumbling at each other the whole way as they slunk off, the crowd's laughter trailing behind them. Once everyone had cleared out, the old elder fixed his eyes on me. I keep feeling like you're not the same as you used to be. You're still you, but the more I look, the stranger you seem. This change, where's it coming from? I shook my head with a bitter smile. Hard to say. Maybe it's because I died once, and now I'm living all over again. Makes you see things differently. He was still lost in thought, so I quickly said my goodbyes. I'd have to be more careful from now on. My temperament was worlds apart from the man I used to be. Anyone who knew me well could spot it in a heartbeat. But then, what could I really do about it? Back home, Jinfeng's face was full of anticipation. How'd it go? Relax, everything's fine. I'll stay in the next few days and get the house in order. Those two won't dare try anything again. We hurried to carry the tables, chairs, and cabinets inside just as it turned pitch dark. I lit the oil lamp and told my wife to get supper ready. One look at the food and I was stunned. That's it. Just watery porridge and pickles? Not even a steamed bun. To Jinfeng, it was perfectly obvious. Skip one real meal a day, and in 3 years you've saved enough for a good plot of land. There's nothing to do at night anyway. Drink a bowl of thin porridge, fill your belly, and if it gets you to sleep, that's all you need. I groaned inside. Marrying a woman this tight with money was going to be the death of me. Being frugal is a good thing, but scrimping this hard? I was about to argue when she went on. Haven't our people always lived this way? Save a bite a day, and by year's end you've saved a peck. 3 years of that adds up to a whole lot of food. I sighed to myself. Our people had always lived this way, sure, so why did most of them still end up poor their whole lives? But how was I supposed to explain that to my wife? I couldn't exactly put on a stern face and lecture her. #translation. I nodded in agreement first. You're right. Eat hearty when there's work to do. Thin gruel when things are slow. A little watery porridge at night fills your belly enough to sleep, and saving grain is a good thing. Before she could feel pleased, I switched gears. But these next couple of days won't work. I just brought my wife home, and there's business to attend to tonight. How can plain porridge cut it? I won't have any energy. Jinfeng blushed, putting on a serious face. Not tonight. A man is like an ox, a woman like a field. There are only oxen worked to death, never fields left barren. No matter how strong you are, you've got to know restraint. Once every 2 or 3 days is plenty. Quick with her tongue, but she'd walked right into it. I said matter-of-factly, I already arranged with Jingwu and the others to come help fix up the house and replace the roof tomorrow. When folks come to work, you've got to feed them. We need to get the food prepared tonight, or there won't be time. Jinfeng froze. I put on a puzzled look. Huh? What were you just saying about oxen and fields, about needing restraint? What did you mean by that? I didn't understand. Her face turned even redder. Turns out they'd been talking about 2 entirely different things. So that's what you meant. You rotten thing, she scolded, then suddenly it dawned on her. No wonder you bought all that pork fat, plus the pork, steamed buns, and tofu. There was a purpose after all. I stopped teasing her. Bring me a couple of buns. Better eat my fill so I can work. We'll get all that food ready tonight. This time she behaved and hurried off to fetch the buns. Steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and porridge. Nothing lavish, but enough to fill you up. After the meal, the 2 of us got busy. I sliced up the pork fat while Jinfeng tended the fire, and together we rendered the lard. We scooped out the cracklings and carefully poured the lard into a freshly scrubbed little crock. Now we'd have cooking oil ready for the days ahead. I cut the meat into even slices, added extra salt when it went into the pot, cooked it through, and stored it away. Without an icebox, this method kept it good for a long time. The whole house filled with the smell of meat. Jinfeng sighed. It smells wonderful. I was wondering why you bought so many good things. Turns out it's to feed the workers. Here I thought you'd gotten your hands on a bit of money and forgotten how to make a living. I chuckled. As soon as I got back, they said they'd help me fix the house. This place really is a sorry sight. They should be coming tomorrow. Among village neighbors, helping each other out was just how things worked. Today you help me patch a roof. Tomorrow I help you build a wall. No wages, but you had to feed folks a good meal. If the food was too poor, next time your family needed help, nobody would show up. That was the rule. The moment Jinfeng heard the dry provisions and meat were for this purpose, she dropped all her objections. Early the next morning, Zhang Jingwu showed up with a whole crew, pushing along several carts of sorghum stalks and thatch. You can't fix a thatched roof without them. After exchanging greetings, everyone split up to work. A few of the young men climbed onto the roof and started tearing off the old thatch. Jingwu and the others drove wooden stakes into the yard, strung up hemp rope, and began weaving thatch mats. This was work done just a few times a year. Translation. Once back, they'd already gotten the hang of it. No need for anyone to give orders. The work was divided up cleanly and moved along at lightning speed. They could still joke around while they worked. Jingwu spoke up first. Did old Lai really hang himself at your place yesterday? He was practically choking, and you still didn't cut him down? You're something else. I laughed. Cut him down for what? If he's got the guts to hang himself, then he's got the guts to die. Playing dead to scare people. Who's he fooling? I'm not buying it. Everyone roared with laughter. Just then, old man Shangang actually showed up in the yard, leading a few men and hauling some thick timber. I was puzzled. I hadn't invited him. Old man Shangang carried nearly as much weight as the old clan elder. The elder handled affairs. Shangang handled the money. Both had the final say in the clan. I hurried to my feet to greet him. What brings you here in person? It's just a little job. I wouldn't dream of troubling you. Shangang was blunt, and so were his words. You brat. Look at what a wreck this house is. And you're bringing a wife home to live here? You think that'll work out? I couldn't come up with a response, so I just scratched my head and grinned. There was really no arguing with him. Shangang ignored me and turned to give orders. Old Chisel, take a few men and recut that millstone. Old Stove, take some men and fix up the Kong and the cooking stove. The rest of you, put up the livestock shed. In a couple days we'll be bringing animals in and tying them up right there. Livestock's worth more than people, so don't skimp on that shed. Everyone got to work at once. Old Chisel was a veteran stonemason. That old mill hadn't been repaired in years. It barely turned anymore and couldn't grind fine. It was high time it got fixed. Old Stove was the best at building kangs and stoves. His work saved fuel and burned clean, no question about it. The old broken livestock shed in the yard had long since collapsed. A few men tore it down completely and rebuilt it with fresh timber. Shangang had even prepared all the materials. He'd really put thought into it. With him there overseeing things, no one dared slack off. Every man worked quick and nimble, not daring to even chatter. The pace picked up considerably. Jinfeng started to panic a little. She'd prepared food, but she hadn't expected this many people. Could she possibly make enough? There weren't even enough bowls. She quietly asked me what to do. I answered with complete confidence. Don't worry, I got everything ready yesterday. The aunties and older ladies will be coming to help soon. Sure enough, before long a few women came into the yard, chatting and laughing. They'd come to help with the cooking. Some brought jianbing, some carried scallions and ginger, and even more came with vegetables from their own gardens. With Shangang keeping watch, the men didn't dare say much. They just kept their heads down and worked. Even so, they couldn't escape a scolding. Zaya Xuanzi, line up the sorghum stalks and pack them tight before you tie the rope. Is that how you tie a knot? If the roof leaks once it's laid, you'll have plenty to cry about. And you, Urdu, a grown man like you can't even mix mud right. Add a few more shovels of wheat chaff, or the stove you build will crack. If you don't know, ask, don't just fumble around. No one dared talk back. They just chuckled along and quickly agreed. The old man Keshan's authority didn't hold much sway with the women. They worked and laughed as they went, making quite a lively scene. The neighbor Annie was the quickest with her hands, and soon became the ringleader. She warmly pulled Chao Jinfeng aside and said, "From now on, you're the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, so you'd better keep track of things around the house. We probably don't have enough bowls and chopsticks today. I'll take you to borrow some in a bit." One auntie washing vegetables laughed. "Why are all these pots and basins that Shanzi bought so crooked and lopsided? Went for the cheap ones, huh? That boy sure knows how to pinch a penny." The auntie chopping vegetables chimed in. "Knowing how to save is a good thing. If you hang on to your money instead of spending it wildly, that's how you build up a household." Another one, eyeing the pork and lard on the counter, clicked her tongue. "Stingy with himself, but generous with the neighbors. Look how good this meat smells. And there's steamed buns and flatbread too. Just renovating a house, and yet he'd laid out lard and pork. That was certainly extravagant." The women crowded around to look. Chili oil, pork, tofu, everything you could want. They all smacked their lips. Someone laughed out loud. "No wonder a lazy came around yesterday trying to freeload. Turns out he'd caught sight of all these good things, and his mouth started watering." Someone immediately agreed. "Shanzi's got some backbone now, so giving that guy a beating was exactly what he deserved. Eating and drinking for free without lifting a finger. Look, today he's nowhere to be seen. He'd have the nerve to show up. Back when I was redoing my roof, that punk not only ate and drank for free, he just got in the way and made a mess of everything. Enough to drive you mad." That one remark struck a chord, and they all started chattering away at once. By midday, sure enough, there weren't enough bowls and chopsticks, so a few of the women ran home to fetch their own. I brought out a good-sized jar, lifted the lid, and the aroma of liquor hit my nose. It was 52 proof bulk Baijiu I'd bought from the system store, poured into a new jar along the way. Cheap, but strong enough to pack a punch. These folks were sure to love it. A few of them sniffed and praised the good liquor, and just as they were about to take a sip, old Keshin gave a cold snort. "The climbing up on the roof work isn't done yet. Who dares touch a drop at midday? If something goes wrong, who's going to answer for it? Drink tonight." Nobody dared make a peep. He asked me quietly, "You little rascal, when did you get so generous?" I grinned. "You're here, aren't you? Of course I've got to bring out the good stuff." He smiled, then frowned. "I keep feeling like you've changed lately, not like you used to be." I quickly shut my mouth. After the meal, everyone worked hard, and a job that should have taken 2 or 3 days was finished in 1. As the sun was about to set, the food and drink were laid out. A row of coarse black-glazed bowls was lined up, and I went around filling each one from the jar. Everyone raised their bowls and drank, the liquor burning all the way down to their stomachs. Some shuddered, some let out a belch, and they all cheered in unison. With old Keshin there, nobody dared push drinks or play drinking games, so after 2 bowls each they hurried off. Once it was fully dark and everyone had left, Chao Jinfeng and I finished cleaning up, then collapsed, exhausted, onto. In bed. I yawned. "Ate my fill today. Let's not fret over the cattle and land tonight. I'm beat." Early to bed. She gazed up at the newly repaired roof, breathing in the fresh scent of thatch, and sighed. "Your Zhang family's a big clan. That's a real blessing. Everyone pitches in when there's work to be done. What's there to worry about with a life like this? When someone else has work, I've got to help out too," I said. "Times are rough. It all comes down to numbers. Folks close to you lend a hand, and for kin sharing the same blood, you treat it like your own affair. You reach out and pull each other up. That's how you get by." Understanding dawned on her. No wonder the old clan chief keeps pushing us to have more kids. Says once you've got people, you've got everything. But what if I go and pop out 7 daughters in a row? Then what? I rolled over and stretched. Then we bring in 7 sons-in-law. What's wrong with that? "No way," she said flatly. 7 daughters can't hold a candle to 7 sons. A son-in-law's never as close as your own boy." I was truly exhausted by then. Her chatter droned on in my ear. At first I mumbled a few replies, but before long I was snoring. She was just getting worked up when she heard me snore. All she could do was sigh. "He's worn out. Let him be." The next morning I got up, worked the kinks out of my body, and took a stroll through the house and yard. I nodded, satisfied. Finally starting to feel like a home. Give it another couple of days on the doors and windows. We'll need to hire a carpenter and spend a bit. In a year or 2, once we've saved enough, I'll buy roof tiles. No more thatch hut for us. We'll live in a tile-roofed house. Chao Jinfeng cut me off with a laugh. All right, enough boasting. The workers don't get wages, just meals. But the doors, windows, and tiles, that's all coming out of your own pocket, isn't it? Andy saw all those jars and pots you bought and praised you for being so thrifty. Being praised always feels good. I puffed up and kept spinning my dreams. Save where you can, spend where you must. I can cover roof tiles in cash right now. Shame we've got the livestock shed, but no livestock yet. How's a farmer supposed to work the land without a beast to help? Besides, I want to try my hand at some trade. All of that takes ready cash. Can't go wasting it. As we talked, we both got busy, opening the big chest, hauling out the small one, taking out a jewelry box. I handed it to her. She opened it, and her eyes lit up, though her mouth scolded. You, stop throwing money around. Truth was, they were all cheap trinkets I'd picked up along the way. Aside from that one silver hairpin, the rest were all copper. The system did a quick appraisal. All of it together wasn't even worth as much as the box. But the box was finely crafted, and I couldn't bring myself to sell it. Kept it around to please the wife. Seeing her fret, I just untied my belt and dumped out what was inside. I've got money, real money. Don't believe me? Take a look. Out tumbled several strings of copper coins and a few small cloth bundles. I opened one and handed it to her. She looked. All bits of silver, most about the size of soybeans, a few larger pieces, and the biggest one weighing a good tael, and then some. She quickly wrapped it back up and tucked it away. Wrapping the belt around her waist, she said, "Put it away, quick. It'll be trouble if anyone sees it." I said smugly, "Those little cloth bundles are all silver bits. Here, you keep them." But that only flustered her. "No way. I don't dare hold on to that much. Our courtyard walls are low. The doors and windows are falling apart. It's not safe keeping this much money here. You carry it on you. You're a grown man. Tucked into your belt. It'll be secure." She paused, then added hesitantly, "Or should we dig a hole in the house and bury it?" I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bury the money in a hole. Even stashing it at the clan's money house would beat that. We hashed it out for a good while, and in the end she tied the belt back around my waist. When she finished, she gave it a squeeze. Your waist here is nice and firm." I smiled, thinking to myself, if I pulled out everything in the system's storage space and showed you, I couldn't imagine what you'd say. After grabbing a bite to eat, the two of us got ready to head out to the fields. The little black dog kept circling around our feet, wanting to tag along. I lifted it up by the scruff of its neck, took one look at those four stubby little legs, gave a wry chuckle, and tossed it back into the courtyard before shutting the door. Too small, better off staying put. All we owned were 2 mu of dry farmland up on the hills. While I was away these past days, the old clan elder had sent people to help plant sweet potatoes. I turned back the vines to check. They were coming along nicely. The two of us flipped the sweet potato vines off to one side to keep the runners from taking root in the soil. Otherwise, you'd get a mess of tiny potatoes stealing nutrients from the main root, and you'd never harvest them clean. We pulled some weeds while we were at it, and pinched off a few tender vines to bring home and eat. They taste good too. After working for a while, I stood at the edge of the field and looked down. The hills sit up high, and the most striking thing below was the reservoir dam holding back its water. Beneath the dam stretched a wide expanse of level, irrigated fields, the greatest wealth in the whole village. With water on tap, you could grow the finicky wheat, guaranteed against drought or flood alike. It was a farmer's golden rice bowl. By rights, with these irrigated fields plus the dry hilltop plots, this place should have been self-sufficient. Even a small disaster wouldn't leave anyone's belly empty. But years of back-to-back calamities had thrown the whole order into chaos. Bandits sprang up everywhere. In some places, the common folk rose up in revolt. So the court began levying taxes on the people, for suppressing bandits, for training troops, more and more each year. The harvests were already poor, and piling on these taxes made life all but impossible. Later, when people simply couldn't pay, the county magistrate finally let them organize local militias, waiving a portion of the military levy and even letting them bring home reward money. The young and able-bodied went off, and the result? I shook my head. Thinking about all this just muddled my mind. The original body's memories were even more of a jumble. An ordinary commoner just doesn't have much useful information to go on. Sometimes he didn't even know who he was fighting. He only knew to run along with the troop. Where he'd been, which battles he'd fought. It was all a blur. To this day, I don't know what dynasty I've landed in. I only know it's called the Jiadao dynasty. But history has a Jiaqing reign and a Daowang reign. No Jiadao emperor anywhere. And the clothing and implements don't match up either. I'm not getting on. Looks like the world I dropped into runs parallel to ours. The history's all different from what I learned. What a chaotic era. But so what? I've been here quite a few days now, and I'm doing pretty well for myself. Thanks to the system, of course. What are you doing? Standing there spacing out. Chow Jinfeng called from under the tree. Come cool off in the shade. I walked over with a smile. I was just admiring how this landscape is as beautiful as a painting. Couldn't help getting lost in it. She frowned. I know you've had schooling and can write out remedies, but don't try to pull one over on me. There's no river here, just a reservoir. And there's no mountain. These are hills. That tall thing way out there, that's a mountain. I was momentarily speechless. This woman was tough to fool. She even had the nerve to poke holes in what I said. No good. I needed a good line to really impress her. I sat down leaning against the tree trunk, racked my brain for a while, and finally dug up a poem. I recited it slowly. Face to the yellow earth, back to the sky, plowing through spring and summer, year after year. Where did I learn that poem? Forgot. I never studied hard in school. Was that even how it went? Couldn't remember. Whatever. It was enough to stun this woman anyway. She tilted her head and thought about it. That's got a bit of learning to it. But summer's long gone. Right now it should be autumn. I nearly cried from frustration. Was my performance really that weak? I was about to recite another one to make her properly admire me when she suddenly sprang up and yelled, "A rabbit! Chase it!" A wild hare had hopped along the edge of the field and then bolted. We both took off after it, but the rabbit ducked into a hole and vanished. I grabbed a few handfuls of dead grass, stuffed them into the mouth of the hole, lit them on fire, then covered it with wet grass. Instantly, thick smoke came billowing out. You guard here. Grab the rabbit when it comes out, I said as I worked. I'll go find the other holes. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Don't let it slip out somewhere else. I ran off, glancing around for spots where smoke was rising. But it wasn't so easy. I searched for a good while before finding another hole, but no rabbit came out. I'd raised rabbits as a kid, and my grandparents had raised pigs and chickens and ducks too, so I knew these little critters better than most people. But in this day and age, even that was no help. Looked like I wasn't going to catch one today, which really galled me. Then it hit me. Why not just buy 2 live rabbits from the system? I'd gotten a clear look at that rabbit as it fled, and it looked exactly like a Belgian hare. In my old life, plenty of people passed off Belgian hares as wild game. I'd been fooled more than once. Today I do a little fooling of my own. I crouched down and pulled up the system, found Belgian hares, bought 2, confirmed. In the blink of an eye, 2 live rabbits came hopping out onto the ground. Belgian hares. All right, just a bit bigger and plumper than the one from before. This woman wouldn't catch a detail that fine. These 2 would do. I grabbed a rabbit in each hand by the ears and the scruff of the neck, yanked them up hard, and hoisted them high over my head. Just as I was about to shout, "Got it!" Over there, Chow Jinfeng beat me to it, crying out in delight. I caught one. I caught one. Come quick. I gave up completely. There was no way I was pulling this off today. I grabbed one in each hand and ran over, forcing myself to brazen it out. I caught 2. Fatter than yours, bigger than yours. I shoved both into her arms and snatched the one she was holding, and saw it was the same wild hare from before. Stupid thing. I lit a fire and smoked you out from that end, and instead of running that way, you charge out this end. Still got caught. And now you've made me look like a fool. I grabbed one ear in one hand, gripped its hind legs with the other, and gave it a hard twist as it struggled. Crack. Neck snapped. Now it was still. She panicked. It was a perfectly good rabbit. Why'd you kill it? I answered without missing a beat. How else are you going to eat the meat? Isn't eating the whole point of catching them? She turned away, clutching the 2 in her arms, and said stubbornly, "You're not allowed to touch these 2. I'm going to raise them." I shook my head. Wild hares can't be raised. They're not the same species as domestic rabbits. Which was true. Wild hares belong to the genus Lepus, domestic rabbits to the genus Ornithologus. Not the same species at all. There's even reproductive isolation. You couldn't breed offspring from them if you tried. She still wouldn't let me touch them. Just keep them. Maybe they'll have babies. Let's give it a shot. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so I just agreed. These two would definitely survive and definitely produce babies, because I'd been cheating with the system, that's why. In the heat of the moment, I'd totally forgotten. The two in her arms weren't wild hares at all. The one I'd just snapped the neck of was the real one. If we'd actually made that bet, I'd have lost for sure. Wasn't this just digging my own grave? But thinking it over, something didn't add up. Wild hares don't dig burrows. So where did that hole come from? And why did this one crawl into it? Could it be a domestic rabbit too? One that escaped from somebody's place? Forget it. Not my problem. Either way, we've got rabbit meat today. Watching her carry the two rabbits back, I chuckled to myself. This woman was so easy to fool. Didn't she stop to think? Where do you find wild hares this tame? There wasn't much left to do in the field, so I grabbed my tools, picked up the dead rabbit, and the two of us headed home together. The moment we stepped into the yard, the little black dog came bounding over, barking and wagging its tail, circling around us. Chow Jin Feng was in high spirits and teased him. Oh, so Blackie knows how to guard the house now. But don't bark at us. Look, I brought you two friends. I latched the gate. She put the two rabbits into a large earthen jar first, so they wouldn't run off, then pulled me over to dig a pit with her. This was how you raised rabbits. Dig a pit in the ground a little over a meter deep so the rabbits couldn't jump out, then keep them down there. It's called pit raising. I smiled wryly as I dug, digging holes again today. Really, the work was simple enough, and the two of us soon had a decent-sized pit dug. We put the rabbits in. Chow Jin Feng even thoughtfully laid down some wheat straw and dry grass, then covered it with a scrap of wooden board, deliberately leaving a gap for air. And now, user, those two rabbits really weren't getting away. Looks like our household's going to start raising rabbits. Once I finished with the live ones, it was time to deal with the dead ones. This job was mine, of course. A hemp rope hoisted the rabbit up by its legs, and the knife glided along just beneath the skin, bit by bit. Every stroke sure and steady. One hard yank, and the pelt peeled off whole, like pulling off a sock, until it caught at the front legs, where I slowed down and worked it loose. I turned my head and saw my wife, Chow Jin Feng, standing beside me, her face going pale, then flushed, then pale again. You skin a rabbit upside down and a dog right side up. Do it clean, no blood on the fur, and the pelt fetches a good price. The hardest parts are the ears and the mouth. Before I could finish, she clapped a hand over her mouth and scurried off. I chuckled. This rabbit was barely over 3 pounds. Once you take off the skin and clean out the guts, there's hardly anything left. Not enough for 2 people. So I quietly opened the system store and bought a 4-pound rabbit, already skinned, $7 a pound. I chopped them both into pieces and rinsed them clean in fresh water. Shame it's not cold enough yet. The fur's still thin, so the pelt won't sell for much, I said as I chopped. Rabbits eat grass, so the meat's a little gamey. You've got to season it heavy to make it fragrant. Season it with what? Do we even have any? That medicine chest the old clan elder gave us is full of it. A lot of the seasonings are medicinal herbs, actually. Go scrub the pot and get the fire going. I'll grab them. Time to cheat again, on the sly. I pulled open that empty drawer at the bottom of the medicine chest and reached in. Sayoko, Sichuan peppercorns, fennel, bay leaves, dried tangerine peel, and 2 dried chilies, all just sitting there out of nowhere. Back at the stove, I tossed everything into the pot and was about to add the oil when Jin Feng, quick as a flash, plucked out the 2 dried chilies. Why'd you take out the chilies? That's the best thing for killing the gaminess and bringing out the flavor. But she blushed and lowered her voice. I can't eat that. The old folks say chilies carry hot toxins. If a woman eats them, her babies come out covered in bumps. She paused, her voice dropping even lower. There might be something happening tonight. I played dumb. Something like what? She shot me a look, blushing even harder. What do you think? Behind closed doors, you and me, that thing. Don't you want to? I gave a couple of low chuckles but didn't answer, though my hands never stopped. The hot oil released the fragrance of the spices. The rabbit went into the pot and sizzled. I added water, brought it to a rolling boil, then let it simmer low and slow. Before long, the whole house smelled of meat. She didn't want the chilies in, so I left them out. So what if the flavor's a little off? As long as you say there'll be that thing tonight, I'll leave out whatever you tell me to. We ate a hearty meal of rabbit, then cleaned up in a hurry. Jin Feng sidled up to me, her voice so soft it could melt. You've eaten your fill this time, so you should have plenty of energy now, right? Let's see just how bad you can be. Newlyweds, there's no holding back with a thing like that. The sky wasn't even fully dark yet before the bedroom door was shut tight. The sound of panting inside went on, never letting up. Finally, it stopped. I lay sprawled across the Kong, my whole body soft. Jean Feng smiled and said, "You're really wicked, wicked to the bone." After a moment, she sighed again. Marriage really is a good thing. Marry the right man. Find yourself a real man, and it's all worth it. When I didn't respond, she gave me a little shove, feigning annoyance. "Why don't you ask me for it?" I rolled over lazily. "No need to ask for something like that. Just hold yourself back if you can." "But I can't help it. I just don't want to wear you out." She wasn't the least bit embarrassed. "That's not what I'm talking about, though. What else could you need me to ask you for?" She said it casually. "Getting you a younger one, taking another wife, and changing my fate while we're at it." I sat straight up. "What did you just say?" She sat up too, pinching my arm as she did, and hard. Are you going to ask me or not?" I bore the pain, still smiling. "I've got a wonderful wife like you. We live sweet as can be. How could I ever want anything more?" She pouted and smacked me, then sighed. "I don't really want you to take another wife either. It's mainly about changing my fate, and even more about those 2 acres of land. Whether it changes my fate, I couldn't say, but 2 acres of good land are as real as it gets. Others have already jumped ahead of us, didn't you know?" Of course I knew. 2 well-off families had already brought their concubines to kowtow before the old clan elder. The elder had handed over the kowtow money in front of everyone, a full string of copper coins. He'd untied the cord, pulled out 2 coins, and said this was the difference between wife and concubine. The land was granted just the same. Some praised the elder for his careful principles. But most people didn't care about those 2 coins. They just watched those families finish their kowtows and haul the copper coins, grain, and cloth all back home. Marrying a wife and taking a concubine came with perks like that. To keep his descendants flourishing, the old elder was really going all out. The whole thing spread like wildfire. A few days back, while we were fixing up the house, the clan wives helping in the kitchen talked about it plenty. Some said it was good, some said it wasn't fair. One of the clan's sisters-in-law quietly told Jean Feng, "You ought to be generous about it. Grab the ready-made benefits while you can. 1 more person means 1 more pair of hands to work. Lead 1 more monkey, and you get 3 more measures of strength." Jean Feng hesitated. "Those 2 acres of irrigated land, would they really give them to us? That's worth more than gold." The sister-in-law laughed. "A man with money in his pocket won't stay honest. If he really goes out looking on his own, could you stop him? Better to pick one out for him yourself. Find an obedient, honest girl, bring her in, and she'll be easier to keep in line." Jean Feng listened, and her heart really did start to stir. An obedient, honest girl. Was there really such a person? Suddenly one person popped into her head. Yang Mianhua. She nudged me again. "Have you heard of Yang Mianhua? The girl from Xiaowazi village." I'd heard a few things about Yang Mianhua, just not the whole story. As it turned out, she was a distant relative of Jinfeng's family. Mianhua's mother was a distant aunt on Jinfeng's side, known since childhood for being capable. Quite. She was heavily pregnant, due any day, but still couldn't sit still. Off she went to the cotton field to pick cotton, insisting the work wasn't hard. Then the labor pains hit. She lay in the field, unable to get up, and ended up giving birth right there among the cotton plants. So they named the girl Cotton. Cotton grew up fair-skinned and clever with her hands, skilled at every kind of work, indoors and out. But it was exactly this competence that did her in. Her mother had a hard life. Even when she fell ill, she couldn't bear to spend money on medicine, and years of overwork wore her down. After giving birth to Cotton's little brother, her health collapsed completely. Cotton was only in her teens when her mother passed. People urged her father to remarry. He just shook his head. "We've only got 2 acres of dry land. Where would I get the money for another wife? At least I've got a son now. We'll make do." Luckily, Cotton was so capable that she took over running the household early on. Washing, cooking, she learned it all in no time. Spinning and weaving, she mastered them fast. When she reached marrying age, fair and pretty with a fine figure, matchmakers wore down the threshold at their door. But her father would only sigh and lay it out plain. "It's not that I don't want to marry her off. But if she goes, Who'll do the washing and cooking, the spinning and sewing? My son and I can't manage any of it. Let's get a wife for her brother first, so there's someone to keep house. Then we'll talk about Cotton's marriage." The matchmakers rolled their eyes in frustration. The brother was still young, and they were a poor family. How could he possibly marry early? Keeping such a fine girl at home just to do the work, wasting her life away. Her father was a hard man. No amount of talking could budge him. And so Cotton missed her prime and became an old maid. By the time her brother grew up and married, her father had died too. The moment the sister-in-law moved in, the brother started scrambling to marry Cotton off. But at her age, good matches were hard to come by. The men the matchmakers brought were either widowers with children or old bachelors with nothing to their name. Neither Cotton nor her brother agreed to any of them, saying they'd wait a while longer. Last New Year's Eve, Cotton made the holiday dinner. It wasn't lavish, but at least there was meat and vegetables, a full table's worth. Then the sister-in-law brought over an empty bowl, scooped a little from each dish into it, and set it down in Cotton's room. "Sister-in-law, on New Year's it's family that sits at the table together. But you'll be marrying off sooner or later, so why don't you just eat in your room?" That was when Cotton finally understood. After slaving away for this family all these years, in the end, she was an outsider, not even fit to sit at the table. That hard-hearted father was dead too, and there wasn't a soul to speak up for her. Cotton cried over it many times. When Jinfeng heard, she flew into a rage on the spot. That foolish girl. Why didn't she go and flip that table over? What an outrage. Being an old maid herself, Jinfeng couldn't stand this kind of thing. But not everyone saw it that way. Some even took the sister-in-law's side, trotting out the old saying that an elder sister-in-law is like a mother. A woman toiling and worrying in her husband's home. That's just her duty. You've heard of a younger brother treating his sister-in-law like a mother, but who ever heard of treating an older sister like one's own mother? The words stung, and they were hard to argue against. And Cotton, being too soft by nature, just swallowed the whole thing down. I swallowed hard. Jinfeng gave me a nudge. "Cotton's got a gentle nature. Don't you go bullying her. She's a clever, sweet girl. You'd better treat her right." I answered offhandedly, and it was the truth too. As long as she's pretty and capable and settles down to a steady life, why would there be any bullying? But inside I understood. You're sharp as they come. You brought her home precisely because you know how soft she is. You don't have to tell me that. Don't I know my own sister? Jinfeng shifted the subject. "No, you'd better beg me properly. Say what you will, I've found you another one." Before she finished, I flipped over and pinned her down, grinning wickedly. "How should I beg? Tell me, will a nice kiss do?" "No, that's taking advantage." I slid down and knelt on the Kong. "Will begging on my knees do? I'm begging you to find me another little wife." Jinfeng lay there, smug all over her face. "Now that's more like it. You." Before she finished, something fell off. I'd already lifted her legs and moved in close. "Don't you dare. Not allowed. No cheating. Too much of this will wear your body down." "Absolutely not." She refused for dear life, so all I could do was carry on for a bit and give up. We joked a couple more times, then I rolled over and fell fast asleep, snoring away. That got her pouting and cursing me. "You really are heartless. You got off easy. I must have owed you from a past life." The next day, she asked one of the clan's aunties to go to Xiaowazi village and inquire at Cotton's home. Jinfeng gave solemn instructions. Cotton wasn't to be treated as a lesser wife. The two sisters would stand as equals. That auntie loved minding other people's business and had a way with words, a born matchmaker. She went off cheerfully. Quick on her feet, she was back by afternoon. The moment she stepped in, she laughed. "Oh my, 10 some miles there and back. If you weren't family, I wouldn't have made the trip. It's settled, and they even fed me a good meal." Cotton said any man's sister Jinfeng picks couldn't be wrong, that she'd never suffer following sister Jinfeng, and to come fetch her tomorrow. No need to fuss over the formalities. It went that smoothly. Beaming, I gave the matchmaker a few pounds of millet as thanks and heaped on plenty of nice words. I'd just seen the matchmaker off when my mother-in-law showed up at the door. She came in with a long face. When I greeted her, she ignored me completely, just shot me a sidelong glance. Jinfeng hurried to pull her along, leading her here and there. I heard her mother grumble. "You two really are something. No wedding, fine, but you should at least come back for the traditional 3-day visit." It's been days now, and I, your own mother, have had to come see you instead. Oh, she'd already found out about the matchmaking business. From that face, she had plenty of objections. I'd become that boy in her mouth. But Jinfeng pulled her mother over to see the rabbits in the pit. Her mother frowned. No matter how I look at them, they don't seem like wild rabbits. And this pit's dug all wrong. We raised rabbits at home. Have you forgotten? It wasn't right for me to stay. The mother and daughter couldn't hash it out. And if a fight broke out, I'd only. Ugly. While they were talking, I said hello, mentioned I had business with the old clan chief, and quietly slipped away. Let those two women hash it out. Adding another word wouldn't help. If the fire spread to me, I'd have nowhere to plead my case. Let my wife handle it. That's her own mother. Nothing bad would happen. I wandered around the village, bored out of my mind. When I snuck back to the door and listened, everything was quiet. My mother-in-law must have left, so I finally went inside. The moment Jinfeng saw me, she got annoyed. Nice job dodging the trouble. Left me alone to get nagged at. All the good stuff's yours. All the headaches are mine. She'd been wronged, so I had to let her vent. Just as I was about to say something soft to smooth things over, she sighed. Forget it, it's fine now. This home of ours, no matter how rundown or small, is still a home, and we too call the shots here. How we live is up to us to figure out, and even my own mother has no say. But you've got to step up, make a good life, and make people respect us. Even her own mother had no say. Looks like it was settled. I'd be marrying Mianhua after all. This wife of mine, she's really something. I patted my chest. Don't you worry. I might be making money soon. See that medical kit the old clan chief gave me? When I've got time, I'll carry it around and earn some coin. There are two most profitable trades in this world. One's highway robbery, and the other's even more profitable than robbery. It's selling medicine. Robbing folks can only strip them bare, but selling medicine? You can get them out borrowing money just to pay you back. Now tell me, isn't that a good deal? Jinfeng cut me off. Enough, quit showing off. These past couple of days you're either bragging about how rich you are or how good you are at making money. Isn't it just that you saw other men take on a second wife, and now you want me to arrange one for you too? Well, you got what you wanted. Happy now. Caught red-handed. All I could do was grin like a fool. You. At least you had the sense to win me over first instead of sneaking off to do it on your own. That means I still count for something in your eyes. She sighed again. Fine. This is just my lot in life, I suppose. I was about to sweet-talk her some more when she glared at me. Tonight you're only allowed plain porridge. Go to bed early. Big day tomorrow. I scratched my head. Just porridge doesn't sit right with me. A steamed bun would do too. Or, how about tonight I beg you again? Her eyes went wide. You behave yourself tonight. Save your strength for consummating things with your little bride. I straightened right up. Landing a good wife like this. All I have to do is listen. What more could I want? The next day, I went to borrow the old clan chief's little donkey cart again. When he heard it was to fetch the new bride, he lent it to me without a second thought. The two of us climbed onto the cart and rolled leisurely toward Zaiwazi village. The little donkey's hooves went clip-clop, trotting steadily along the road, pulling the cart, obedient as could be. No need to fuss over driving it. Holding the whip, I turned back and asked, I could have gone alone. No need to tire yourself out too. Jinfeng huffed. Please, I'll fetch my little sister myself. Shows how gracious I am as the head wife. Besides, that sister-in-law of Mianhua's is no pushover, and you. There are some things that are hard to say if I go alone. I'm just a woman. Whether I speak gently or harshly, nobody takes me seriously. But if I do come down hard and things get awkward, you're a grown man. You can smooth it over. That made sense. When a woman says something harsh, a man only needs to say, ah, women's talk. Why take it to heart? Come now, don't be so petty. And most of the time, that's the end of it. That sister-in-law was no pushover. She wouldn't even let Mianhua sit at the table to eat. Maybe she was pushing her to marry quickly. Maybe she had some other motive, or maybe she just wanted to show off. In this house, she called the shots. A few miles passed, and before I knew it, we'd arrived. Mianhua's younger brother was already waiting at the door. A small crowd of onlookers gathered beside him. The moment we parked, he came bustling over, ushered us inside, and the gawkers poured in after us. We'd barely sat down when the brother said warmly, My sister's just a little older, 25 or 26. but her character and looks are absolutely first-rate. The wife you already have is about that age too, right? So I figure you don't mind an older bride. Back then, girls married at 15 or 16, so 25 or 26 really was considered old. But to me, a man from a future age, 25 or 26, was exactly the right age. I chuckled. I mostly care about the person. I'm not particular about that sort of thing. The sister-in-law cut in. Come to think of it, our two families are relatives, and your side says you're not picky anyway. So let's just wrap this up nice and clean. Then she turned toward the inner room and shouted, Sister-in-law, come on out. Stop hiding in there. Come meet him. This Zhang Jingshan looks like quite the fine young man to me. I frowned slightly. This sister-in-law really was hard to deal with. She showed her husband's older sister not a shred of respect, ordering her around like an elder bossing a junior. But since we'd agreed there'd be no ceremony, I let it slide. Mianhua came out from the inner room, looking a little lost. Fair-skinned, just as I'd heard, delicate features, a nice figure too. It was just that meek, downcast look of hers. Was she this restrained even in her own home? Or was she just a bit shy at the sight of me? Mianhua's old clothes were washed clean, but there was a patch on the elbow. They knew someone was coming to fetch her today, and they still couldn't spare her a single new outfit? Her brother and sister-in-law, by contrast, wore clothes that weren't new but were neat and proper, without a single patch. I sneered inwardly. This older sister really had no standing in this house. Chao Jinfeng stepped forward briskly, took Mianhua's hand, and smiled. Sister, listening to me won't steer you wrong. Take a look at the man I picked for you. What do you think? Mianhua glanced up quickly, then dropped her head again, looking even more ill at ease. A grown woman, still so bashful. She and Chao Jinfeng really were two different types. Chao Jinfeng never wore that timid little wife expression. Mianhua's brother went on. My sister's needlework and cooking are beyond reproach. She's just a bit older. We won't ask much for the bride price either. Say, 2 taels of silver. I stood there stunned, and so did Chao Jinfeng. The matchmaker had never mentioned anything about 2 taels of silver. Mianhua's face went pale in an instant. Clearly, she hadn't known either. The sister-in-law added with a smile, word's been out for a while. When you go back to bow before the clan elder, the elder's reward money for the bow is a full 2 strings of coins. That's 2 taels of silver. You can afford it. The brother chimed in even faster. A big bride price shows my sister's got standing. We really didn't dare ask for more. The people around us started whispering to each other. The groom gives the bride price, the bride's family gives the dowry, and both are supposed to be settled with the matchmaker in advance. These 2 brothers knew full well we had money, deliberately kept it from the matchmaker, and now brought it up in front of everyone. If I didn't pay up, I'd look cheap, and I'd lose face. I glanced at Mianhua, who stood there helpless, then at Chao Jinfeng, frozen in place. I reached into my coat. The loose silver from the system space dropped into my palm in an instant. I set the silver gently on the table. Take a look. Is that enough? The pieces were all small, but together they came to a full 2 taels. The brother snatched them up, weighing them again and again in his hand, and kept saying, That's enough. That's plenty. Chao Jinfeng immediately pulled Mianhua to her feet. Sister, pack your things. We're leaving. The sister-in-law smiled and followed along. Sister-in-law, let me help you. The 3 of them went into the inner room. Before long, the sister-in-law's voice came from inside. Sister-in-law, I can't find my comb. How about you leave this one for me? Chao Jinfeng answered, her voice cold and hard. If you can't find it, keep looking. You can't even keep track of your own comb. What good are you? Given her temper, she wasn't about to be pleasant. A moment later, Mianhua came out holding a small bundle. That was all she owned, just that little bit. Chao Jinfeng followed, carrying a thin quilt, and said flatly, My sister doesn't even have a mattress. You had her sleeping on wheat straw. I'm taking the quilt. You can keep the straw. The brother gave an awkward smile, thick-skinned as ever. The family's poor, so this is all we could do. Once my sister's with you, she'll surely be well off, and I can rest easy. He wanted to keep spinning pretty words, but Chao Jinfeng had run out of patience and just tossed out, Let's go. Quilt tucked under one arm. She took Mianhua by the hand and headed out. I stood up and followed them out with a smile. The brother and his wife trailed behind, making small talk. We're family now, so let's visit often. Keeping in touch is what makes us close. Even I couldn't be bothered to listen to that nonsense. When a woman gets married, the thing that brings her the most standing isn't the bride price, it's the dowry. The dowry is a woman's own property, the backbone that lets her hold her head up in her husband's home. Taking the bride price and giving not a cent of dowry, then covering it up with pretty words. What's the point of that? Xiao Jinfeng helped Mianhua up onto the donkey cart. I cracked the whip, and the donkey slowly started moving, carrying us away from that household. Out of the village, Mianhua finally let out a soft sigh. I never thought my own brother, the one I raised, would act like this. He never once mentioned a bride price. Xiao Jinfeng comforted her. Our man's got money, several pouches of silver. I've seen them with my own eyes. What's two tails? Us two sisters. We'll stick with him and make a good life. Living well beats everything else. Mianhua was quiet for a long moment before murmuring. Sis, our man bought me for 2 taels of silver, and my family didn't give a single thing for a dowry. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. Xiao Jinfeng brushed it off. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't bring much of a dowry either. Making a good life together, that's what's real. Everything else doesn't matter. I drove the cart and stayed out of it. But I was thinking, Mianhua was already soft by nature, and after this whole ordeal, she'd have even less backbone. Still, it worked out. 2 women, one strong and one meek, actually got along better this way, so they wouldn't be fighting every day. After a while, I reined in the donkey cart. I've got to take care of something. Wait here. I ducked into the cornfield by the road, walked in a few steps, and relieved myself. Looking up at the corn, I saw it was thriving. The silks had already turned red. A few more days, and it'd be ready for harvest. When I got back to the cart, the 2 women laughed. We've got business too. And they dove straight into the depths of the cornfield. I waited a while, then a while longer, getting more impatient by the minute. Why did women have to be so much trouble, taking this long? I couldn't help but call out into the field a couple of times before I finally saw the 2 of them shuffling out, chatting and giggling, taking their sweet time. Just before reaching the edge of the field, Xiao Jinfeng crouched down and pulled up a wild herb. This land got watered a while back. Look how plump this purslane is, so tender. Mianhua chimed in. Whoever farms this is hardworking. Not a single weed, and they fertilized it too. The new wild greens are all this big. I laughed. These 2 women had gone off to pick wild greens from someone else's field. Then they spotted a patch of amaranth on the slope of a furrow and started pinching off the tender tips. Too bad it's autumn now. The amaranth's gotten tough. Let's just take the tips, Xiao Jinfeng said. The old stems can be pickled and eaten too. Just uses up a lot of salt, Mianhua replied. These 2 were endless. Bored at the cart, I casually picked up a few pebbles from the ground to fiddle with. Only when their arms were too full to hold any more did they finally head back, satisfied. Mianhua cried out in delight again. Look, there's a huge patch of prostrate spurge growing over there. Dried out. That's good medicine. Pull it up and take it home. Xiao Jinfeng said. Watching them get busy all over again, I was more bored than ever. I tossed the pebbles up and caught them, killing time. 1, 2, easy to catch. 3, barely. 4, no chance. They scattered all over the ground. Then a thought flashed through my mind. I couldn't catch them, but could the system space? I grabbed. For stones tossed into the air, a flicker of thought, and every one of them, falling, vanished into the space. My heart pounded. Another flick of will, and the 4 stones reappeared in my palm. I hurled them higher this time, watching as they hurtled straight back toward me. Then a single thought, and they were all whisked into the system's space. I nearly laughed out loud. So the system could do this too. It was practically invincible. All this time I'd only known it could buy, sell, and store a few things. Now I understood, it could pull objects out of thin air like this. Then it hit me. If someone on a battlefield shot arrows at me, couldn't I just pull every incoming arrow into the space? Then they'd never be able to touch me. Wouldn't that make me impervious to blade and arrow alike? It had to work. I could snatch away 4 stones about to hit me without breaking a sweat. Arrows would be no different. Still riding the excitement, the 2 women came up beside me, piled the wild greens onto the cart, and climbed on. Xiao Jinfeng snapped. All you know how to do is stand there like a fool. Couldn't lift a finger to help. What are you grinning about? Standing here all by yourself. Let's go. I answered cheerfully, right away. A crack of the whip, and the donkey clopped forward. To cover my excitement, I added over my shoulder. I wanted to help, but if the donkey ran off, we couldn't afford to replace it. Someone had to watch the cart. Mianhua looked puzzled. Then what were you grinning like that for? There was no explaining that, so I just gave a dumb little chuckle. Chao Jinfeng covered for me. He's just tickled pink. Married 2 wives in one go, smiling even in his sleep. I owned up to it freely. You got that right. 2 wives, both good-looking and both know how to keep a household running. How could I not be happy? Almost at the same moment, both women spoke up. Chao Jinfeng, you don't mind that I'm dark? Mianhua, you don't mind that I'm big? Then they both clamped their mouths shut. Now it was their turn to feel awkward. Seeing no one on the road, I got smug. What are you two on about? What's wrong with dark? Dark and firm, smooth to the touch, nothing but a pleasure. And 20-something isn't old. It's the prime age for bearing children. Give me a couple more little ones. Haha. Mianhua's whole face flushed red, and she dropped her head, saying nothing. Chao Jinfeng spat. Talking such filthy nonsense in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid someone hears and laughs at you? I stood my ground. They're both my lawfully wedded wives. Who's going to laugh? Besides, there's not a soul out here. Or, we could go home, shut the door, and I'll tell you all about it real nice. This time Chao Jinfeng went quiet. Mianhua hesitated a long while, then murmured, then keep your voice down at least. I couldn't help laughing out loud. This woman was just too adorable. Chao Jinfeng rolled her eyes. Sister, let's not spoil him. The 3 of us chatted and joked our way home. We came to a crossroads where a few people had set up stalls. It was a small market. No holiday, no festival, so few things for sale and few buyers. Just a few dozen folks coming and going. Pretty deserted. I hadn't planned on stopping, but then I overheard Mianhua whisper to Chao Jinfeng. Sis, there's a griddle for making pancakes over there. Wonder if it's any good. Clearly she wanted to browse, but was too shy to say so herself, so she put the words in Chao Jinfeng's mouth. Sure enough, Chao Jinfeng said, let's stop for a bit. I tied the donkey to a tree by the road, and the 3 of us wandered off together. The market was so small it wouldn't take long anyway. The 2 women headed straight for the griddle cellar. I ambled over to take a look too. The griddle was a big round iron plate with 3 stubby legs, used for making pancakes. I didn't know the first thing about them, so I kept my mouth shut. Mianhua, though, had a practiced eye. She murmured, new griddle, used a few times. Fired by a beginner, the heat wasn't even. If you cook pancakes on it now, the heat'll be uneven and they'll come out lousy. She kept her voice low, but the seller heard her anyway and snapped. You buying or not? If you're not, quit running your mouth. I stepped in with a smile. It's the ones who criticize that end up buying. If the price is right, we'll take it. What's your asking price? The man hesitated, then held up 5 fingers. 50 coppers. Ironware was tightly controlled by the court and had always been pricey. At that price, he was already taking a loss. Still, I shook my head and started pulling the 2 women away. The man got anxious. I'm selling this at a loss, I swear. You won't find a new one for this price. I lowered my voice and chuckled. And why are you selling at a loss? Because it's no good, that's why. Who sells something useful at a loss? I'm not about to make my wife work with a clumsy piece of junk. Better to pay a little more and buy new. I led the 2 women away. Mianhua muttered under her breath, 50 coppers really is a losing price. Why didn't you haggle? I could refire that griddle good as new, just as easy to use. It'd only cost a bit of lard. Chao Jinfeng laughed. Never mind him. He knows what he's doing. When it comes to matters outside the home, we listen to the man. I paid it no mind and walked over to an old man selling gourd dippers. I picked one up and examined it closely. The old man struck up a conversation. Been making gourd dippers for decades. Not a single one cracks. Cheap too. Cheap indeed. I handed over a few coppers, and the old man cheerfully gave me several gourds of different sizes, throwing in 2 dippers to boot. Dippers were for scooping water, and gourds for holding wine and oil. These days oil and wine were precious, and jars and pots risked shattering and wasting everything. Gourds were light, sturdy, and the most practical choice. The neighboring stall had soybeans laid out. I crouched down for a look. The beans were uneven in size, some shriveled. The vendor, a middle-aged fellow, said sheepishly, "These are from stalks that have been threshed a few times." My wife's meticulous. She went back through and picked out the unripe pods. Not the best quality, but cheap. Beans like these wouldn't fetch much, but they'd make perfect feed. I bought a small bag, planning to give it to the old clan chief. I was always borrowing his donkey cart, and it'd be rude not to offer a little fodder in return. Even for an elder, you couldn't just take advantage, or next time you really wouldn't be able to borrow it. We're out of the market now. A little further on, someone was selling a cotton gin, and it caught Cotton's eye again. The machine was made of old oak. It had some years on it. It should have been a pale apricot yellow, but time had turned it chestnut brown. Oak is hard and wear-resistant, perfect for making a cotton gin. Seeing the gleam in Cotton's eyes, I laid my hand on it and activated the system. Ding! Ancient wooden cotton gin. No collector or practical value. Worth 0 yuan. Store it in your space? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 0 yuan. That was harsh. Then it hit me. The system priced things by modern commercial value. This machine was no antique. The wood was ordinary, and it was useless in the modern world. So of course it was worth nothing. But it still had plenty of good years left in it. Looking at the light in Cotton's eyes, and seeing Chao Jinfeng was tempted too, I smoothly asked the price, haggled, and closed the deal. Both women were clearly thrilled. It struck me then, modern women need new clothes, good food, bags, and jewelry to go shopping happily. These two beamed like this just because I'd bought them a cotton gin to work with. Once we'd made our round, everyone headed back with their purchases. The man selling the griddle came chasing after us and lowered his voice. Looks like you really did come to buy. You still want that griddle? Name a price if you do. I held up 3 fingers. He hesitated a moment, then actually nodded. Sold. I'll load it onto your cart. 30 coppers for a pancake griddle. Both women were delighted. I felt a little helpless. An item this old, you really couldn't find in the system store. As the donkey cart rolled back, I felt a twinge of guilt. The whole trip, I hadn't managed to buy either woman a single nice thing. Yet they were happier than anyone. Cotton Yang chattered away. We got a pancake griddle for so cheap. What a steal. Why didn't you buy it at first? Oh, you were waiting for him to drop the price himself. Chao Jinfeng chimed in with a smile. Our man's got a sharp mind. He never comes out short, no matter who he's dealing with. When we get back, we'll burn plenty of firewood to smoke and season the griddle evenly, then rub it down with lard a few times. Cotton Yang was getting more animated by the second. The pancakes I make will be fragrant and never stick, I guarantee it. Your pancake making is famous for miles around. Chao Jinfeng's eyes shone. Now we're in for a treat. I drove the cart in silence, but my heart was churning. Poor as they were, they didn't crave fine food or fancy clothes. They only cared about how to make the days ahead better. A single pancake could make them this happy. These were the kind of women who truly wanted to build a life with you. I'd married right, and married two at once. Count your blessings, Zhang Jingshan. At the village entrance, the old clan chief's house was closest, so we went there first. The old clan chief was at his door with a few others. We were chatting when I spotted the donkey cart in the distance. He stood up with a big grin. So you brought your new bride home? You've done well for yourself, kid. He looked me up and down. And you even talked Jinfeng into coming along to fetch her. Sisters getting along. That's a blessing for you. I answered modestly. Like I told you, this new one is Jinfeng's distant cousin. The wife I married knows how to make room for others. The old clan chief glanced at the things on the cart and nodded, satisfied. Never mind all that. Bring the girl over here to kowtow. He probably assumed the stuff on the cart was her dowry. He didn't ask, so I didn't explain. I pulled young Mianhua forward, and she gave a proper kowtow. That was the real reason we'd come today. The old chief handed over the ceremonial money and told the younger folks to unload the cloth and grain. These were the old wedding customs. I quickly handed over the little sack of soybeans. Just some shriveled beans knocked off the stalks. Not much to look at. Good for feed. They're for you, old man. He took it, opened it up, and looked inside. To my surprise, he nodded. You know this donkey cart is my personal property, so you don't borrow it for free. Some folks forget that. They come asking to use it like it's owed to them. He rolled the small, shriveled beans between his fingers. You've changed a lot, kid. You've learned how the world works, and your life's not what it used to be either. He assumed I'd gathered them myself. In truth, I'd bought them for a few coins. I didn't explain, just changed the subject. Starting a family means you've got to think long-term. Otherwise, it won't just be me going hungry. I drag my wife into freezing right along with me, and that's just no good. The old chief nodded again and again. Right, right. Now you've got the right idea. Take your things home, and when you bring the cart back, come to my place. I've got something to tell you. I agreed, but I was puzzled. Did we really need the cart just to haul this little bit? Why make me come all the way out here? Could it be the old chief had something private he wanted to say to me alone? There were too many people around just then, so I didn't press it. I drove the cart and brought my two wives home. As we neared the gate, the little black dog squeezed out through the crack in the yard door, wagging its tail and yipping happily as it rushed toward us. Chow Jinfeng grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. So you know how to greet your master, huh? What are you doing running off instead of guarding the house? Take a look, you've got a new master now. She handed the dog to Mianhua. But the little black dog wilted, its eyes wide, panting nervously, shy around strangers. Mianhua laughed. Such a little black dog, and a good-looking one too. Tie him up tight so nobody steals him. The first thing we did when we got inside was unload the cart. As I worked, I said, I've got to hurry and get the cart back. The donkey hasn't been watered or fed yet any longer, and it won't be able to hold up. The women came to help, and in no time we had it emptied. I turned the cart around and headed straight for the old chief's place. By the time I got back, the crowd of gawkers had scattered. Turns out they came to watch me and my new bride do the ceremonial bows. The old clan chief was still waiting at the gate. I pulled into the yard, parked, and was just untying the donkey when Zhang Jingshuang, the clan chief's second son, sidled up. Not bad, little brother. Took yourself another young wife, and a fair, pretty one too. Makes a man jealous. Come on, Jingshuang, don't tease me. The old chief took the donkey's lead. You two talk. I'll put the donkey in the shed. The way things looked, it wasn't the old chief who had something to say, it was Jingshuang. Sure enough, he lowered his voice, his face all mysterious. Come to my room. We haven't talked in ages, us brothers. I gave a grunt of agreement and followed him in. Nobody else was inside. Jingshuang had me sit down, then smiled in a way that carried some deeper meaning. Looks like you've got plenty of fire in you. We're close, us brothers, so I'll just come out and say it. The moment he opened his mouth, I nearly laughed out loud, half amused, half exasperated. The old chief had gone absolutely mad in his obsession with adding sons to the clan. There were a lot of widows in the village. Some of them had only daughters and no sons. Some didn't even have daughters. In those days, having no son was a matter of the utmost gravity. Farming ran on brute strength, and a household without a grown man in it could barely get by. The moment the man of the house closed his eyes for the last time, a sonless family's property would get carved up by others. That was nothing unusual. So some of the younger widows started scheming. While they were still of childbearing age, they wanted to remarry. If they married within the clan, the old chief welcomed it. But marrying an outsider meant leaving the clan behind, and after that the clan would wash its hands of them. The old chief's logic there was fair enough. But then complications arose. A few of the young widows didn't want to marry out, and there was no one in the clan to take them. Some couldn't bear to leave their homes. Others were held back by their in-laws. With the son already gone, if the daughter-in-law left too, what would become of the two old folks? So someone came up with an idea: borrow a seed. Of course, it had to be done in secret. They'd find some pretext. A whole crew would go over to the widow's place to help out. Fixing the roof, patching a wall, digging a root cellar. There was always a reason. Once dark fell, the others would make their excuses and clear out, leaving a few young men behind, who wouldn't leave until the small hours of the morning. I frowned. Why does it have to be several men? Who dreamed up this rotten idea? Jingshuang shook his head and smiled. One of the mothers-in-law came up with it. It's not hard to figure out, really. When the child's born, nobody would know whose seed it was. Not even the mother could say for sure. That way the child stays with that family forever and never goes looking for a father on the outside for the rest of his life. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That mother-in-law, honestly. Jingshuang waved a hand to cut me off, grinning wickedly. Enough chit-chat. If you've got some free time these next few days, say the word. Go with Jingwu and the others and plaster the wall for that widow's place out back of the village. Use your head, though. Don't go finishing the job too fast. I shook my head right away. I don't have time. I won't have time for a good long while. I really don't. Jingshuang froze. and it took him a moment to come back to himself. I never figured you would say no, but isn't that a good thing? It'd give the clan another child and give the widow someone to lean on. Don't worry about safety. That mother-in-law would keep watch at the door. Hell, she might even wait on you 2 hand and foot. I laughed and cut straight to it. I've got 2 women at home already. I can barely keep up. That kind of thing's easy enough. You won't have any trouble finding someone. Jingshuang laughed too, but it came out awkward. Finding someone's not the hard part. There are men lining up to beg me for it. But that family's mother-in-law asked for you by name. Says you survived a brush with death, so you're bound to have good fortune coming. Maybe you'll bring some luck. You've got all your limbs, and the daughter-in-law's happy about it too. I shook my head again, spelling it out word by word. Brother Jingshuang, honestly, my life's just gotten settled. I don't want to stir up trouble, and I sure don't want to leave any problems behind. I appreciate your kindness on this, but I'll be on my way. When I first sat down, we'd been chatting easy enough, but the second I flat out refused, the mood turned stiff. No point talking more. It'd just get more awkward. I stood up and left them with one last line on my way out. I'm not the type to run my mouth. As far as I'm concerned, I never heard any of this. Go on and live your life. A few steps out the door, I said my goodbyes to the old clan elder in the courtyard and hurried off. The old elder clearly knew about it. That's why he'd called me over in the first place. No wonder he'd talked in riddles. No wonder he wouldn't say it plain in front of others. Turns out it was the kind of thing you couldn't say out loud. If my wife ever found out about this, there'd be hell to pay. Old elder, oh old elder, he'd really lost his mind. Though I suppose it wasn't easy for him either. My thoughts wandered the whole way home. With no one around, I used the system store to buy a few steamed buns and tucked them into a little cloth bag before heading inside. When I saw Chow Jin Feng, I stuffed the buns into her arms. The old elder's family steamed buns today. They came right out of the pot, and he gave me 2. Feel them, still warm, right? She touched them, and sure enough they were warm. She scolded me playfully. Why are you so simple? Someone offers you something, and you actually take it? You used their cart today, and now you're taking their buns too. Yang Mianhua laughed as well. Big steamed buns are for New Year's and holidays, or you only see them at banquets. It's neither. Is it right to take theirs? I protested loudly. You too, don't gang up on me. I know what I'm doing. When you deal with the elder, the worst thing is being all prim and proper. When folks treat us well, you just remember it. You don't go pushing it back and forth. Being too polite just makes things awkward. Get it? The 2 women pressed their lips together and smiled. Aren't you something? But my heart felt strangely hollow. Of course I was something. Too bad some of my somethings, like a mother-in-law asking for me by name to come over and do the work, with the daughter-in-law happy about it too. Those were things I couldn't tell you if my life depended on it. Frustrating as hell. Yang Mianhua was eager to show off her skills. She set up the griddle for making flatbread and got the fire going, using the old thatch she'd stripped off the roof. Heating the griddle worked the same as warming up a pot. Heating until it started smoking, then heated it evenly and rubbed lard into it over and over. Done. She clapped her hands, satisfied. Once the oil soaks in, it'll be perfect to use tomorrow. We had some corn the old clan chief had given us. The 2 women grabbed a handful and set it to soak in clean water, saying that once it swelled up soft they could grind it into a paste for making pancakes. Old Chiselhead had fixed the millstone too, and it worked just right. Cotton spoke timidly to Golden Phoenix. Sis, we don't have any dried sweet potatoes at home, but we've got plenty of millet. Have the master trade some millet for us. 1 pound of millet gets 4 or 5 pounds of dried sweet potato. Mix corn with dried sweet potato, and the pancakes taste good and keep you full. I noticed this girl still didn't quite dare to talk to me directly. When she had something to say to me, she'd go around the bush and say it to Golden Phoenix, or raise her voice a little so I'd overhear. Why the pitiful little wife act? I found it funny. We kowtowed to the chief, and he was already embarrassed handing over grain. No way he'd give us dried sweet potato. Besides, we'll be harvesting sweet potatoes in a couple days. What would I trade for it? They were used to hard times. Just being able to eat their fill was enough to satisfy them. Still, tonight's meal was truly a feast. Big white steamed buns and porridge. There were 2 dishes too, wild greens boiled and dressed with mashed garlic, plus the cracklings left over from rendering the lard, and a few pieces of salted rabbit meat. Golden Phoenix had set that rabbit meat aside on purpose. Little bone, lots of meat, and with extra salt it would keep longer. She picked out the biggest piece for Cotton and told the story with great flourish. You know what? That day up on the slope, we spotted a rabbit ducking into its hole. Cotton cut her off, blushing. Sis, you've told this twice already. Golden Phoenix didn't care one bit. Oh, have I? You're the one who taught me. Keep 3 rabbits at home, and you'll never fret over oil, salt, or vinegar. We got lucky that day and caught 3. And the master's got a ruthless hand. Before I could even say a word, he snapped one rabbit's neck just like that. Cotton laughed. The 3 rabbits means 3 females. You raise the babies they have and sell them, and that's how you buy oil, salt, and vinegar. 1 male and 1 female won't do it. We've got to get 2 more. Golden Phoenix turned to me. Hear that? Go up the mountain in the next couple days and catch 2 more. I nearly spat out my food. Catching rabbits was that easy? Bagging even 1 now and then counted as good luck. Those 3, I'd secretly bought 2 to pad the count. Cheating, basically. There's no reasoning with a woman. I mumbled a vague reply and picked up some purslane to go with my porridge. Honestly, the wild greens were crisp and smooth, and with the salt and mashed garlic, they didn't taste half bad. Had crossing over lowered even my sense of taste? After the meal was cleared away, the sun still hadn't set, and the 2 women went off to make the beds. Now here was a real problem. How were we going to sleep tonight? By rights, taking a second wife meant setting up another room. But my 3 rundown rooms only had a single earthen Kong built into one of them. Should I consummate things with Cotton and shoo Golden Phoenix off to another room? Or let Cotton sleep in that room, and I, running back and forth between 2 places? But that other house doesn't have a heated Kong. What happens when it gets cold? Neither woman brought it up, so I didn't dare either. Right now the 2 of them were making the beds, whispering to each other. Jinfeng murmured, "The setup's not great, I'll admit. I didn't bring a dowry either, just these 2 sets of bedding. When it gets dark, you can squeeze in under 1 blanket with me. What are close friends for, right?" Mianhua said something even softer, so quiet I couldn't catch it. Jinfeng burst out laughing, her voice rising a little. "Silly girl. It's your first time, you too. Close as we are, I'm not getting mixed up in that. I'll go keep watch in the yard. Won't come back in until it's pitch dark." The beds were made. Jinfeng walked over and gave me a kick, all serious. "You hear me? I'm going to feed the rabbits. I won't come in till it's dead of night." Another kick, then she turned and walked out, thoughtfully pulling the door shut behind her. I let out a long breath and walked toward the Kong. Mianhua sat on the edge of it, like she had something to say but didn't know where to start. She bit her lip, cheeks flushed. The sun should have been setting. There was still a little while before true darkness, enough time to say a few words. I wanted to put the young bride at ease too, but for a moment I didn't know what to say. "You don't have to be in such a rush to prove yourself," I said offhandedly. "In this family, all you have to do is live well. Don't hold back." But Mianhua lifted her head. "You bought all those little things on the way, and instead of going straight home, you took us to the old clan elder's house first. You wanted people to think I didn't come from my family empty-handed, didn't you?" I froze. "You and sister saved face for me. I'm grateful for that." Her voice was soft but earnest. "But the truth is, I did come with nothing. My brother even asked for 2 taels of silver as a bride price. From now on, I'll do whatever sister says, and whatever you say too." In the last dying light on the edge of the Kong, there was shyness in her eyes, and something more, a solemn resolve, like someone who'd burned their boats behind them. Suddenly I understood. For some people, being lowly isn't weakness. It's placing the entire weight of who they are on a single promise made to you. Yang Mianhua said nothing more. She pulled a white cloth from her bosom and spread it on the bed, then, head bowed, slowly began to undo her clothes. One layer after another came off, until all that was left was a red bodice. It clung to her skin but hid little of what lay beneath. Her fair, delicate body was revealed to me, bit by bit. She didn't dare look at me. Her voice was light as a feather. "This is what marriage is. Come here." I stepped forward and gently gathered her into my arms. Having lived 2 lives, no one knew better than I how to cherish a woman. As things unfolded, the young bride's breathing quickened, soft gasps escaping her, her body slowly growing warm. By the time her breathing settled, the sky was pitch black, and Chao Jinfeng still hadn't come in. After the storm passed, the young bride shed some of her shyness and even spoke up first. Sister said you were quite wicked. Turns out you really do know how to treat a woman. I laughed. In a few days, I'll be even worse tomorrow. As long as you two get along, I'll rest easy. Just as the words left my mouth, Chao Jinfeng pushed the door open, closed it behind her, and climbed onto the Kong too. Yang Mianhua sat up and held out the white cloth from beneath her. This was the custom of a concubine paying respect to the first wife. Chao Jinfeng glanced at it and lowered her voice. We sisters don't bother with all those old-fashioned rules. Just let's get along from now on. Then her voice rose sharply. Did he give you any trouble? If he did, you tell your big sister, and we won't let him off the hook. Yang Mianhua smiled shyly. Sis, stop it, you're embarrassing me. I couldn't be bothered with them, so I rolled over and played dead. I could faintly hear the two women whispering, but it was too soft to make out, so I just gave up listening. Before long, I actually drifted off to sleep. When I woke, the sky was already bright, and I could hear the sound of the millstone grinding out in the yard. I went out to look. The two women, each holding a wooden pole, were pushing the stone mill around in circles. The millstone turned slowly, and white corn batter oozed out from the cracks. Once the batter was ground, they started making pancakes. But that griddle was hard to work with, and they'd added too much oil the day before. When a ladle of batter hit it, white smoke shot up. Yang Mianhua fumbled around in a panic. The batter did cook, but it rolled into a lump under the spreader. Chao Jinfeng spread out the lump to cool, then tore off a piece and tasted it. It's actually pretty good. She tore off another piece and handed it to me, then broke off a small bit to feed the little black dog. The pup hugged the lump with its front paws and gnawed away happily. The second pancake barely held together. The third came out much better, and the fourth was nearly perfect. Yang Mianhua was famous for making pancakes. Turns out she really did have the touch. She folded a pancake over a few times and put it in my hand. I took a bite. Warm and soft. Can I roll a scallion in it and dip it in some sauce? Chao Jinfeng shot me a look. Peel the scallions yourself and roll your own. And go easy on the sauce. That costs money. I grinned and teased her. It's fine without sauce. Roll in some shredded pickles, sprinkle on a little sesame salt, and it's even better. Aren't you the little gourmet? She pretended to be annoyed. Go make it yourself and get out of the way. I grabbed a few pancakes and headed back to the room, chuckling. I ran them through the system for a check. These pancakes could sell for $4 or $5 a pound. Maybe I should sell them and swap for steamed buns? Nah, forget it. Pancakes rolled with veggies taste good too, and while they lose some texture after a while, at least they don't spoil. I lazed around the house for 2 days. Life was comfortable, but there wasn't much work to do around the house or in the fields. I couldn't just keep idling like this. I needed to make money. On the third day, I got my medicine box ready early and headed out. A traveling doctor doesn't make much, especially at my young age. People always want to see an older physician. I bought a fake beard from the system store and stuck it on, but the effect was only SOSO. That system store really had everything, though. All kinds of makeup supplies, fake beards of every sort. Looks like I need to learn how to do makeup properly going forward. But I wasn't worried about not making money as a traveling doctor. Once I was out the door, there were plenty of ways to bring in cash. Backpack of medicine slung over my shoulder, a tiger emblazoned banner in my left hand, and a physician's bell in my right, pressed close to my chest as I slowly shook it. Legend has it that the medicine king, Sun Simiao, once saved a tiger, which is why only true healers can carry the tiger banner. The bell in my hand is called a tiger holder. The higher you raise it, the greater your skill. But ordinary doctors don't dare hold it too high. They keep it close to the chest, leaving themselves some wiggle room. I wandered along, stopping here and there, treating a minor ailment or two. Passing an apothecary, I tucked away my tiger holder and stepped inside. For a traveling physician to restock supplies is nothing unusual. The clerk greeted me with a smile. What can I get for you, sir? But I pulled out a cloth sack and set it on the counter. Inside was rock sugar. I've got plenty of this on hand, I said with a grin. Do you buy it? Rock sugar had been invented long ago. References to candied hawthorn skewers aren't rare in old texts. But the traditional sugar-making process was complicated, time-consuming, low in yield, closely guarded, and expensive. Common folk couldn't afford it. so it was mostly used as medicine. The clerk took one look, about 2 caddies of rock sugar in the sack, and, unable to make the call himself, hurried off to fetch the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper came out, glanced at the sugar, sized me up, and frowned. Then, suddenly, he smiled. Well now, if it isn't an old friend. When do you grow your beard out so long? My heart sank. My disguise skills weren't up to par. This shopkeeper had met the original owner of this body a few times, and even with a fake beard on, I'd been recognized. I could only play along with a laugh. What can I say? Being a young doctor puts you at a disadvantage. Folks only trust the old ones, so I grew a beard to look older. The shopkeeper got chummy. Haven't seen your clan chief out practicing medicine in a while. Is the old man keeping well? Thanks for asking. The chief's healthy as ever, just tied up with clan business, so he's got me running around more. Haggling with an acquaintance is awkward. Worse still, I didn't dare bring out too much. 2 caddies of rock sugar was fine, but any larger amount would be impossible to explain. For those 2 caddies, the shopkeeper gave me 300 coppers. I didn't quibble over the price. I'd bought this sack of rock sugar from the system, 50 caddies at $3.90 a caddy, and only brought out 2 to test the waters, storing the rest in my little space. This trip counted as a profit, if a small one. I took the copper coins and casually scanned them. One was worth over 1,000 yuan. An unexpected windfall, the kind you can't plan for. Seems even small deals are worth doing. The shopkeeper spoke again. Just got in a fresh batch of wild gold thread, top quality. Interested? If it's good quality, of course. Let me have some. The gold thread felt fine in my hand. The system chimed. Ding. Semi-wild gold thread, superb quality. 1 kilogram, valued at 1,600 yuan. So, I smiled. Semi-wild, raised in an environment mimicking the wild. That was rare in its own right. I dug out the copper coins I'd just received to pay, keeping the valuable one for myself, naturally. With this system, doing business was never. There's no way I wouldn't turn a profit. I just don't dare buy too much stock. This trip earned me about 2,000, all told. I'm satisfied. Leaving the pharmacy, I didn't head back. By the old chief's rules, once you'd worked through the village up ahead, you were supposed to turn around. That was a full day's walk. But dealing with people who know you, you can't ever really cut loose. Before I left, I told my wife this trip would take 2 or 3 days. So I pressed on. Fewer worries with strangers, might even make more money that way. Before dark, I walked into a fair-sized wagon inn. Traveling doctors staying at wagon inns, nothing unusual about that. The innkeeper greeted me with a smile. Well now, a gentleman. Come in, come right in. Have you eaten yet? I checked my medicine chest with him and went inside to grab a bite. Sure enough, a big pot of mutton bone broth was bubbling away, with cooked mutton offal set out beside it. Places like this don't have real cooks, can't manage anything fancy, so it's usually just this kind of fare. I ordered a bowl of mutton offal soup. A young server brought over a coarse black glazed bowl with a little offal in the bottom, then ladled scalding bone broth over it. I asked for 2 Ganzi flatbreads too. The coarse grain dough is kneaded so stiff you have to press it with a pole, which is how it got its name. A hot meal like this fills your belly. Reminded me of Yengru Palmo, only cheaper. I'd barely taken 2 bites when 4 more men came in, pushing 2 wheelbarrows. Clumsy things, those barrows, 1 man pushing, 1 pulling, but they can haul goods over wide roads and narrow paths alike. Poor folks who can't afford livestock or a proper cart make their living with these. The innkeeper wasn't as warm with this sort, but he still waved them in. The 4 of them ordered just 2 bowls of soup, splitting one between 2 men. No flatbread. They pulled out their own steamed cornbread and ate it slowly with the hot broth. A few Mulan horse carts pulled in next, and the innkeeper turned much friendlier. These men first unhitched their animals, fed and watered them, then each ordered a bowl of soup and a few flatbreads before settling in to eat. Some ordered extra offal and took a few pulls from their liquor gourds. Then a middle-aged man came in, leading a half-grown boy, pushing just a single small wheelbarrow. Poorer still, it seemed, couldn't even afford a bigger cart. The innkeeper called out, "Old Jiang, out doing business with the boy again?" The man answered politely, "Times are hard." Brought the kid along to scrape up a living. The 2 of them ordered nothing. They pulled out steamed cornbread, warmed it over the stove fire, and ate it with their own pickled vegetables. A hot meal of sorts, at least. The rich have their way of living. The poor have their own hopes to chase. This wagon took in every kind of traveler, coming and going from all directions. And I knew these still weren't the poorest. The poorest were the peddlers who carried a shoulder pole, 2 baskets of goods slung from each end, hauling their trade on foot. After eating, I headed to the communal sleeping platform. A few men were already up there, chatting idly. I patted my belt, lay down still in my clothes, and closed my eyes to rest. This body of mine wasn't bad. A full day's walk, and I didn't even feel tired. Before long, more men crowded onto the platform, all having finished their meals and come to turn in. It was still early to sleep, so everyone shot the breeze, and we sat up and chatted idly, on and off. Staying at a wagon served another purpose, listening to people talk. Travelers coming and going from all directions gathered in one place, swapping news, so you could learn what was happening across the land. Someone said bandits were acting up again somewhere. Right away someone found it strange. Weren't all the bandits around here pardoned and brought over? Some of them even became minor officials. I understood the truth. Some bandits refused amnesty, and with the poor harvest these past few years, they'd resurfaced. Someone said, bandits aren't so scary. Just pay a toll and you're fine. It's the road cutters you have to worry about. I gave a bitter smile to myself. Bandits with a home base like to fleece you gradually, playing the long game. But the road cutters, they rob you and kill you too. Those are the real trouble. That's why anyone going out to do business likes to travel in a group. Someone else said people had starved to death in some village again. With the harvest so bad these past few years and the autumn grain not yet in, folks dying of hunger was nothing unusual. The sky had gone completely dark. The innkeeper came in with a greeting. Everyone resting? It's lamplighting time. A few girls would like to sing you some songs to ease your weariness. Won't be a bother, will it? A few of the greenhorns looked baffled, but the veterans perked right up. No bother at all. Send them in. I knew the score, singing girls. Sing well, you toss them a couple of coppers. Don't tip, and they won't hold it against you. Sure enough, a stout, middle-aged woman came in carrying an oil lamp, for young women trailing behind her. The woman was clearly the one in charge. She made her greetings. Harvests have been bad these last couple years, not enough grain to go around. So I've brought a few girls out to scrape together a meal. Sing well, throw us a coin or two. Sing poorly, be so kind as to bear with us. Then she handed the lamp to one of the young women. The girl held the lamp, flashed the crowd a smile, and launched into song. Little sister waits for her love. Oh, waiting till my heart's on fire. Oh, darling, darling, why haven't you come? Her voice was actually pretty good. Then she went on. I'm just afraid you won't come, my love. But when you do, I'm scared too. Scared you'll get out of hand. I smiled. She was steering it toward the body stuff. From my former self's memories, women like these sang dirty verses as easily as breathing. Sure enough, if you won't get out of hand, my love, then why come at all? Oh, sweetheart of mine, hurry into the room. Sit on the edge of the Kong. Sit facing me and loosen your clothes. The girl sang smoother and smoother, now and then putting on a bashful look. On the sleeping platform, some men stayed silent. Others called out their praise, and the mood turned gradually suggestive. When the song ended, another girl carried a tray around collecting money. Some dropped in 2 coppers, others shrank back. The girl kept her head down and didn't make a fuss. After one round of collecting, they sang another song. This time they weren't taking money. Several of the women came forward cradling peanuts. Who wants to taste the girl's peanuts? Roasted with care, real flavorful. Come, have a taste. One young greenhorn didn't get it and reached right out to grab some, only to be scolded sharply by an elder. Get back here, you idiot. Behave yourself when you're away from home. Some snickered, and the mood. Things were getting strange. The middle-aged woman spoke up. Wildflowers fly into a room, but a bachelor's got his rules. Young folks don't know better. You older ones should teach them. Don't go running your mouth. A cart driver laughed. Once you're out the door, you're all bachelors. What's the harm in eating a few peanuts? Peanuts ain't cheap, are they? A young woman cut in. Price is negotiable. Come over here and we'll talk, big brother. The two of them whispered for a bit, then left the room one after the other and slipped into another. They wouldn't be back anytime soon. Only then did it dawn on everyone. Someone grinned. That girl who was singing earlier is a real looker. What's her price? The middle-aged woman gave a cold snort, her tone sharp. You don't know the rules. That girl never offered you any peanuts. What are you babbling about? Then she sighed and softened her voice. We don't have much choice either. The harvest was bad. We can't just starve. We're only out here trying to scrape together a meal, so don't laugh at us, gentlemen. Everybody's got their own hardships. If you want to hear a song, toss us a few coins. If you want the peanuts, well, that's just how it is. If you're willing to help us out, we thank you kindly. The woman was an old hand at this. She never spelled it out, but everyone understood, and she left both sides their dignity. Two more men climbed off the big communal bunk and followed a girl into another room. You've helped put food in these girls' mouths, and I thank you all, she said with a smile as she took her leave. I hope you'll be kind to us in the days ahead. After she left, everyone lay back down. Time to sleep. The man beside me nudged me lightly with his finger and lowered his voice. You're traveling alone. Why not treat yourself to something fresh? That tall girl's a real beauty, not even 20 yet. Real tempting. You not interested? Got someone at home? I said with a smile. He wanted to say more, but I rolled over and ignored him. The guy was a real pest, probably some petty thief. Because every time he accidentally bumped into me, his hand went straight for wherever I might hide my money. The first time, he brushed my belt. Some folks like to wrap their cash around their waist. My belt was empty. The second time, he brushed my chest. Some like to tuck it in their shirt. That was empty too. All my money was in my system storage, and I'd handed my medicine chest over to the innkeeper. This fellow had picked the wrong mark. I turned over, and he went quiet. After a moment, he muttered, "Can't even take a piss without holding it until I die." For crying out loud. He said it loud enough for everyone to hear, then got off the bunk. People figured he was just going to relieve himself. When he came back, he bedded down somewhere else, and nobody asked why. That's just how these Cardins are. You sleep wherever there's room. I slept straight through till morning. Some people packed up and left early. Others lingered to rest a little more. Then a scream tore through the air. My money's gone. Who stole it? Oh my God, where's my money? That one shout, and nobody could sleep anymore. I sat up. I stretched and glanced around. The person from last night was long gone. Whoever lost their money would just have to chalk it up to bad luck. The innkeeper came in at the commotion, and the man frantically begged him for help finding it. The innkeeper smiled, cool and unbothered. Valuables are supposed to be handed over to the front desk for safekeeping. We're not responsible for anything lost otherwise. That's the rule here. Where were you before all this? I lost the money in your inn, so you're responsible. You're new to traveling, aren't you? The innkeeper said, still smiling. No fellow villagers to buddy up with? Carrying money like that. Why didn't you sleep in the middle of your group instead of leaving an opening for someone? I've taken all kinds of guests, coming and going. Who exactly am I supposed to track down for you? The man had nothing to say. He hung his head and shuffled off after his companions. When you're out on the road, if you're not careful, taking a fall is nothing unusual. I ate another breakfast before heading to the front desk to collect my medicine box. The wall behind the counter was covered with things: whips, straw hats, bells that hang around livestock's necks. I spotted a few fish knives. One's made of ox horn, sheep horn, wood, and one exquisite piece that was actually bronze. These fish knives aren't for gutting fish. They're just shaped like little fish. The men who drive livestock use them to cut rope and undo knots. When an animal gets tangled up, one slice can save its life. I had the innkeeper bring down the bronze one and turned it over in my hands. It really did look like a plump little fish, comfortable to grip, with a slender tail perfect for hooking rope knots. The blade gleamed, clearly freshly sharpened, though it couldn't match the edge of a modern knife. 20-some copper coins, not expensive. I bought it. The innkeeper took the money with a smile, never asking why a man with no livestock would want such a knife. An old hand at this trade. He was full of pleasantries, but never wasted a word. Leaving the inn, I strolled slowly down the main road. There were few people about. I reached out, focused my mind, and 4 pebbles appeared in my palm. These 4 pebbles had been sitting in the system space all along. It was them that had given me the idea. I tossed the pebbles into the air, and just as they were about to land on me, I pulled them into the space, then made them reappear in my hand an instant later. I'd gotten quite skilled at this trick. Ever since I discovered the space could be used this way, I'd been experimenting nonstop. This system, did it have other uses hidden away? All these days, why couldn't I figure it out? A little bird by the roadside didn't spook at my approach. hopping around as it foraged for food. This kind of bird has a funny name, the kid fooler, because it isn't very afraid of people. Children think they can catch it and go tearing after it. Just as they get close, it flaps its wings and flies off. I flicked a pebble at it, using the coin dart technique. The original body had learned it in the village militia. The man who taught him was skilled and put real effort into it. But sadly, the original never grasped the essence. His throws didn't go far and missed the mark. Now it was even worse, with only a bit of muscle memory left. The pebble missed. The bird flew off a few steps, then landed again to forage, and it hopped around, taunting me. Just as I was about to throw again, a thought struck me. I couldn't aim worth a damn, but what about using the space? I could arrange things inside the space at will, just by thinking. So why not just place the stone directly onto the bird? I pulled the stone into the space. Fixing my eyes on the bird, I focused my mind. The stone struck it dead on. It worked. I ran over to look. The bird was already a bloody mess. Seemed I hadn't gauged the force right. Way too much. I dug a little hole by the roadside, scooped up some dirt, and buried it. Thanks to it, I'd figured out the ultimate use for this space. From now on, anyone who gave me trouble, I'd just grab something from the space, and with a flick of thought, take their life in an instant. Now I was truly unstoppable. As I walked, I kept firing stones from the space at distant targets. But I quickly ran into a problem. The stones only had a range of 10 paces. Any farther, and the aim went off. The force weakened. 10 paces was too short. Then I cursed myself for being an idiot. I knew the coin dart technique, and here I was using stones instead of the coins right at my fingertips. I had plenty of coins stored in the space, all the worthless kind. The valuable ones I'd sold off long ago, converting them to store credit. A flick of thought, and a coin shot out with a whistle, embedding itself in a tree trunk over 10 paces away. Walking closer, I saw that most of the coin had sunk into the wood, hard to pull out even by hand. I grinned and fired another at a tree even farther off. 15 or 16 paces still worked, but beyond that it failed. This was already great. Coin darts had limited range to begin with. Even the master who'd taught me couldn't throw this far, and never with this much power. I laughed, delighted. No wonder I'd felt this itch, this strange restlessness these past few days. Turns out I'd just been too dense. I'd held this powerful ability all along and only now, today, finally understood it completely. Now I was set. I'd basically become a peerless master of the coin dart. Too bad my technique wasn't refined. I'd never learned the full essence of it. And a greater pity still, the man who taught me had died long ago in some chaotic battle. Individual prowess counts for little in the melee of a chaotic age. The original owner of this body had survived mostly on luck. Staying alive in these turbulent times had never been easy. Lost in these wandering thoughts, I reached a crossroads and saw two men resting by the roadside. A tall, thin one and a short, stocky one. I recognized them. We'd stayed at the same inn last night. These two had set out extremely early, so how were they only just here? I'd been walking slow enough, yet I'd still caught up to them. Unless they were waiting for me? They were acquaintances, more or less, so I gave them a greeting. The tall one smiled. Hey there, brother, what a coincidence. There's 2 roads ahead to the next town. One's a shortcut, but out of the way, the other's a bit longer. We've been debating forever and can't decide. Which one do you think we should take? I thought for a moment. Take the shortcut, we're in a hurry. Good idea, the short, stocky man chimed in. Let's travel together. I nodded. The 3 of us turned onto the side road, and the farther we went, the more desolate it became. We chatted along the way. I answered half-heartedly, seeming utterly indifferent to the changing surroundings. The other travelers gradually disappeared. The tall, thin man walking in front stopped and turned around. That's far enough. This spot'll do. I couldn't tell if he was talking to me or to his partner behind me. I glanced back. The stocky man wore a nasty grin. You're staying at that inn, kid. Long way from home. Huh? Made a good haul. Hand it over. I gave them both a calm look. You two were waiting for me at that junction, weren't you? You had your eye on me back at the inn, right? The thin man drew a knife, his voice cold and vicious. Cut the chatter. Figured it out a little late, didn't you? Hand over the money, and be quick about it. Maybe I'll let you live. The stocky man was even lower. He pulled a spear from the grass, cutting off my retreat, so they'd planned this all along. I cupped my fists and smiled. We're all men of the road here. Why take things this far? I'm one of your own brothers. Do me a favor and let me go." "Enough talk," the thin man snarled. "We're robbers. That act doesn't work on us. No money, no life. It wouldn't be my first time killing a man." The stocky man was even more despicable. While we were talking, he crept closer and suddenly thrust the spear at me with everything he had. I twisted aside and caught the shaft with my right hand. Left hand fixed as a pivot, right hand slamming down hard. With the leverage, it felt like I could pry up the whole earth. My body had been a spearman in the village militia, and this disarming technique had only gotten sharper. The stocky man was no match. The spear flew from his grip, and I jabbed the butt end into his chest, knocking the wind clean out of him. Done fighting before he knew it. I leveled the spear at the thin man. "Drop the knife, or you're dead. You two thought you could rob me with skills like that? Talk. Why'd you target me?" Seeing how badly things had turned, the thin man dropped his knife and threw up his hands. "Misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. You're a brother of the road. We give up. We'll take whatever punishment you want. Just let us go." I let out a cold snort. "Talk. Why'd you target me? I had to know. Where exactly had I slipped up? Otherwise, I'd never rest easy." Cold sweat poured down the thin man's face. "Our boss is sick. You're a doctor. We figured maybe you could cure him, so we got the idea." I almost laughed out of sheer anger. Fetching a doctor by robbing him first and lining their own pockets in the bargain. "You two are really something," I said with a smile. "You want me to treat your boss, so you rob me? Now, take out your money. I treat patients, but I collect my fee first." I didn't ask what the illness was, didn't say whether I could cure it, just demanded payment on the spot. They'd tried to rob me and failed. Now they were the ones getting robbed. Whoever's got the better skills is in the right. Whoever's got the harder fists calls the shots. That's the law of the jungle. The two of them obediently unbuckled their belts, tossed them on the ground, and stepped back 2 paces. I stuck my spear in the dirt and strolled over, dumping out the contents of their belts. Not many copper coins, but a fair amount of loose silver. Looked like highway robbery paid pretty well. I took my time collecting it, then tossed the empty belts back to them. "Let's go. Now that I've got my money, I'll come treat your boss. I'm not like you two, robbing folks while you're supposedly fetching a doctor. No manners at all." The two of them looked like they'd been granted a pardon. The tall, skinny one forced a smile. "Now that's a man who plays by the rules. A real tough guy. We're just small-time nobodies. Don't mind us." As he spoke, he refastened his belt. The short, stocky one pulled his spear back out and hid it in the bushes again. The two of them led the way while I followed behind. "Is it far?" I asked with a grin. "Because if it's too far, I'm not going. And that little bit of silver you had is nowhere near enough. Does your boss have money?" Both of them groaned inwardly. Over 20 taels of silver plus copper coins, and he was calling it not enough. He hadn't even asked what was wrong with the guy. The stocky one muttered, "Not far. We'll be there soon." The skinny one got even more fawning. "Our boss has plenty of money. All the loot ends up with him. What we're carrying isn't even pocket change." That gave me a chill. That rich, huh? Sounded like they'd left plenty of people with nothing. Back at the wagon inn, I went on. "The innkeeper didn't dare even look you two in the eye. And when you were chatting at the counter, you kept saying stuff like, 'Bandits with rules won't lay a hand on you.' That was to put the traveling merchants at ease, right? Because from what I can see, you two don't follow any rules at all." The skinny one laughed. "Sharp eye you've got. We sold the innkeeper some goods, and he didn't dare ask questions. He probably figured out what we do a long time ago, but he knows better than to stick his nose in." That confirmed it. All those items on the wagon inn's walls, this crew had sold them. I'd looked those pieces over. All of them were old, but none of them had any rust. Clearly freshly stolen. But some of it didn't add up. Take this copper fish knife at my waist, or those livestock bells. Bandits don't usually bother with small stuff like that. They only want money. And no wagon driver would just hand over a fish knife. That's for emergencies, for cutting ropes on the go. Why would anyone give one to a bandit? There was only one explanation. This crew had killed people and swallowed everything. Wagons, animals, goods, all of it. When they sold the livestock, they took the bells off. And the fish knife had been stripped off a corpse. These highway robbers were worse than bandits. Even bandits didn't take things this far. I kept my expression blank. "With junk like what you two were carrying, you really pull in big money? You're pulling my leg. We're nothing special. But our boss is a real fighter, the skinny one said. Nobody throws a spear more accurately than him. And there's Scarface. He's a top hand too. A courtyard appeared in the distance. We'd arrived. The two men led me into the yard and spoke to the burly man seated in the armchair. Boss, we brought you a doctor. He'll cure you for sure. The boss was a hulking figure, a leather quiver strapped to his back, bristling with a few javelins. Even in his own home, he wore this getup, radiating bloodlust, as if he might leap up and kill someone at any moment. Two others were in the room, one with a bushy beard, one with a scar across his face. Neither looked like a decent sort. The boss eyed me sideways and said, "Someone kicked me in the crotch, and I haven't been able to get it up since. Can you fix it? If you can't, you'll be sorry." He actually dared to treat the doctor who'd come to heal him with such disrespect. Was this boss a fool, or just so used to throwing his weight around that he'd forgotten all decency? "Give me your hand," I said with a smile. "Let me check your pulse." I pressed my fingers to his wrist and made a show of it for a moment, then sighed. "You took quite a blow down there. Your blood isn't flowing right, and it looks like there are scratch marks too. Am I wrong?" The boss said venomously. That worthless woman was pretty enough. She should have counted herself lucky to be my woman. But no, she didn't know her place, so I had to take her by force. And she dared to hurt me. Cutting her down with one stroke would be letting her off easy. She deserves to be sliced into 1,000 pieces before I'd feel satisfied. He stopped there and gave a cold snort. "But I'm not wasting my breath on this with you. Just tell me, can you cure it or not? You wandering quacks always have some potion for a man's vigor, don't you? Hand it over now." I'd never seen a patient speak to a doctor like this. In any era, you had to show a doctor respect. Otherwise, why would they bother putting real care into your treatment? I thought to myself, a doctor mustn't be trifled with. Doesn't he understand that? Should I whip up a nasty concoction, one that would leave him unable to live or die, racked half to death, and then finish him off? Seeing me frown, the tall, skinny one grew nervous about a confrontation. He quickly said, "Calm down, big brother. This doctor's skills must be excellent. His martial arts are top-notch, so his medicine surely won't be any worse." Good at martial arts, so good at medicine? What kind of logic was that? The scar-faced man let out a cold sneer. Him? Looks like a two-bit con man to me. Might fool someone out of a coin or two, but real talent? Where did you two even dig up this piece of trash? Then he turned to me and said in a chilling tone, "You'd better fix this properly. Cure him and everything's fine. Fail, and watch your head. I might be willing to show you mercy, but the blade in my hand doesn't care who you are." So being a bandit made you something special? Enough to treat a doctor like this? Slowly, I withdrew my hand from his wrist and smiled. The one person in this world you should never cross is a doctor. This little problem of yours doesn't need any treatment. Before the words had even faded, a copper coin shot out from my system space and drove itself precisely into the boss's chest, right over his heart. At this range, it was more than enough to end his life. The boss's face froze. He couldn't get out a single word. And in that very instant, I struck. I pressed one hand on his shoulder, yanked a javelin from his back, spun around, and drove it straight into Scarface's chest. The tall, skinny one had told me this guy was the best fighter. Take him out first, save myself the trouble. Scarface's mouth fell open dumbly. "You." I ripped the javelin back out. His whole body convulsed, and he couldn't get out another word. Kill the boss, pull the weapon, kill another, all in one fluid motion, faster than they could blink. Every bandit in the room froze. The short, stocky one came to his senses first and bolted. He'd tasted my skills outside the door before, so he knew better. I smiled. The javelin vanished into my space in an instant, then shot back out, punching through his back and out his chest. He crumpled to the floor, twitched a few times, and went still. Trying to run? Only two living men were left in the room. The tall, skinny one who'd brought me here, and the guy with the bushy beard. I wasn't in a hurry anymore. Taking my time, I said, "I've sent your boss off to be reincarnated. So does he still need treatment for that little ailment? Try to be a good man in your next life." Screaming and barking at your doctor? How's that any different from asking to die? I wanted to see if these two could figure out how I stowed and fired the javelin. The bearded one recovered first and actually cupped his hands in a bow. "I never imagined you were a master. We were blind. I never wronged you. Could you spare my life?" Their faces held only shock, no confusion. It seemed they hadn't caught on to my trick. I said nothing, just watched them quietly. The skinny one spoke up again. All the money we've stolen is right here. It's all yours. Buy our 2 lives with it, deal? I nodded. The 2 of them went to the corner and hauled out a small locked chest, setting it on the table. The bearded one drew his blade, cleanly hacked off the lock, laid the blade on the table, and threw open the lid. Half a chest of gleaming silver pushed toward me. Well now, they really were loaded. Even I was impressed. I reached out with both hands to pull the chest closer, wanting a better look. The moment my fingertips touched it, the bearded one suddenly snatched the blade off the table and swung it down at me. Seeing both my hands occupied, he thought he'd found his opening. If that blade landed, I was dead. 2 copper coins tore through the air, one through his throat, one into his heart. So underhanded. I'll throw in an extra one. The blade edge was just above my head when his body jerked, his hand trembled, and the blade clattered to the floor as he collapsed in a heap. The skinny one paled in terror. You've got some hidden mechanism, concealed weapons? Now I was completely at ease. Striking through my space, I was too fast to catch even right under their noses. I dragged the chest close and took a look, then raised my head. Talk. All this money, how'd you steal it? The skinny one froze, then burst into wailing sobs. It wasn't my fault. They forced me. They made me do all of it. Every bad thing was someone else's doing, and he was always the victim. Some people are just born knowing how to shift blame. I didn't call him out. I let him keep sobbing. Turns out there used to be a river blocking the road just outside this town, so the only way through was over the bridge. But the last 2 years of drought had dried the river up, and traveling merchants started cutting straight across the riverbed. The road was open now, sure, but people were scattered. These bandits saw their chance and started picking off merchants traveling alone. They got away with it a few times, got a taste for it, and grew bolder and bolder, until they were killing and robbing outright. Later they had the tall, skinny one and the short, stocky one blend in at the wagon inn, get chummy with the merchants, and point them toward a shortcut, when really they were just luring people to some remote spot to rob and kill them. Where's the stolen goods? I cut in, frowning. All sold off, turned into silver, packed in the chest. Sold the mules and wagons too. Only thing left is one little donkey, too ugly, couldn't sell it. I cut him off again, impatient. Go. Search all the money off them. Do it, and I'll give you a cut. The skinny one agreed at once and started rifling through the bodies with practiced speed. I didn't stay idle either. I picked up the bearded man's blade and drove it into each of the corpses a few times, covering up the marks left by my coin darts. Killing with hidden weapons was never exactly honorable. The skinny one worked fast. Belts and cloth bundles piled up on the table one by one. I dumped the silver from the belts into the chest, then went through the bundles. Besides loose silver and copper coins, there was jewelry, even a child's longevity lock. These animals hadn't spared women or children. You commit sins like this, and you're not afraid of what's coming to you. The skinny one gave a bitter smile. I quit wanting this a long time ago. It was the boss who wouldn't stop. He said most of the honorable outlaws these days have been pardoned into government service. Nobody follows the old code of the Jianghu anymore. He said it was the perfect time to get rich fast. Seeing my expression darken, he quickly added, "They really forced me into it. Grab one bundle and get lost. Don't ever let me see you again." He snatched up a bundle and stuffed it into his shirt, then backed away frantically. The moment he cleared the doorway, he broke into a dead sprint. He'd almost made it to the courtyard gate. A javelin whistled through the air and buried itself in his back, punching out through his chest, the exact same way the stocky one had died. I walked over and pulled the javelin free. I was never going to let you leave alive. You saw me kill. Besides, a man as steeped in evil as you, dying is what you deserve. Only when your kind die can everyone else live. The boss had 12 javelins in all, straight shafts, sharp heads, well balanced in the hand, clearly crafted with care. I gathered them all into my space. Good gear. From now on, they'd be my killing blades. I dug through the skinny one's shirt and found 2 bundles. The little bastard had grabbed an extra one. Quick hands. I took them both. There were still a few beat-up wagons in the courtyard. Yeah, they've probably all been sold off. I picked the 2 best carts and put them into my space, then changed into some ragged clothes and led that scrawny donkey out. I thought about setting fire to the place to burn away all traces, but decided against it. A fire would draw a crowd, and getting away would only be harder. So a few bandits are dead. So what? Better if someone finds them. They've been wanted at the magistrate's office for a while now. Turning in their bodies might even earn a reward. A ragged pauper leading a bony donkey at a slow pace. Nobody would give him a second glance. By the time anyone discovered the bandits' corpses inside that house, I'd be long gone. I crossed the dry riverbed and headed toward the town ahead. The donkey was so thin it was pitiful. I didn't dare ride it, afraid I'd break its back. But after a stretch, I realized it actually had decent stamina and moved at a good clip. With some proper care back home, it might turn out to be a fine animal. Once in town, I didn't waste time. I checked prices at a few grain shops first, then found a quiet spot and pulled the big cart out of my space, hitching up the donkey. I bought some dried sweet potatoes and mixed grains. The dried sweet potatoes were for the two women back home. The mixed grains sold for more on the system's marketplace, so I figured I'd just buy them here. I browsed a few woodworking shops too and bought a spinning wheel and a loom. Yang Mianhua knew how to spin and weave, and both women wanted the set. They were used, so they came cheap. As for the cotton itself, the stuff from the system marketplace was better and cheaper. Nothing from these times could compare. I'd meant to buy up some extra grain to sell for a profit, but I'd gotten held up on the road today and ran out of time. After leaving town, I found an empty spot and stowed the whole cart, goods and all, back into my space. Traveling light with just myself and the donkey, I made much better time. Before dark, I found an inn. The innkeeper frowned as he sized up my tattered clothes and scrawny donkey. "What'll you have?" I gave a dopey grin. "I've got my own steamed buns and pickles. Just some hot water will do. And I'll take your cheapest room, whatever the lowest grade is." Eating for free and still wanting hot water, the innkeeper cursed me for a cheapskate under his breath and said impatiently, "There's a wagon lodge 10 miles up the road. Go there." I put on a miserable face. It's already dark, and I hear things haven't been safe lately. I don't dare travel any farther. Let me stay. I've got money. The innkeeper thought it over. No more guests would be coming this late anyway, so he grudgingly let me stay. First, I bought some good quality feed for the donkey. The innkeeper was a little puzzled. If I doted on the donkey this much, how had it ended up looking like that? I took out a coarse black ceramic bowl and asked for hot water. The innkeeper pointed toward the kitchen. "Just boil the pot. Help yourself." There was a big pot of boiling water in the kitchen. I filled my bowl, then quietly stashed 2 basins worth into my space. One for washing my feet, one to keep, so I'd have hot water on hand anytime. This system space really was a treasure. Everything stored inside stayed perfectly still, exactly as it was the moment I put it in. Feeling that little ball of water curled up in my space, I was quite pleased. Back in my room, door shut, I finally realized how foolish I'd been earlier. I could store some water in the space, drink it whenever I needed, water the livestock, or use it myself. And if I ever got into a fight, I could suddenly spray a jet of water in someone's face to blind them for a second. Wouldn't that leave them at my mercy? What if it were hot water? I shook off the mischievous thought and bought a cup of hot soy milk and a few baskets of soup dumplings from the system shop. A bite of dumpling, a sip of soy milk, pure comfort. Full and freshly washed up, I still had time before bed, so I pulled out the silver chest and dumped out the jewelry too. I'd left in such a hurry that I hadn't gotten a good look at any of it. First, I picked up a gold hairpin, pointed at one end, plain and bare at the other. Simple as could be. I activated the system. Asterisk ding. Ancient gold jewelry. Hairpin. High impurity. Crude craftsmanship. Value, 1,000 yuan. Sell. Asterisk. Gold, and only worth this much? Must be the impurities. Without the system, I wouldn't have even known it was gold. Sold. Then I picked up a copper hairpin. Its pointed end topped with 2 ornate little flowers. The craftsman really had a deft hand. Asterisk ding. Ancient copper jewelry. Ornamental hairpin. Antique style. Fine craftsmanship. Intact condition. Value, 1,000 yuan. Sell. Asterisk. Copper, worth the same as gold. And it even had a different name. It took me a while to figure it out. The plain, sharpened kind wasn't called a zon. It was a G. Only the ones with decoration on the end were zon. Common folk didn't bother with the distinction and just called them all hairpins. Copper fetching a gold price? Sold, obviously. Next, I picked up a double-pronged one. Its end adorned with 3 little flowers. Antique and exquisite. Asterisk ding. Ancient copper jewelry. Hair fork. Fine craftsmanship. Incomplete condition. Value, 1,000 yuan. Sell. Asterisk. All 3 pieces, 1,000 yuan each. Now I understood. Single prong with no decoration was a G, single prong with decoration was a Zan, and double prong was a Chai. The ancients really split hairs over these things. Last, I picked up the longevity lock. Asterisk ding. Ancient children's accessory, longevity lock. Silver, fine craftsmanship, antique style, intact condition. Value, 8,000 yuan. Sell. Asterisk. The most valuable thing today, and it was this. Thick patina, natural wear. The words long life, 100 years clear and softly worn. Clearly an old family heirloom. No telling how many children it had protected, only to end up in the hands of bandits. With the jewelry sold, I sorted through the chest of silver, mostly clipped bits of scrap silver, plus a few small silver ingots. I picked up one with no inscription. Asterisk ding. Plain ingot. 1 tael each, fairly high in purity. Value, 500 yuan. Sell. Asterisk. Barely more than the scrap silver. Then I picked up a nearly identical one. Only this one had a clear character stamped on it. Longevity. Asterisk ding. Auspicious silver ingot. Clear inscription, thick patina. Value, 5,000 yuan. Sell. Asterisk. I was dumbfounded. 1 extra character, and the value multiplied tenfold. No wonder people say the ones with inscriptions. The difference between an antique and a plain one was night and day. I never realized the gap was this huge. I dug out the rest of my silver ingots and found one stamped with the character Fortune. One scan, sure enough, it was worth 5,000 too. Too bad the others were all blank. I'd just spend those in this era. Around here, nobody cared whether they were stamped or not. They all spent the same. By the time I finished, it was pitch dark out. I climbed into bed and lay down. Sure, it was a bottom-tier room, but at least it was private. No crowded communal bunks. No worrying about someone stealing my stuff or ruining my sleep. I stared up at the ceiling and thought, I guess I'm a rich man now. A fat stash of loose silver in my inventory, and my store balance had gotten another thick layer. A double-barreled tycoon. How was I going to sweet-talk my 2 wives when I got back? Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Did they miss me? I slept straight through till broad daylight, then stretched and rolled out of bed. Nothing beats an in bed. I didn't bother going out for breakfast. I bought a cup of instant noodles from the system store. The hot water in my inventory was still piping hot, so it was ready in a few minutes. I slurped it all down and let out a satisfied belch. So good. I'd eaten plenty of this junk before, but it had never tasted this amazing. Guess my standard of living really had hit rock bottom. I went to the stable to water and feed the donkey, tossed in some premium fodder, and then said goodbye to the innkeeper and left. If he'd been the observant type, a second glance would have raised his suspicions. My clothes were ragged but clean, my donkey was pitifully scrawny, yet my complexion was ruddy and healthy. Lucky for me, he wasn't. When I bid him farewell, he just lifted his eyelids and gave a cold grunt. I don't bother with people like that. Actually, I prefer dealing with them, less hassle. Man and donkey, we set off at an easy pace. Around midday, we passed a small river. 2 years of drought had left it low, but it was running water, clear all the way to the bottom. I dipped my hand into the icy river. The water slowly got sucked into the system inventory, and the mass of water inside gradually swelled. That was about enough. The space was too small. I didn't dare store too much, or I'd drain the whole river dry. The donkey drank its fill again. I laughed and patted it. Let's go, buddy. From now on, water's on tap whenever you want it. Hot or cold. The donkey shook its head and nuzzled against me, like it half understood. Autumn was deepening, and the crops along the roadside were starting to be harvested. My 2 acres of sweet potatoes should be ready for harvest too. I wondered whether the land the old clan elder had promised me for after the harvest would actually come through. If it did, I'd ask for more of the dry fields up in the hills. 1 acre of irrigated land could be traded for 2 or 3 acres of dry field, maybe 4 or 5 if I got lucky. The biggest problem with dry fields is that they're at the mercy of the weather. No rain means no harvest. But that didn't scare me. I had the system inventory to cheat with. Once those dry fields were mine, why would I ever worry about water? The sun climbed higher, and the midday autumn light was still scorching. I found a big tree to rest under, leaned my back against the trunk, and opened up the system store. Sweet talk alone isn't enough to win a woman over. I found the old-style silver bracelets, that kind of understated design. Those blindingly bright 999 sterling silver ones. There'd be no way to explain them these days. 15 to 20 grams, too thin, pass. 20 to 40 grams, still too thin, pass. 50 grams and up, now that's more like it. I picked out two wideband ones with simple engraved patterns, rustic, substantial, and tough enough to take a few knocks. Over 1,000 yuan gone, and two bracelets in hand, tucked away into my space. I did the math in my head. The spinning and weaving gear on the cart, the cotton, the grain, all set. Before heading into the village, I'd pick up a few old hens. Even if they didn't lay, I could just buy some eggs from the online store and tuck them into the nest. Wouldn't that make it look like the hens laid them, fair and square? I moved in fits and starts until the sky went fully dark before heading toward the village. By then, everyone would be asleep, and no one would notice me. The little donkey dragged the loaded cart, panting from exhaustion, glaring at me with a pair of bewildered eyes. It couldn't figure it out. The whole trip had been so easy, so why did it suddenly have to haul such a heavy load at the very end? Couldn't be helped. I certainly couldn't walk into the village and start pulling things out of my space in front of everyone, could I? If anyone saw that, they'd take me for a monster. Come on, just a few more steps. I coaxed it, helpless. Finally, we reached the front gate. The little black dog barked, tail wagging happily. Lights flickered on inside the low thatched hut, and two women came running out to welcome me into the yard. Chow Jinfeng pretended to scold me. What took you so long? I figured you weren't coming back again today. You left empty-handed. How'd you haul back a whole cartload like this? Yang Mianhua didn't say a word, just quietly helped me unload and carry things inside. I laughed as I unloaded. If I didn't put in a couple extra days, where would the money come from? Got lucky this trip, made a little killing. Like I always said, there are two types of people in this world who make the most money: highway robbers and medicine peddlers. So how about it? Not bad for a medicine peddler, huh? The women were overjoyed with the weaving equipment, carefully carrying it inside. Chow Jinfeng hoisted a sack of dried sweet potato slices. I told you to trade for a little bit of dried sweet potato, not by this much. Yang Mianhua looked at me, equally puzzled. I lowered my voice and leaned in close. I made a big loop and took a good look at every field I passed. The harvest's bad this year. I asked at every grain store, and prices are climbing everywhere. Grain's going up before autumn's even over. So tell me, what does that mean? Yang Mianhua hesitated. You mean, grain's going to keep rising this year? I nodded hard. It's definitely going up. A poor autumn harvest is a done deal, and in a few days it'll shoot up even worse. And if the summer harvest fails next year too, I stopped short. There's no telling how high it'll go. Chow Jinfeng's face tightened. Then move all the grain into the back room. Hide it way in the back. Yang Mianhua answered with a sound and scooped up a sack of sorghum, carrying it inside. Neither of my two women is what you'd call frail, but they're hardly sturdy either. Yet when it came to hauling the grain, their strength was astonishing. I hurried to stop them. Take it easy. The dried sweet potatoes don't need to go in the inner room. Those shriveled beans and wheat bran are for the animals. Just leave them in the outer room. Once the grain was inside, I set a big bundle of cotton on the Kong with a smile. Yang Mianhua pulled out a tuft, studied it for a moment, and said like an expert, "This is cotton from a previous year," and Jin lent at that. Cotton won't grow this well this year. The fibers won't be this long. Even in a bumper year, I've never seen fibers this long. I couldn't let her keep going. This woman knew her stuff. The modern cotton I'd bought from the mall couldn't be grown in these times. I cut in. I just happened to run into some that was cheap and good, so I bought the whole lot. Got it even cheaper that way. It'll turn cold in a few days. I'll make each of you a padded jacket and trousers. Both women smiled happily. They didn't ask much about the cart, but they did feel sorry for the scrawny donkey. Chow Jinfeng grumbled, "Such a little donkey, and you had it pull a whole cartload. Weren't you afraid you'd wear it out?" I gave a wry smile. It's because I felt sorry for it that I got back so late. If I'd cracked the whip a couple more times, I'd have been home sooner. Sweet talk to placate a woman. It actually worked. But they'd already stopped paying attention to what I was saying, hauling 2 covered baskets toward the house, the hens inside flapping anxiously. I rushed to stop them. Those are 2 baskets of hens, 10 in all. What are you carrying them inside for? Just put them in the shed. Yang Mianhua hugged the basket as she walked. Let's carry them inside to have a look. There's a lamp in there. We can see clearly. There was really no dealing with them. Fine. I'd lead the donkey into the shed and feed it first. Luckily, when the house was being fixed up, Grandpa Shangang had brought people to build an animal shed, so the donkey wouldn't have to suffer. By the time I came inside, the 2 women were crowded around the hens, delight all over their faces. Chao Jinfeng chided again. How'd you buy such good chickens? And 10 of them, no less. I answered confidently. You've already become my wife. How is it you don't have a lick of sense about running a household? I told you grain prices went up, so people didn't want to waste grain feeding chickens and sold them cheap. Besides, once the autumn wind turns cold, in a few days the chickens will start molting. Losing and regrowing feathers isn't a 1 or 2 day affair. During that stretch, they just eat grain and don't lay eggs. I came across some that were both good and cheap, so of course I bought a lot. I'm actually sorry I didn't buy more. Yang Mianhua argued softly, as if defending Chao Jinfeng's point, and yet as if not. But that still must have cost quite a bit, didn't it? Once they settle in, let loose in the yard, the hens can scratch up bugs to eat. The autumn grasshoppers are fat too, and they still lay during the molt, just fewer eggs. The more she talked, the more tangled she got, until finally she couldn't finish and carried her basket off to the other side of the inner room. As it happened, there was still an empty patch there. Women in these times, really, they truly dote on their hens. Eggs. They were nourishing, and they could be traded too. Eggs for salt, no cash needed either way. That logic was etched deep into their minds. Finally, the work was done, and the door was shut. I settled onto the edge of the Kong, and the 2 women nestled up against me, 1 on each side. Under the dim glow of the oil lamp, I reached into my shirt and pulled out a small cloth bundle, telling them to guess what it was. They wouldn't guess. Chao Jinfeng just yanked it open, and her eyes went wide with shock. Inside were 2 silver bracelets. She snatched one up and held it close to examine it. Did you really strike it rich? Buying something like this? I handed the other one to Yang Mianhua and grinned. Strike it rich, and you'd better treat your wives right. 1 for each of you. Nobody can say I play favorites. Women have a natural weakness for jewelry, so they'd stop paying any attention to what I said. Each of them clutched a bracelet, eyes shining. Yang Mianhua marveled, so heavy. This bracelet's so wide and thick. A 50-gene sack of grain she never called heavy, but a 50-gram bracelet, now that she called heavy. She slipped it onto her wrist, her voice going soft. A bracelet this thick won't bend out of shape. Once it's on, you'll never get it off. Chao Jinfeng teased her. Easy enough to get off. I'll help you take it off. Comes right off. Yang Mianhua quickly clapped her other hand over it, lowering her head and murmuring, I'm not taking it off. I won't. It's mine now. Sister's not allowed to bully me. The 2 women carried on and on. I found it amusing and gently pulled them both into my arms. I haven't been home in 2 or 3 days. Let me find out if a little time apart really is better than a wedding night. Chao Jinfeng squirmed. Don't be so wicked. If anyone finds out, they'll laugh at us. The door was shut tight. How could anyone outside know what went on in here? She was just making conversation for the sake of it. I'd long since figured out the wives I'd brought into this home. The buttons in those days were just knots twisted from strips of cloth. 1 tug, and they came undone. In the low-thatched hut, the single lamp burned like a bean, its light and shadows soft. The little black dog had been shut out the door. The autumn night wind had already turned cold. It had no idea that behind that shabby old door, springtime was in full bloom. When I woke the next day, the room was empty. The 2 women had gone off to who knows what. I stretched, and my joints cracked. I'd slept solid and satisfied that night. Thinking back on it, those 2 women really were quite different. I never would have guessed that the usually carefree, blunt Chao Jinfeng was actually the one who couldn't let loose, while the always thin-skinned, bashful Yang Mianhua had started out shy too. Later, Yang Mianhua said something. Once you're married, that's just how it is. Making your own man happy is a woman's duty. And after that she grew downright bold, which emboldened Chao Jinfeng too. The 2 of them got more and more forward, until it went from me bullying them to them bullying me. The whole world turned upside down. After that, I slept like the dead. No matter where you are, nothing beats sleeping on your own Kong. I'd just gotten dressed and stepped off the Kong when Xiao Jinfeng came in carrying a few eggs. "You're up. Awake? You worked so hard last night, so I made you some egg tea to help you recover." Egg tea is basically an egg soup made by pouring boiling water over raw eggs. She cracked 2 eggs into a bowl and beat them smooth with chopsticks. Yang Mianhua came in carrying a kettle of freshly boiled, still steaming water, and one splash of the scalding liquid instantly set the eggs into a bowl of hot, fluffy egg flowers. Xiao Jinfeng covered it with another bowl and let it steam for a moment, then lifted it and added a couple drops of sesame oil before calling out, "Come eat." Breakfast was already set out. The 2 women were still just having porridge. I was puzzled. "You took out several eggs. Why not make a couple more bowls so you two can build yourselves up too?" But Xiao Jinfeng said, "I had to borrow from 2 neighbors just to get these few eggs. 2 went into your tea, and the rest are for the nest eggs. We can't eat those now. Women don't work the fields anyway. Having porridge to drink is good enough." I'd heard of nest eggs before. They serve 2 purposes. First, to teach the hen where to lay, and second, to coax her to keep laying. A hen only broods and hatches once she's laid enough, and if she hasn't, she keeps going. So people take the eggs away and leave 1 or 2 behind to trick her into producing more. But does that really work? Modern poultry farms don't have laying nests at all. The eggs just roll straight into a trough the moment they drop. I'd never heard of nest eggs there. I couldn't be bothered to explain any of this to her, and I chuckled inwardly. "Don't worry, nest egg or no nest egg, this hen will be laying eggs tomorrow. And even if it doesn't, no big deal. I'll just buy a few from the shop and slip them in. This household will never run short of eggs again." After eating, the 3 of us hurried off to build the chicken coop. Hens are practically a woman's most treasured possession. Not only do they know how to raise them, but they're incredibly particular about the coop, too. First, they picked a spot sheltered from the wind and facing the sun, spread out some wheat straw, and lit a small fire. "Warming the nest," they called it. I had no objections. In fact, I pitched in eagerly. Lighting a fire is basically disinfecting and sterilizing, the ancient wisdom of raising chickens. We found some mud bricks and gathered a few half pieces of gray brick left over from someone's house construction. All different sizes, some even broken at an angle. I wove a straw mat from thatch and wheat straw to make the roof of the coop. Yang Mianhua brought over some branches and had me weave them in, saying it would make the lid easy to lift so you could grab the eggs conveniently without disturbing the hen. Battling wits with an old hen, this woman really was something else. Xiao Jinfeng went even further. She actually ran out and borrowed a few roof tiles. I cried out in protest. "This is too much. Here I am living in a thatched hut, and the old hen gets to live in a house with tile roofing, and I'm the one who has to build it?" Xiao Jinfeng had her comeback ready. "A chicken isn't a person. If the coop leaks, the hen won't lay her eggs inside, and then you've got real trouble. People can make do, but a hen not laying eggs that you can't make do with." It sounded reasonable enough, but the logic went round and round. How did people end up worse off than chickens? People can make do, but the chicken coop can't leak. It seemed a hen really did hold a lofty place in a woman's heart. At least the chicken coop was still. The fancy setup was just for a chicken coop. I spent the better part of a day finally stacking one together that met their standards. The women rounded up some wheat straw, flattened and softened it on the stone roller, carefully lined the nest with it, and finally placed a few nest eggs inside. With the coop done, I led the little donkey off to find the clan elder. Something was wrong with this donkey, that much was clear. There's an old saying that goes, "An animal that eats like crazy but never fattens up has worms in its belly." That was this donkey to a T. It could eat and drink plenty yet stayed this skinny, so pitiful that nobody would take it even as a giveaway. I could have just bought some veterinary medicine from the online store to treat it, but I chose not to. I wanted an excuse to bother the old elder. Relationships need tending. Go too long without visiting and they wither. Besides, I'd done my homework. In his younger days, the old elder had a special talent. He'd go to the livestock market, buy up the sick, weak, scrawny animals, bring them home, dose them hard with medicine, and nurse them back to plump health, either keeping them for himself or selling them at a premium. Then a few times in a row, he dosed them too hard. The animals were already frail, and he poisoned several to death, losing his whole nest egg in the process. That's when the old elder washed his hands of it. From then on, he treated animals with the utmost caution when it came to dosing. And while he never poisoned another one, the results took a serious hit too. I led that sick donkey toward the old elder's house, laughter trailing me the whole way. "Jingshan," someone called out to me. "You've got money to burn. Why'd you go and buy a broken-down donkey like that?" Another chimed in, egging it on. "That thing can pull a cart? Go too far, and you'll probably have to haul it back in the cart." I ignored them. Face is cheap. If the donkey couldn't be cured, that was on my poor judgment. If it could, that was a feather in the old elder's cap. This bunch didn't know a damn thing. A whole string of gawkers followed me all the way to the old elder's doorstep. The old elder frowned too when he saw the donkey. He circled it a few times, pressed down on its back, pried open its mouth to check its teeth, and finally crouched down to examine all four hooves. "This is a good donkey," he said suddenly, smiling. "Shame it's got worms in its belly. You know why they sold it so cheap?" The gawkers were all stunned. Asterisk this asterisk bag of bones. And he calls it good? "I don't know," I said, shaking my head. "I bought it because it was cheap and the teeth looked all right. Young mouth, even frame, solid bones. This is a fine donkey," the old elder said, standing up. "The trouble's the worms in its gut. Eats and eats, but never puts on meat. The original owners got a vet, but that vet didn't dare dose it hard. Half the worms died and grew right back, and ordinary medicine can't keep them down anymore. Without a heavy hand, this donkey will never fatten up in its life." "Then we can't go halfway." I jumped in immediately. "You do it, dose it hard and cure it." The old elder gave me a sidelong glance. "So you remember my methods. Aren't you afraid I'll dose it too hard and poison it dead?" "Not afraid," I said, thumping my chest. "If it dies, that just means I shouldn't have bought it. Everybody here saw what this donkey, how it turned out, so I can't blame you." The moment I said that, he relaxed and gave a cheerful order. "Go pick a whole bindweed plant, roots and all, to use as a medicine base. Then come inside, and I'll teach you how to mix the medicine." Bindweed bloomed along the field ridges, a wash of pink and purple, lovely to look at, but poisonous. Grown-ups used to scare the kids. "Pick it, and you'll smash your rice bowl at dinner." That's how it got its name, bowl breaker flower. Using a poisonous flower as a medicine base, now that was rare. When I came back with the flowers, the old clan chief was fiddling with several toxic ingredients. Seeing me walk in, he looked up. "The 18 incompatibles I taught you. What's the first line?" The classic 18 incompatibles: Pinellia, Trichosanths, Fritillaria, Ampelopsis, and Blatilla all clash with aconite. It rolled right off my tongue. Truth was, I'd already flipped through the book beforehand and memorized the page on poisons, just to be safe. He nodded, satisfied, and picked up an ingredient. That very first line names aconite, which tells you how poisonous it is. But used right, nothing cures better. He turned the herb over to show me. The main root of aconite looks like a crow's head. That's why it's called wudo, crow's head. The side roots are spindle-shaped, called fuzi. Both are highly toxic. Then he held up another one, growing pleased with himself. And this one grows only a main root, no side roots. It's called tianxiong, the most poisonous of all. We're using that today? I was startled. Isn't it too precious? Of course we're using it. Otherwise, what was the point of me wagging my jaw all this time? He laughed. "We use a tiny amount. Costs next to nothing. Medicine and poison are only a hair apart. It all comes down to how you handle it, and to the animal's own fate." Mixing the medicine was painstaking. He explained every step meticulously, and I listened closely, which pleased him all the more. Once the poison was mixed, he had me brew an antidote decoction, then took out a purgative made mainly from croton seeds. "An animal isn't a person. You can dose it heavier," he said, laying the 3 things out in a row. "If it starts failing, pour the antidote in first. If the antidote can't hold it, hit it with the purgative. Flush the poison and antidote both right out. Even so, some animals don't pull through. The donkey's yours, so you'll do the pouring." He turned and opened the courtyard gate, letting in a few people who'd been craning their necks outside. Mixing poisons was never done in front of outsiders, not even clan members. But now the mixing was finished. Among those who came in was Zhang Jingwu. Not long after the donkey was dosed, it began foaming at the mouth, thrashing and kicking in a frenzy. A while later, it was vomiting and voiding from both ends, its droppings full of clumps of worms. After the space of another incense stick, everything it passed was pure water, and the foam slowly turned yellow. The donkey let out a mournful bray, its legs buckled, and it toppled to the ground, twitching weakly. The crowd was horrified. Hadn't it just been poisoned to death? The old clan chief didn't move a muscle. He gave a calm order. Jingshan, keep an eye on your animal. Jingwu, you and the others, go dig a deep pit outside, line it with lime, and bury everything it vomited and passed inside. There are eggs in there. They'll spread to the other animals. Throw down plenty of lime, dig the pit deep, and bury it good and tight. Zhang Jingwu and a few others headed out with shovels over their shoulders. One young guy laughed. The old chief doesn't mess around. That donkey's probably a goner anyway. Might as well dig the pit big enough to bury the whole thing while we're at it. Another chimed in. Zhang Jingshan was trying to save a buck, bought himself a sick donkey. Now he's out both the animal and his money. Zhang Jingwu kicked him square in the backside. You'd rather watch things go to hell than lift a finger. Dig, and dig deep. This is nasty as hell. They came back after burying it, and the donkey was still lying on the ground, panting hard, unable to get up. Right up until dark, the donkey lay there without moving. Zhang Jingwu and the others couldn't stand the weight any longer and scattered. The old chief pulled back the donkey's eyelid, then lifted its lip and looked. He gave a bitter smile. The skin on the eyelids and lips is the thinnest. You can see the flesh underneath. If the flesh isn't dark, the poisoning isn't deep. I'm old, my eyes are going. You take a look. I mimicked what he'd done and felt my heart sink. In this pitch dark, who could tell whether the flesh was dark or not under a single lamp? Doesn't look too bad to me. Should be fine, I said, forcing the words out. You can't be afraid to use a strong dose. Do it halfway and you won't get to the root of the sickness. That's just fooling yourself. The old chief started muttering again. A dead animal is a dead animal, but one that pulls through can work for you. When it's time to be ruthless, you've got to be ruthless. He'd said this several times tonight, like he was working up his own nerve too. It was past midnight before the donkey came around a little, but it still lay there, unable to rise, weak as anything. The old chief fished out an awl and jabbed it hard into the donkey's rump. I'll teach you not to get up. The donkey let out a bray, thrashed violently, and actually got to its feet. Ruthless indeed. If it can stand, it'll live, he said with a smile. Its legs are still shaky. The dose was a touch heavy, but as long as it doesn't relapse, it'll be fine. He mixed up some salve, smeared it on the donkey's tongue, then gave it water. The donkey stuck its tongue way out and drank like crazy, its belly sloshing and gurgling. The old chief was pleased. He turned to me and said, "It's late. I'm going to bed. This is your animal, so you keep watch. Once it passes water, put the salve on its tongue again and give it more water. Wait an hour, then do it once more. As long as it doesn't hit the ground and start rolling around, it's out of danger. It'll be fine by morning." I agreed again and again. Deep down I knew the poison had pretty much run its course in the body, and there usually wouldn't be any more serious trouble. Sure enough, after a whole night of trouble, the donkey slowly turned the corner. At daybreak, the old chief got up, looked at the donkey, then looked at my bloodshot eyes, and nodded. He fetched a few sheets of paper and handed them to me one by one, muttering, "This is the recovery formula. This is the poison formula. This is the antidote. This is the aftercare formula. And this is a purgative formula. You should have had a purgative on hand long ago." I didn't dare take it. This was his most closely guarded secret. "It's too valuable," I protested. "Keep these for my brother. I can't take this much all at once." I meant his eldest son, Zhang Jingkui. The old clan chief had two sons. The elder, Jingkui, wasn't one for dealing with people. During the farming off-season, he'd copy books and make patent medicines. The younger, Jing Shuang, was quick and personable, handling the clan's odd affairs for his father, but he had no head for medicine at all. The old chief shook his head and sighed. Their share was given long ago. "This is a separate copy I made just for you. You plant flowers with all your heart, and they won't bloom. You stick a willow branch in the ground without a thought, and it grows into a shade tree. Your brother hasn't got the nerve. He'll only fill a prescription exactly as written, never dares add so much as half a chin more. How's a man like that going to make a good doctor? I can't let my craft die with me. So it falls to you, kid. Lucky you. Seeing the loneliness on his face, I didn't dare refuse again, and I accepted the prescriptions. I'd only meant to cure the donkey and pick up a few tricks along the way. I never expected to come away with this much. The old chief held nothing back, handing over the formulas he'd kept locked away at the bottom of his chest. Later, under my careful nursing, that donkey didn't just grow strong. Its coat turned glossy, the envy of everyone who saw it. Whenever the villagers got together for a drink, someone would tell the story with great relish. I've got to hand it to the old chief. He poured that medicine down, and the donkey dropped to the ground, rolled its eyes back, wheezing like a busted bellows. It was awful, another would cut in. Vomiting from both ends. And you know what came out? One look and you never wanted a second. Stop, stop, someone would object. We're drinking here. You'll turn our stomachs. Zhang Jingwu frowned and added. When we left, that donkey was still barely clinging to life. Part of me wanted to stay and watch to see whether it lived or died. Never thought it'd actually pull through. You could have stayed till dawn and it'd still have looked half dead, someone laughed. When Jingshan led it home, its four legs were wobbling all over, veering off toward the ditch. That poor kid was propping it up on one side, shouldering it on the other, terrified it'd keel over on the road and never make it home. The crowd roared. Finally, when talk turned to how the donkey looked now, someone marveled. Zhang Jingshan really scored this time. That sick donkey barely cost him a thing. Right away someone started ribbing him. Then go buy yourself a sick donkey and have the old chief treat it. You'll be scoring a bargain too, won't you? The man shook his head like a rattledrum. Not me. If it dies, my money's down the drain. I haven't got that kind of cash to gamble with. Everyone burst out laughing. But deep down they all felt the same. Nobody dared take a risk like that. From the day I led that donkey into the chief's house, the village never ran out of things to talk about. To be honest, I was pleased with myself too. The donkey was transformed, I'd learned the skills, and I'd come away with several of the old chief's formulas. I studied those prescriptions over and over, and after putting them into practice myself once, I'd gained a real feel for them. From here on, I plan to take in more sick livestock like this, cure them to keep for myself or to resell. Here's the English translation. He sold it off, making the old chief look like he still had his edge, while also letting everyone know I had a close relationship with him. Killing several birds with one stone. These days I lived comfortably, often heading out with my medicine box and bringing back household goods. The money I earned was honestly come by. No one could say a word about it. Autumn deepened. Wild geese flew south in row after row across the sky. Hunting season had arrived. The chief assigned tasks to all of us able-bodied men. Every year at this time, hunting geese together was an old tradition here. The sun dipped westward, and a cool breeze stirred. The old chief and elder Shan gang sat atop the dam, keeping as still as possible, gazing up at the sky. The geese flew southward, some in a straight line, others in a V formation. From their high vantage point, the two men commanded everyone, just waiting for the right moment. You think these geese will come down? Elder Shan gang sighed. The hunting's been rough this year. In normal years, they hunted geese for 3 days, a rule set by the ancestors. In famine years, 3 more days could be added, also set by the ancestors. Today was the 6th day, the last day of a famine year. In the first 5 days, they'd only bagged a dozen or so, and 2 of those days brought nothing at all. What's the rush, you old fool? Losing your nerve. The old chief's tone was easy. Hunting takes patience. Whether we get anything depends on heaven's blessing and the ancestors' protection. When Elder Shan gang didn't respond, he added, there's still water in the dam. The geese need to drink. They'll come down for sure. Besides, it's getting dark. Geese don't fly at night. They'll have to land and rest. Only then did Elder Shan gang speak, but about something else entirely. You really going through with it? You said you'd give the land to the young folks as a wedding gift. That's really off the table now. Anxious from all the waiting, Elder Shan gang had found a topic he didn't dare let anyone else overhear. To get the young ones married sooner and have more children, this is the only card I've got left. The old chief grunted. Once the fields are all tidied up, You lead a group out to oppose me and blow the whole thing up. We two old brothers will put on another show. Elder Shan Gang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You, aren't you afraid your authority will take a nosedive? No one will listen to you anymore. Can't be helped. The old chief sighed. If I really divided up all the clan land, how would we cover the clan's expenses? Botch it, and the whole clan falls apart. Then I'd truly be the guilty one, too ashamed to face the ancestors when I die. And even if no one listens to me anymore, I've still got you, don't I? We're both getting old, Elder Shan Gang said with a bitter smile. Look at these young men. Which one's got the makings to take over from us someday? Not one of my boys amounts to anything. Mine are no good either, the old chief said. I trained the eldest for a few years, too rigid. The second's quick on his feet, but has no sense of the bigger picture. Neither will make anything of himself. Now, Zhang Jingshan, he's changed quite a bit lately. Every few days he heads out with that medicine box to do business, and his life keeps looking more and more respectable. Elder Shangang nodded. That boy just might. Making money, or he wouldn't be running back and forth so often. Though the family wasn't well off, the two daughters-in-law got along better than any I'd ever seen. The sky grew darker. A line of geese overhead flew lower and lower. The two old men immediately locked their eyes on the sky. Finally, a lead goose brought a whole line down into the reservoir to drink. Following its lead, two more rows landed. Old man Shangang planted a small flag on a long pole into the ground. The people in the fields got the signal and slipped into the crop stacks, all set up in advance, 3 bundles of stalks propping up a hollow space, with more stalks stuffed into the gaps so the geese couldn't see anyone inside. The geese, having drunk their fill, moved into the fields, foraging for grain dropped during the harvest to fill their bellies. Enough for a good feast. But what they didn't know was that someone was waiting to catch them. Old man Shangang raised a second flag, the signal that the geese had entered the fields. The people in the fields held their breath, motionless, not making a single sound. I was curled up in a crop stack too, staring out through the gaps, gripping a rope tight in my hands. Tied to the rope was a narrow, long net, made specially for catching geese. Whether we'd succeed depended on those geese, whether they'd wander into a spot where I could net them. There was a sudden flapping of wings, and a goose landed right beside the crop stack where I was hiding. I hadn't gotten the signal yet, so I stayed curled in a ball, dead still. I let that goose pace back and forth by my feet. Finally, a sharp whistle cut through the air, old man Shangong's signal. I yanked hard on the rope, and the big net shot into the air, dropping down over 2 geese. One got caught tight, thrashing desperately. The other flapped its wings and escaped. In that instant, I sprang up out of the stack. The one that had gotten away wasn't far from me. Without thinking, a copper coin shot out from my space, splitting the air. The goose had barely flapped twice when, crack, the coin struck it square in the head, and it went down head first. I rushed over in 2 or 3 strides, grabbed it by the neck, and, hauling the dead goose along, sprinted toward the one in the net. I stepped on the net with 1 foot, grabbed its neck with my free hand, and gave it a twist, snap. Done. 2 geese, both mine. Others had made catches too, but none had my luck. Managing to grab, even one was doing well. Suddenly, there was a horrible scream. Everyone ran toward the sound. The man hadn't gotten a firm grip on the goose's neck and had let its head poke out of the net. It was pecking at his face, hard, again and again. He was flailing in a panic, the corner of his mouth torn open and bleeding. Zhang Jingwu arrived, snatched off his own jacket and threw it over the goose's head, and only then managed to wring the bird's neck. The man wailed, his words slurred. It hurts so bad, my face is torn up. What am I going to do? Zhang Jingwu shot him a glare. How can you be so useless? You almost let it peck your eyeball out. A real man bleeds a little. What's there to be scared of? Wild geese are far more vicious than the domestic ones back home. The village's 3 terrors, dogs, roosters, chickens, geese. Everyone knew geese were the meanest. But wild geese? Their temper ran 3 shades hotter than any farm goose. Getting pecked bloody was nothing unusual. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness crept in, the remaining wild geese, spooked, all took flight and vanished. That was it for the day, but it had been our best haul yet. 16 birds. Everyone was in high spirits, hauling the geese over to the old clan elder and his group. The elder and Grandpa Shangang were pleased too. The elder tended to the wounded first, dabbing on medicine, while Grandpa Shangang pulled out a special little pair of pliers and had everyone start plucking the geese's flight feathers. All that hard work had been for these feathers, prime material for making arrows. The finest arrows were fletched with eagle feathers from golden eagles. But arrows like that? No ordinary archer could afford them. Most archers used goose feathers like these, already considered top grade. A step down was regular goose down. As for chicken and duck feathers, those were only fit for dusters. The flight feathers were plucked one by one and carefully stored away. Damage them, and they wouldn't fetch a good price. Those with clumsy hands couldn't manage the delicate work, so they gathered the down instead, gently stuffing fistful after fistful into cloth bags. Too rough, and the down would float right away. The down was worth money too. It could be packed into padded jackets for warmth. When the work was done, the elder announced, "All the game belongs to everyone. Tonight we stew it all. Tomorrow we divide the meat. Everyone who hunted gets a share." The crowd cheered. A good meal to satisfy their cravings. That was what most people had on their minds. Someone ventured quietly, "Let's hunt one more day. There are plenty of geese up there." "No." The elder's word was final. "In normal years, we only hunt 3 days. This year's harvest was poor, so 3 extra days is already pushing it. These are the ancestors' rules. Who dares break them?" The whole room fell silent at once. When the elder spoke, no one dared defy him. Grandpa Shangang handed all the flight feathers and down over to me, instructing, "Come by my place tomorrow. Bring all the goose, duck, and chicken feathers we've collected these past days. We'll take them into town together and sell them for a good price." I agreed right away and quickly took them. The money from the sale went to the clan. Being sent on this errand meant they trusted me to get the job done. It was an honor. And besides, when the meat was divided, I was sure to get an extra piece. You don't send a hungry soldier to war. Everyone had their own account to settle. What's more, I could quietly sell that down into the system market on the side. I'd tested it before. Padded jackets weren't worth much in ancient times, but modern down jackets were high-end goods. That down could fetch a fine price in the market. Where I sold it didn't matter, as long as the money made it back to the clan. Whoever brought back more proved his worth, and next time, the job would be his again. Early the next morning, I carried a big clay jar over to the elder's house. The old elder chuckled. "You clever little devil, you know you'll get an extra share. You've been running around plenty lately. Might as well make one more trip." I grinned, but said nothing. Sure enough, the elder gave me a few extra pieces of meat, plus a couple ladles of the stew broth. The story translates to English as follows. I brought it home and gave it to the 2 women. Chow Jinfeng said happily, "Just like you said, they gave us extra. Add some salt and boil it again, and it'll keep for a long time. We can have a piece with every meal to satisfy our cravings." Yang Mianhua went off cheerfully to do just that. These 2 women still lived so frugally, counting every penny. I hitched up the donkey cart, slung my medicine box over my shoulder, and headed to Grandpa Shangang's place again. I hadn't expected there to be so many goose and duck feathers saved up, especially the goose feathers, several sacks full. The clan raised big geese and plucked them alive on a regular basis. It was harsh, sure, but it didn't kill them. Pluck a little every so often, and it slowly added up to this much. I carefully loaded the feathers onto the cart, tied them down, and drove out of the village. Once I'd gone a good distance, I found a spot with no one around and stashed everything in my system's storage space, sorting it into categories and selling it to the marketplace. The goose down plucked from live birds fetched the highest price. The main feathers didn't sell for much, but that was no problem. I'd just make a trip into the county town and hit up my old contacts. Since I was heading into town anyway, I naturally wanted to make several rounds. There were plenty of good things in the city and plenty of chances to make money. I couldn't waste the trip. I didn't make it back to the village until the first half of the night, 3 days later. The cart wasn't empty. Besides the grains, I'd added quite a few household necessities. With me and the 2 women working at it, this home was starting to look more and more respectable. What surprised me was that there was a bundle of freshly picked seed cotton in the house. Chow Jinfeng said proudly. The clan planted a big field of cotton. The clan head said he'd pay 1 copper coin for every 3 pounds picked, plus a filling lunch at noon. My sister here is really something. She picked over 100 pounds in a single day. That's over 30 copper coins she earned. She stopped there and handed the conversation over to Yang Minhua. Yang Minhua smiled. Sister picked just as much as I did. Neither of us took the coins, so the clan head gave us this cotton instead. We've got a cotton gin at home and all the tools for spinning and weaving. We'll have plenty to keep us busy this winter. I felt a little helpless. These two women were too good at making do, especially Yang Yinhua. It seemed like she only felt at ease when her hands were busy and she was being useful to this home. Chao Jinfeng nudged me with her elbow. You've married such capable wives. Shouldn't you say something nice to praise them? I paused. It's really good, having the two of you. And then nothing more came. I could only give a wry smile. You know I'm no good at sweet talk to win people over. Yang Minhua laughed first. Liar. You've said plenty, all sorts of embarrassing things. I laughed too. That's behind closed doors on the Kong. It's already dark, so let's shut the door and turn in early, and I'll say them just for you two to hear. Both women smiled sweetly. The little black dog was thoroughly wronged, chained up by its mistress and driven off to its kennel. It was so warm inside, so why had it been chased out again? The next day, at first light, I was out the door. The autumn harvest was in full swing. If I got there too late, I might miss Old Man Shangang. The money from the sale had to be handed over to him. When I walked into Old Man Shangang's house, I found someone had beaten me there, an old widow, someone of my grandmother's generation. I said hello, but the old widow just kept jabbering on. You've got to handle this. Your uncle never did you wrong when he was alive. That granddaughter-in-law of mine ran off with the money my grandson paid for with his life. If you won't step up, how's an old woman like me supposed to get by? Old Man Shangang was getting impatient. Auntie, quit nagging me about it. I only handle money coming in and going out. This isn't my business. Go talk to the clan head. But the old widow wouldn't let it go. No, your uncle's been dead a few years, and you've already forgotten what he did for you. If you can't get the woman back, then get the money back, or I've got no way to live. A few sentences, and I understood the whole situation. I tried to reason with her, but she wouldn't budge. So I just said to Old Man Shangang, I made the trip to the county town and sold everything. I'm here today to settle the accounts. Old Man Shangang finally had his out. Auntie, why don't you rest a bit? Jingshan's here to settle up. Let me take care of the money first. Only then did the old widow move off to the side and go quiet. Old Man Shangang pulled out his abacus, clacked away at it, then carefully double-checked everything. The money for the goose down, the duck down, the flight feathers. At last he grinned. That's 40-some coppers more than planned. Was it that old contact of yours? Those few flight feathers sold for 40 coppers more. You're not covering the difference out of your own pocket. Are you, kid? I answered confidently. Absolutely not. My old contact said arrows have been in short supply lately, so they've relaxed the grading on flight feathers. A few of the middle grade ones got bumped up to top grade. That's where the extra 40 coppers came from. Old Man Shangang frowned. Arrows in short supply? Another war? As if these times weren't chaotic enough already. I nodded. That's what I heard, and it's more than one place too. Even the courts stretched too thin to keep up. I deliberately raised my voice a little so the old widow could hear too. I figured once she heard something big was going on, she'd take her leave. No such luck. With the accounts settled and the money handed over to Old Man Shangang, I made my excuses and got out of there fast. Let Old Man Shangang deal with that mess. I wasn't getting involved. The situation wasn't complicated. A few sentences, and I'd gotten the gist of it. The last couple of years had been lean. The harvests were poor, the clan fields broad and next to nothing, and the clan didn't have much cash on hand. But when I got married, the clan had gave me a good sum of bow money, plus grain and cloth. Where did it come from? Death compensation. The clan's young men had signed on as village militia and died out on the battlefield. The court paid compensation, 30 taels of silver a head. The old clan head hadn't wasted that money. He'd made a promise. Those still living would get a fixed ration of grain every month to keep them fed, and when someone died of old age or sickness, the clan would help handle the funeral. Put that way, most people accepted it. But some didn't. They just wanted that silver. Huahua's 30 taels of silver. That old widow was the very one, sitting in the clan head's house day after day, insisting on the silver her grandson had traded his life for. The old clan head finally handed it over, but not before saying his piece up front. Anything goes wrong, don't come to me. The old widow left no room for doubt either. Nothing's going to go wrong with me. I've got 30 taels of silver. What can I get done? Who could have guessed that during these busy days of harvest, she'd take her eyes off things for one moment, and her grandson's widow would run off with all the money? The old widow was dumbstruck. Not daring to face the clan head, she came pestering Old Man Shangang instead. This whole mess let Old Man Shangang lose sleep over it. I went back to the clan head's house. He smiled the moment he saw me. "You're back? How are things out there?" I told him what I'd seen. A bit chaotic. I looked at the fields along the way. The harvest won't be good this year. Irrigated land is passable, but the dry fields aren't even half what they'd bring in a normal year. Some folks probably won't even earn back what they spend on seed. The old clan head's face stayed blank, but he listened closely. It matched what others had brought back. Then I brought up the livestock. There were more animals at the market than usual. Once the fields are completely cleared and there's no need for big draft animals, there'll be even more. Like my little donkey, I'm thinking of buying 2 more to try out. You can look them over when the time comes. If I come up short on cash, you could spot me a bit. The old clan head chuckled. "You're not afraid of losing money, so go ahead and be bold. Fronting you a little's no problem." He always liked to take charge of things like this. It suited that master of the house air he carried. Then his tone shifted. "You're not broke, and you won't be owing me. You're better at squirreling money away than Zhang Jingwu and his lot. That's an open secret. That dog Zhang Jingwu actually bought himself a wild horse and rode it around the village a few times just to show off. What a spendthrift." I mentioned the tail feathers again. Used my old connections this time. They graded loosely. A few mid-grade ones got passed as top grade, so we sold for over 40 extra coppers. The old clan head sighed. "War's broken out again. I hear the bandits are stirring up trouble too. There's just no dealing with these times." I casually brought up the old widow's situation. The moment I did, his eyes went wide, almost frightening. "That's what she gets. My old uncle passed, and this muddle-headed aunt is what's left." I laid it all out for her, plain as day, and she still insisted on taking the money and left no room for argument. "Don't worry, both old Shangang and I are her husband's nephews. We won't let her freeze or starve." Fine words, but they sent a chill through me. I'd caught the other meaning underneath. After I took my leave and thought it over carefully, he'd only said they wouldn't let her freeze or go hungry. He hadn't said anything about helping her track down the runaway widow, nothing about recovering the money, and certainly nothing about helping her bring in the harvest or work the land. That left only one possibility: keep her fed and warm, and the moment she closed her eyes for good, the nephews would carve up her house and fields among themselves. It's called picking clean an airless estate. Nothing new about it. And if ruthless enough that they'd eat it up without even waiting for her to close her eyes. The old patriarch probably wouldn't. He still had a patriarch's face to keep. But even so, the old widow's situation was miserable enough. The old patriarch didn't mind her being miserable. The more miserable she was, the heavier his threat landed. Disobey the patriarch, and this is what you get. The clan could protect every member. But if you were too weak and botched things, you wouldn't fare much better either. The only difference was, without the clan's protection, outsiders deal with you. With the clan's protection, your own people deal with you. Lost in these wandering thoughts, I made my way back, turning off toward the cotton field. Out in the clan's fields, a scattered handful of people were working, my 2 women among them. I stepped down into the field and pitched in with the picking. This work was no joke. The split bowls burst open with snow-white fluff, and you had to pinch and yank it out. Some came easy, some just wouldn't budge, the bowl swaying on its stem while all your effort went nowhere. The bowls grew high and low. Crouching was awkward. Standing left you reaching too far, and some people just knelt on the ground to reach them. The branches and bowl edges were sharp. One careless move, and you'd slice open your hand. No blood, but it stung something fierce. I always figured I could handle hard work, but out in that cotton field I really couldn't. In no time at all, the women had left me far behind. Yang Mianhua came over, took my cotton away, and even gave me an out. "My sister and I are both out here, and there's no one home. The chickens need feeding. You head back now. When someone hands you a way out, you take it. You can't be so dense as to refuse the courtesy." I walked briskly out of the cotton field, but something nagged at me. It was already cold dew. Other cotton bowls should have split and burst into fluff long ago. Why were so many of these bowls still green, without so much as a crack? I swore to myself I'd never set foot in that cotton field to pick cotton again. Today was too humiliating. At dusk, the two women came back, each carrying a small bundle of cotton. That was their pay for the day. I told them the question that had been bothering me. Chow Jinfeng was quiet for a moment. Don't pick cotton past cold dew, and don't blame the sky when frost bites through. That's the old saying. By rights, the bowl should have burst open by now. I think it's strange, too. Yang Mianhua praised me first. You only stood in the field a little while, and you already caught on to something. You really are sharp. Then she frowned. A couple more days and the frost comes. What you pick after that is called frost-rot cotton, not worth a copper. This isn't a good harvest year. Something stirred in my mind. A dry year with little rain, cotton should grow well. But when I'd gone into the city these past couple of days, the sky had been overcast the whole time, no sun to be found, and I'd actually thought it felt pleasant. So that was it. Without sunlight, the bowls couldn't burst into fluff. I needed to buy more cotton before the price went up in the next few days. When I said so, the two women just said to wait a bit. Maybe the sun would come out. I smiled. My reason to buy cotton? I'd found it. I wasn't afraid of the price going up. The cotton in the system store was plentiful and fine, and even. It won't interfere with the market prices of this dynasty. This could turn out to be another way to make a fortune. I didn't go work the fields. Instead, I found other work for myself. The yard was big enough, so I built a row of sheds along the wall, saying they were for storing animal feed. The clan fields didn't have much cotton planted, so they didn't need many hands. Zhang Jingwu soon brought two others to help. He walked in with a sheepish grin. That good liquor from last time. You got any left? He was craving it. Sure do. A whole big jar. Once we're done working, you can drink your fill. The men's faces lit up right away. Liquor was expensive these days, and farmers usually couldn't bring themselves to drink it. With liquor waiting, they worked twice as hard. One guy even complained the wood I'd prepared wasn't thick enough. He went home and hauled over his own to use first, saying he'd swap it back once I got better material. The work flew by. They even rigged up a straw canopy over the millstone, so we could grind grain even in the rain. The sun was still high when the work was finished. The women weren't back yet, so the men cooked up a couple of dishes themselves, some oil, some salt, a few bits of meat. Good enough. As long as the liquor was strong enough to burn going down, nobody cared about the food. The little liquor bowls got filled, and after a few rounds, some of them were already tipsy. Liquor had another strange power. Once it went down, the talking never stopped. Get a few men together, and they'd say just about anything. Zhang Jingwu let out a boozy belch. I think I'm a decent enough guy. So why's the old clan chief always got it out for me? Someone laughed right away. He's got it out for you. What are you going to do about it? Just accept your fate. Another one rambled on even worse. Me and my little brother got the same mom and dad, but they always favored him. I'm stronger. I do more work, but mom and dad don't love me any better. Who am I supposed to complain to? You think the clan chief's your own father? Even your own father can look at you crossways, and there's nothing you can do. There was no arguing with that, and the men roared with laughter. I laughed along, but inside I was thinking, you paid a fortune for a wild horse, then kept showing it off. The old chief chewed you out over it more than once. Didn't you get the message? For a farmer, a wild horse like that was outrageously expensive. It was less useful than an ox. It'd eat more feed than one down the road, and its manure was lousy as fertilizer. It'd be a miracle if the old chief didn't call you a spendthrift. Then somebody brought up the time they'd gone to plaster the widow's walls, and the drinkers just couldn't let the subject go. They went on about it with sparkling eyes. Someone teased me, trying to make me regret it. You now. She asked for you by name, but you wouldn't go. That feeling. Oh, you have no idea. I shook my head. There's already plenty of you. You can't even figure out whose kid it is. I'm staying out of it. But the moment I said that, the men only got more worked up. One of them snickered. So what if there's a lot of us? A man's the ox, a woman's the field. You ever hear of an ox getting worked to death, but a field getting ruined from too much plowing? I sighed helplessly. I've got 2 acres at home, and even that's got me worried about wearing myself out. The man laughed even harder. Come off it. Who doesn't own land? Nobody's saying you've got to plow it all in one day. Your wife's so good to you, she even brought her distant cousin home. And still you won't touch anything on the side? Now that's a well-trained husband. I forced a smile and let them talk. They'd stop once they'd had their fun. They carried on for a good while before finally changing the subject. One of them, reeking of liquor, said, "My favorite of all the widows is Huajier. TSK, TSK, that face. Such a shame." Someone gave him a smack. "Oh, like you're the only one with eyes. You think the rest of us are blind? A woman like Huajier, who wouldn't want her? Ah, what a waste." Of course I knew the name Huajier. A woman like that was impossible not to notice. Whenever folks got a chatting, she came up within 3 sentences. No wonder. She was beautiful, the kind of beautiful that got right under your skin. She just had rotten luck. Her family was poor, and since the daughter was so lovely, they demanded a high bride price. Whether she'd have a good life afterward was none of their concern. Her family asked nothing of the groom's household but this: pay the bride price in full. Their asking price was 1 mule, 2 pickles of wheat, plus 1 pickle of millet. Pay it, and you took her home. Come up short, and there was nothing to discuss. So Huajier ended up married to the village's consumptive boy. His family was among the wealthier in the village. They had a few acres of irrigated land and even more hill fields, and with hard-working parents, they could afford both the bride price and a wife that beautiful. But the poor boy had been sickly from birth, far too thin and frail. He'd been ill since childhood, falling sick with every change of season, never without his medicine. The old clan elder was the finest physician for miles around, and even he shook his head, declaring the boy wouldn't live past 17. But he was the family's only child, so they did everything they could to keep him alive, hoping that one day he might recover. The boy only grew thinner. At 16, they married Huajier into the house. Behind their backs, people shook their heads. Isn't that just ruining the poor girl's life? His parents claimed it was a joy wedding, that taking a wife would drive out his illness. It was never going to work. Huajier had been in the house only 3 months when the boy breathed his last. She became a young widow, the loveliest young widow in the whole village. Her family came to petition. Our daughter's in the prime of her life. It isn't right for her to stay a widow, especially with no child. What's she got to look forward to? The old mother-in-law had only one reply: return the bride price, and you can take her back. That shut them up. The bride price had long since gone to marry off her younger brother, and there was no getting it back. So the matter was dropped. The next year, the father-in-law fell ill and died too. Now only the 2 women, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, were left in the house. How were they supposed to get by? Who would work the fields? So the old mother-in-law put out word: I treat this daughter-in-law like my own daughter, so I'll do right by her as I would a daughter. I want to take in a son-in-law who'll live with us. If anyone knows a suitable match, speak up. Only then did everyone realize, back then, marrying Huajier wasn't about warding off bad luck with a wedding. It was because they could see the son wasn't going to make it. They wanted to keep the daughter-in-law around like a daughter, so they could bring in a live-in son-in-law later on. Huajier was a real beauty, so right away some young men were itching to give it a shot. One came around asking, what are the requirements for being a live-in son-in-law? The old woman said it like it was nothing. Be as devoted to me as my own son. You've got to be good with the housework and the fieldwork both. Every morning you kowtow and pay your respects. Empty the chamber pot. Now that was going too far. But the old woman had no shame about it. Anybody who comes through my door has to know his place. Without a few rules laid down, no way is this happening. Everybody knew a live-in son-in-law ranked at the bottom. That was no secret. But laying it all out in the open like that? One look and you knew she'd be impossible to live with. After that, nobody dared come around. The old clan elder stepped in. Sister, what kind of business is this? How's any young fella supposed to come into your home now? Why say all that out loud? The old woman still had her comebacks ready. I did it on purpose. If he can't swallow his pride, then he shouldn't come through my door. If he can't take even this little bit of hardship, how's he going to fall in line once he's inside? What would be the point of bringing him in? The clan elder actually couldn't out-argue her. In the end, he just sighed. There's no reasoning with a woman like you. You just wait. Your nephews are going to pick your estate clean when you're gone. That took some of the fight out of the old woman, but she still shot back. It's not like I'm not trying to find the child someone. Bringing in a son-in-law for a daughter-in-law. You ever heard of such a thing? I've done plenty. What more do you want from me? The clan elder had nothing left to say. So the matter just dragged on. And to this day, Huajiar still sleeps alone in an empty room. Her good looks had every bachelor in the neighborhood drooling, but nobody dared lay a finger on anything in that household. Her late father-in-law had been close with the clan elder. Before he died, in front of everyone, he'd asked the elder to look after the family, saying otherwise he couldn't rest in peace. The elder agreed. With all those people watching and the man about to breathe his last, he had no choice but to say yes. Whether it was the old friendship, the family ties, or the deathbed request, as clan elder, he was bound to protect this family. With the elder backing them, nobody dared step out of line. Today at the drinking table, Huajiar came up again, nothing unusual there. Somebody said with a bitter laugh, "What a tease. Too bad that old woman's so pig-headed. There's just no way to make a move." Right away somebody egged him on. "Well, if you really can't stand it, just grit your teeth, shut your eyes, harden your heart, kowtow, dump the chamber pot. And there you go. Itch scratched, right?" The man shook his head fast. "No way. I couldn't live it down, and my folks would never go for it. How would I ever face people after that? Besides, it's not like I'm short on women, as you well know." Right in the middle of the joking around, Chao Jinfeng and Yang Mianhua came back. With women present, that kind of talk had to stop. Anyway, they'd all pretty much had their fill of food and drink, and the group was slumped every which way. Zhang Jingwu stood up. "All right, brothers, we're heading out, heading out." Everyone started saying their goodbyes and stumbled toward the door. Zhang Jingwu even added generously, "From now on, whenever there's, just give a shout when you need help. We're family, no need to stand on ceremony." Chao Jinfeng eyed the leftover dishes on the table and grumbled. "This is what you fed them? Aren't you worried that next time you need help, nobody'll show up?" I laughed. "It's fine, they're all family. Besides, wasn't there good liquor? When somebody else needs a hand, I go help too. That's just how favors work around here." But Yang Mianhua chimed in. "Oh, you've got some nerve. Somebody asked you to help plaster their walls, and you never showed. My sister and I had no idea about any of it. Today out in the field, they asked us about it, and we just stood there dumbfounded. They even asked if we were the ones stopping you from going. Made us look like a couple of cheapskates." I was stunned, at a loss for how to explain. All I could do was mumble, "That's a whole different thing. Never mind. I'm not getting into it with you two. You wouldn't understand. I'm beat, and the liquor's gone to my head. I'm turning in." And with that, I headed back to my room. Lying on the Kong, I thought it over. The two women had asked in earnest. They really must not have known. I couldn't figure out which big mouth had brought it up to them without spelling it out, deliberately leaving them to guess. Keeping a secret in this world is just too hard. That day when I left, I'd clearly told Zhang Jingshuang to keep quiet about it, and now it seemed like everyone knew. Still, it was no big deal. I hadn't done anything wrong, so what was there to fear? Autumn was supposed to be crisp and clear, with plenty of sunshine, but this year the weather couldn't make up its mind. And of course, right when it was time to pick the cotton, there were more cloudy days than sunny ones. The pickers were spared the misery of the beating sun, but there were no smiles on their faces. Too many bowls hadn't cracked open, hadn't spilled their fluff, which made them impossible to pick. That day, only a scattered few bowls had opened on the plants, thin and sparse, hard to pick at all. By midday, the cotton gathered at the edge of the field wasn't even half of what we'd normally have. The old clan elder addressed everyone. "Can't call it good, can't call it terrible either. I've seen the days when the autumn rains just wouldn't quit. If you get a season like that, the whole cotton crop's a waste. Now that's what you call the worst." He knew how to be an elder. He wouldn't let discouraging talk drag down everyone's spirits. He gave a little smile. "Never mind, this is how it is this year. Everybody go ahead and pull up the plants. Whatever you pull is yours to take home for firewood." The moment Chao Jinfeng heard this, she dashed to the grass at the edge of the field and pulled out 2 cotton-pulling tools. The thing was simple. A stick with a hooked branch fork set about a third of the way down. You'd catch it on the base of the cotton plant, lift the stick, and with the leverage, the whole plant would come out of the ground easily. Some people called it a cotton clamp, others a lifting pole. One light lift, and the plant popped right up. Chao Jinfeng jabbed the front end of the pole into the ground, pulled back with her right hand to catch the root, gave it a lift, and the plant came right out. She knocked the dirt off the root, set it on the ground, and moved on to the next one. Yang Mianhua took her time. First, she wrapped her headscarf around her head and face, then smoothed out her clothes. Before picking up the pry poles and heading into the field, she was more practiced at it. She'd pull up a plant without setting it down, knock off the dirt, then pull the second, the third, until she couldn't hold any more in her arms. Only then would she let go, and there'd be a neat little pile on the ground, stacked tidy and easy to gather. The old clan elder laughed. Looks like you two came prepared. No rush, nobody's competing with you. Chow Jinfeng looked back. Elder, our family's only got 2 moo of sweet potatoes, and the vines still have to feed the livestock. We're out of firewood for cooking, too. You said whoever pulls them gets to keep them, so we'll just pull a little extra. That way we'll have something to burn later. Then she went back to her work. The old elder turned and smiled at me. You lucky dog. You sure married the right one. If you can't make a good life with her, there's no justice in this world. I was loading bags of seed cotton onto the donkey cart, and hearing that made me happy too. I gave a couple of chuckles and kept working. After hauling the seed cotton back, I still had to come back for the cotton stalks. Chow Jinfeng had told me so beforehand. Once the seed cotton was loaded, I went into the field, piled the heaps of stalks onto the cart, stacked them high, and hauled them home. When I came back for the second trip, I grabbed a pry pole and pulled up a few plants myself. At first I didn't notice anything, but after a while I realized the cotton had a strong root system, lots of roots, and they went deep. Without that pry pole, they'd be really hard to pull out. That lever of a thing saved a lot of effort. But even with the pry pole, it was exhausting. Every plant meant bending down once and straightening up once. Do that long enough and your back aches. And for some reason, I kept planting my feet and pushing until my feet were swollen and my legs went numb. Guess I was doing it the clumsy way. Yang Mianhua must have seen how awkward I was, because she came over and said loudly, "You load everything we pull onto the cart. My sister and I don't know how to load a cart." Then she lowered her voice. "We worked hard pulling these. Get them loaded quick, before somebody else makes off with them." I gave a grunt of agreement, set down the pry pole, and went to load the cart. Loading carts and handling livestock, that I was good at. Before dark, I loaded the last cart, and the 3 of us headed home together. I unloaded the cart and fed the donkey while the 2 women lit the stove and made dinner. Women have a toughness and patience that men can't match. They boiled a pot of hot water and ladled some out to wash our feet. After work this heavy, you can't recover without soaking your feet. The water in the pot kept boiling, and they stirred in cornmeal to make a thick porridge, easier and quicker than regular congee. In another wok, they put a little oil, tossed in some small salted fish, and slowly fried them until crisp. The bones wouldn't prick your mouth, and even the scales were fragrant. Then they brought out a stack of jianbing pancakes and a plate of sliced pickles, and dinner was ready. Chow Jinfeng wanted to put the fried salted fish away and save it for tomorrow to eat out in the field, so we wouldn't have to come back to cook and could work a little longer. But I insisted on putting the salted fish on the table too, laughing. Salted fish wrapped in a pancake is delicious. Eat solid food when you're busy, thin food when you're not. But here we are drinking porridge, so what's the harm in adding a little salted fish and pancake? These little salted fish are dirt cheap. Down by the sea, they even use them too. They'd bury them in the ground as fertilizer. I wasn't exaggerating. Transportation was so backward back then that shipping fish this small inland would cost more in freight than you'd ever make selling them. At the market, those little salted fish were the cheapest thing you could buy. When someone tried to haggle, they'd just blurt out, "Nobody by the coast would even feed these to their horses, and you've got the nerve to charge this much?" But the fish seller wouldn't get angry. He'd just smile and say, "You know how far it is from the coast to here? Freight, labor, tolls. Which of those comes free? This is already dirt cheap." People who know how to do business have a way of leaving you with nothing to argue about, all without ruffling any feathers. I bought a small handful of the little salted fish and headed home. The 2 women just wanted to save money. They weren't trying to give me a hard time. It was getting dark, and I needed to grab the eggs before the old hen settled into her nest. Wait too long, and she'd peck you. Yang Mianhua reached into the nest, gathered them up, and counted. Surprised, she said, "How are there 11? That's 1 more than the hen laid. Something's not right." Chow Jinfeng ran over too and counted carefully. My heart sank. Last time, while unloading the cotton stalks, I'd slipped 6 eggs into the nest to bring the total up to 10. Who would have guessed the old hen would lay another one just now, throwing off the count? I smiled and tried to smooth it over. When you cleared them out yesterday, you must have missed the one in the corner. One extra's nothing to fuss about. Chow Jinfeng's frown eased. Probably. Our hen's a real workhorse. Lays often and never takes a break from the nest. Yang Mianhua didn't say anything. There was still doubt in her eyes. She'd never seen a hen lay 2 eggs in one day. But in the end, she let it go. At the dinner table, salted fish rolled up in pancakes. Delicious. Chow Jinfeng said between bites. Salted fish just goes with pancakes. But you should have brought home a big white-scaled fish for when we have guests. When people come borrowing fish to entertain visitors, it shows we're on good terms with them. I didn't pay much attention to the first part. Whatever the women wanted to eat, I'd just buy it. But hearing the second part, I understood what she was really getting at. Borrowing a fish to entertain guests. That was a poor family's last resort. The white-scaled fish is thick and salty. You coat it in batter, pan-fry it golden in a little oil, and set it aside. When guests come, you drop the whole thing into a hot pot of soup, stew it, and bring it to the table. Very respectable. The poor relatives all knew the fish was probably borrowed from a neighbor. Nobody would call it out. They'd just pick at the batter on the outside and leave the fish meat untouched. By the end of the meal, the fish would still be whole. Once the guests left, you'd return the fish just as it was, along with a bowl of mixed vegetables as thanks. That's borrowing a fish to entertain guests, honoring the old saying that no feast is complete without fish. Poorer families would simply carve a fish out of pear wood, coat it in thick batter, deep fry it, then stew it. The guests could only eat the batter anyway. Poor, but never breaching etiquette, all for the sake of saving face. I gave a wry smile. We don't need any of that here. I travel around practicing medicine with my medicine box on my back. Whenever I come across something good, I buy it. I make plenty of money. You both know that. Chow Jinfeng said quickly. It's not for our own use. We don't serve guests anything like that. I want to lend it to someone, for a bowl of leftover stew, you think? What I'm after is a good relationship with the neighbors. I sighed. All right. If I come across a good one, I'll buy it. After dinner and washing our feet, the three of us lay down on the kong. Suddenly, we heard wind picking up outside. Yang Mianhua sprang up, pulling on her shoes as she ran out to the yard. When she came back, her face was lit with excitement. It's a northwest wind. A real northwest wind. Wonderful. Chow Jinfeng was thrilled too. A northwest wind is the key that opens up the sky. Tomorrow's sure to be clear. Once the sun beats down, even the bowls that haven't burst open will pop. Yang Mianhua chimed in. And those cotton plants we pulled up and brought home. Once they dry in the sun, the green bowls on them will burst into cotton too. All of it free. Get some sleep. We'll rise early tomorrow and pull up more. I rolled over, and it finally dawned on me. The reason they'd been racing to pull up cotton plants was for the green bowls still on the stalks. The cotton we picked went to the clan, but the clan head had said, whoever pulls up the plants keeps them, and naturally the cotton on those plants belongs to them too. The old clan head hadn't been wrong. It seemed I'd married into the right family. With days like these, it'd be hard not to live well. Before dawn the next day, the women were already up. For eggs, made into 3 bowls of egg soup, with pancakes rolled around salted fish. More work meant eating better and faster. They packed some extra in a basket to eat in the field at noon, afraid of wasting time. They didn't plan on coming back. By the time we reached the field, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The 2 women each took one end of a carrying pole and worked their way down the rows, pulling up cotton plants. Not fast, but steady. Farm work isn't a 100-meter dash. Go too fast, and you can't keep it up. Steady is what matters. They didn't even knock the dirt off the roots. Also, they could pull up one more plant. I swung a stick to beat the soil clean, then loaded them onto the donkey cart. By the time the sun was high, I'd already hauled back 2 cartloads before anyone else came strolling into the cotton field to greet us. You got here mighty early. For these few green bowls left over, is it really worth all that effort? I looked at my cart, then at the field, and smiled. We just got here a little while ago ourselves. The man saw my 2 women still hard at work and said in a snide tone, "Your women work harder than you do?" Not bad at all. Same words of praise, but when the old clan head said it, it sounded good. Coming from this man, it just came out sour. I smiled and ignored him, going back to work. Finding it dull, he left. Over the next few days, people trickled into the cotton field here and there, but no one put their heart into it. The work paid little and was a hassle, so naturally there wasn't much enthusiasm. The ones who gathered the most were us. The weather finally cleared. A cool autumn wind wrapped around the blazing sun, and on that pile of cotton plants in the yard, one bowl after another split open with a soft pop, spitting out white fluff. The women gathered it up happily. The split open ones. The bowls that had opened, we gathered those too, laid them out in the sun, and sure enough, we could pull cotton out of them. This kind is called gutted cotton. It doesn't open on its own. You have to dig it out. The fibers are short and don't fluff up, so the cotton clothes you make from it are thick but not warm. It's worth the least. But Chow Jinfeng just smiled and said, "No problem. Our yard's big. We'll take our time with it. As long as it doesn't rain, it's all free stuff. And even if it does rain, no worries. Didn't you put up that shed?" Yang Mianhua chimed in. "Gutted cotton's worthless anyway, so we won't sell it. We'll make it into a quilt and lay it on the bed. It beats wheat straw any day." These two women, who kept life steady and solid, left me at a loss for words. All I could do was laugh. I said I'd lead you two to a good life, so how come it feels like you two are leading me? A little compliment slipped in like that, and sure enough it pleased them. As long as we're living well, who's leading who doesn't matter. The last job was the sweet potato field. Those 2 acres of hilly land. I wasn't around when it was planted, so the clan elder had sent people to help, and they'd put in sweet potatoes. They're harvested around the frost's descent. The weather was turning cold, and the sweet potatoes needed to come out of the ground. I took the 2 women out to dig. This body of mine had real strength. For once I could really let loose and work. One by one the sweet potatoes turned up, rolling across the ground. The women sorted them. The big ones sliced and dried right there into sweet potato chips. The small ones bagged to bring home, run through the stone mill for starch, to make into noodles later. During a break, I sat down on the ground, grabbed a big sweet potato, and triggered the system. Ding! Pollution-free, chemical-free sweet potato. Ancient variety, high in starch, low in sugar. 1.88 yuan per caddy. So, I gave a wry smile. This was worth even less, hardly better than wild vegetables. In these years, sweet potatoes were a life-saving crop. What people wanted was high starch and staying power against hunger. Who cared whether they were sweet? Generations later, sweet potatoes would become a treat, prized for fine texture and high sugar. Looks like this time, the system wasn't going to make me rich. The big sweet potatoes had to be sliced and dried so they'd keep. Slicing was actually grating. The thing was called a grating bench, a flat wooden board on 4 legs. Hard to say if it was a bench or a stool, with a sharp blade set into the board. I held the sweet potato with one hand and pushed the wooden handle with the other, driving the potato against the blade again and again, shaving it into thin slices that fell into the winnowing basket below. Chow Jinfeng scattered the full baskets of slices across the field, and Yang Mianhua spread them out one by one, keeping them from overlapping so they'd dry faster. In weather this good, we could gather them back in 3 days. Right in the thick of it, Zhang Jingwu came over. "Brother Jingshan, busy with the 2 sisters-in-law?" I looked up and answered him, then went back to grating sweet potatoes. He had something on his mind and lowered his voice. "Just about everyone's finished up in the fields. Things you'll slow down in a couple of days. Shouldn't we go see the clan elder?" He said once the fall harvest was done, he'd draw up the land deed for us. I kept working and smiled. What's the rush? Here's the English translation. What's yours won't run away. What isn't yours won't come no matter how much you fret. So you've caught wind of something. His face darkened. He nodded. Bad news. Grandpa Shan Gang seems to have rallied a group of people. They won't give us the land. I stopped what I was doing and smiled. I knew it couldn't be that simple. Grandpa Shan Gang carries real weight around here. If he stirs things up, it'll be hard to settle. What Zhang Jingwu had learned matched what I'd expected. Grandpa Shan Gang had lined up several influential figures in the clan to oppose the land the old clan chief had promised us. Truth be told, the dispute had never stopped. Not since the day we kowtowed to acknowledge our kinship and the old chief promised us the land. Back then the old chief overrode everyone's objections and pushed it through by sheer will, and those against it could do nothing. But now that Grandpa Shan Gang had stepped forward, the opposition had a leader, and the old chief probably couldn't hold the line anymore. Besides, every one of us had already taken wives into our homes. I'd married 2, Zhang Jingwu 3, and some had even married 4. With the rice already cooked, the old chief might not push back so hard. Why did the old chief's word carry so much weight? Being respected and virtuous was one part of it, but the more important thing was that he controlled the clan's land. Give away too much of that land, and his standing would shrink. Thinking it through, he had even less reason to hold firm. Wouldn't that be cutting off his own roots? While I was mulling this over, Zhang Jingwu spoke again. Why don't we rally our own group and go head-to-head with Grandpa Shan Gang? I shook my head and cut him off. Forget it. Who could you rally? Only the dozen or so of us stand to gain. Why would anyone else help you? With just these dozen men, can we outfight the whole rest of the clan? He froze, then understood. At bottom, both sides were fighting over profit. If the clan land really went to us, everyone else would just feel cheated. It'd be a wonder if they didn't oppose it. Zhang Jingwu deflated. It's just not fair. Is the old chief really going to go back on his word like this? I smiled. The whole clan is against it. What do you think he can do? His heart's in the right place. Listen to me. Don't get mixed up in this. You can't control it, and you'll only make enemies. Go on back to work. He dawdled for a good while before he finally left, reluctant. The 2 women came over. We'd been talking loudly, so they'd heard everything long ago, and their faces were mostly downcast too. Chao Jinfeng sighed first. Never mind. I knew it was too good to be true. Marry a wife and get 2 mu of good land thrown in for free. I'd never heard of such a thing. I only ever took it as talk. Yang Mianhua hesitated, then said, It's still not bad, though. What we've been given is already plenty. Let's just live well, and someday we can buy our own land. To my surprise, they were the ones comforting me. Looking at their faces, the words came easy, but there was still a layer of disappointment pressed into their eyes and brows. I smiled and patted my chest. I'll make more trips and bring home more money. Don't worry, I can give you both a good life. I'd said these words many times before. This time I spoke the most truthfully, and yet inside I felt the most uneasy. But this part was true too. As long as I went out and borrowed that system for a bit, the whole thing would be easy. I just couldn't lay it all out for them, and it left my chest tight and heavy. Get to work. Chao Jinfeng scooped up a dustpan of sweet potato slices and flung them out into the distance. Yang Mianhua said nothing, just crouched down to sort through them. The 2 women were distracted. Good thing this work was familiar and didn't take much focus, so neither of them was paying attention to me. I grabbed a small sweet potato and tested it. Same result, same price. So the small ones were worth more sold whole. Slicing them was a pain. I'd meant to grind them into starch, but that was more trouble than just selling them and buying ready-made starch from the system store. Way less hassle. So I started getting sneaky. While they weren't looking, I stashed a whole pile of small sweet potatoes into my space and sold them clean. The big ones I couldn't bring myself to sell, so I quietly tucked some of those away too. The space wasn't large, but a few £100 was no problem. The small ones just took up too much room. This made hauling everything home a lot easier. The trip home was downhill. Worried the donkey couldn't hold its footing, we loaded baskets of sweet potatoes onto its back while I pulled a full cart myself. I hollered in protest. Don't use the donkey to pull the cart. Use the man. Treat the man like a donkey. Is there any justice in this world? Chao Jinfeng laughed. You can control the speed. Lift the handles a bit and the cart stops. A donkey can't do that. That only made me more indignant. So what you're saying is, I'm more useful than a donkey. Anyway I hear it, it sounds wrong. Yang Mianhua laughed too. All right, downhill isn't tiring. I'll help you push. One led the donkey, one pushed the cart. After 2 trips, Chao Jinfeng eyed the pile of sweet potatoes in the yard and sensed something off. Not many small ones. That's from turning the vines often and pinching off the extra roots so the little ones never grew. That's a good thing. But these big ones, how'd we haul back this many in just 2 trips? I quickly cried foul. You've got no conscience. The cart was packed full, didn't you notice? Lucky I'm strong, or I'd have been too worn out to climb onto the Kong. But inside I felt guilty again. While unloading, I'd been mixing the big sweet potatoes from my space into the pile. No use keeping them anyway. And so what if she noticed? Between the sliced ones and the hauled ones, everything was already jumbled beyond any counting. Chao Jinfeng could only laugh. Fine, Fine, fine. I know you're capable and strong. I'll feed you extra these next couple days. A good harvest always brings joy, even if it's just worthless sweet potatoes. Over the next few days, people kept coming to find me, all over the matter of the land. I went back over the speech I'd used to talk Zhang Jingwu around and gave it to each of them, one by one. When I ran into a stubborn one, I'd just mumble a few vague words and send them on their way. At last, the day came to divide the land. The scene was even livelier than I'd imagined. I hung back at the edge of the crowd, watching the show with cold detachment. The old clan elder had just opened his mouth to make good on his promise, to divide the land, the mountain. The old patriarch's clansmen jumped in first, leading the charge. The clan land can't be touched. Not by anyone. I'm the patriarch. Does my word mean nothing anymore? The old patriarch's face darkened. Someone chimed in right away. The ancestors left the clan land to feed the whole clan. Divide it up, and this clan falls apart. I didn't say divide at all, just half, and only to our own young men. No, clan law says clan land can't be gifted or sold. The old patriarch's eyes flared. Talking clan law? Fine. Then tell me, who decided clan land can't be bought or sold? I bought a few acres of irrigated land across from the dam to add to the clan land, using clan money. Does that count as buying and selling? The man stood there speechless. He couldn't even read. Someone beside him tugged his sleeve and whispered, "Clan law forbids selling off, not exchanging." You've got it wrong. The man scratched his head and shrank back into the crowd. I glanced at Zhang Jingwu. He was hunched in a corner, resentment on his face, but he no longer dared to speak up. The kid had finally caught on. But there's always someone who doesn't. A hot-headed young man, seeing the patriarch gaining the upper hand, leapt out shouting, "Nobody said it can't be bought or sold. The patriarch has the final say." Great. Then you put up the money and buy it. I didn't say I'd buy it. I said the patriarch has the final say. Several people crowded around, all talking at once, and the whole thing dissolved into chaos. The old patriarch sat calmly in his chair, saying nothing, letting them argue. They argued until nearly noon, until everyone was worn out. The moment for the final word had come. The old patriarch rose, his voice like thunder. "Everyone shut up. I'm not dead yet, and I'm still the patriarch." The whole place went silent at once. "This is my fault," he said slowly. "Too many of our young and able-bodied men have died. I wanted the young ones to marry early and have more children, so the clan could grow strong. That's why I proposed dividing the land. Now some of you object, and you have a point. I didn't think it through. But encouraging young people to have more children, there's nothing wrong with that, is there?" Dead silence. Grandpa Shan Gang spoke up. "Nothing wrong with that. But the clan land absolutely cannot be given away for free. I have a compromise. Sell it cheap to the young men, and the clan uses that money to buy new land. In other words, in exchange. I've got no money to buy it. You promised to give it to us. Why's it suddenly cost money?" The crowd erupted again. "What about the money you brought back? Selling it to you cheap is already a favor. When have you ever seen clan land sold at all?" Just as another argument was about to break out, the old patriarch bellowed, "Enough." Once everyone quieted, he cleared his throat. "I'll give another inch. The land we're releasing, give it to the young men to farm free for 2 years first. After 2 years, then collect the money. Will that work?" Someone asked quietly. "But those 2 years, that wouldn't be within clan law, would it?" The old patriarch snorted coldly. "Call it rent, 1 coin per acre. Within the law now? Anyone else dares to object, step up here and say it to my face." No one dared answer. I knew in my heart, 1 coin per acre was practically farming for free. Land that had been a straight-up gift was now dressed up as a sale and swap. So the people who'd opposed it got what they wanted. And for those of us getting the land, 2 years of free farming, what was there to complain about? That's when I stepped up and said loudly, "I agree with the chief's plan. Getting to farm free for 2 years is already a huge blessing. 2 years from now, we'll definitely have the money." With the show reaching this point, stepping forward was exactly the time to grab some advantage. Old Man Shan Gang immediately backed me up. "I agree too. Anyone else got a problem?" Someone in the crowd piped up. "What if they can't come up with the money in 2 years?" Another fool. This time it was Shan Gang's turn to blow up. "Who said that? Step forward. Can't pay, don't get the land." Do you even need to ask? The man got so scared he crouched down and pulled his neck in. And just like that, it was settled. Back home, the two women rushed to greet me. How'd it go? I smiled. The Freeland idea fell through. Too many people against it. Now it's a 2-year lease, 1 coin per acre. Before I even finished, both their faces changed. Then Chao Jinfeng broke into a grin. 1 coin an acre? That's basically free. And for 2 years. Wonderful. I thought we'd lost everything. Yang Mianhua was thrilled too. 2 years free. That more than pays for itself. Which plots did you take? What'll we plant? A slap, then a sweet date. They'd assumed the land was a lost cause. And now that things had turned around, their eyes were shining with joy. 2 acres of irrigated land, 5 of hillside. At our original 2. And just like that, we've got 12 acres. Let's plant wheat on the 2 irrigated acres. Wheat's valuable. We can sell it. Chao Jinfeng paused. Isn't it too late to plant now, though? Yang Mianhua thought it over. Planting wheat around cold dew is right on time. A few days late is fine. The cold's coming late this year. No harm done. This woman was a real pro at running a household. Just soft-natured, always needing some solid reason before she felt at ease. Wheat's hardy. Plant it in the cold, and even snow won't freeze it out. I decided. Tomorrow we turn the soil and sow. Can we go look at the land today? Chao Jinfeng asked eagerly. These days, people craved land the way they craved life itself. Let's go right now. I picked the best 2 acres, right up against the dam. Open the sluice, and the water runs straight to our field. Stepping up to speak my piece hadn't been for nothing. The old chief knew the score and gave me the best irrigated plot. The 2 women were even happier. I took them out and we turned the 2 acres thoroughly, found the right furrow lines, leveled the surface, then set up the seed drill to sow. The little donkey pulled up front with Yang Mianhua leading it, while I steadied the drill and rocked it gently so the seeds fell evenly. This drill was all wood. In one pass it could open the furrow, drop the seed, and cover it, planting 3 rows at once, worth half a seeding machine. It's just that sometimes the seeding wasn't going evenly. It all came down to the skill in your hands. These past few days the little donkey had worked hard. When we plowed, the 2 women felt sorry for it and pitched in to help pull. Chao Jinfeng wanted to help crank the seeder too, but she was just getting in my way. We've got the seed drill for that. Go rest. She wouldn't rest. She wouldn't feel at ease until we'd finished planting the whole field together. Just to make conversation, she said, it's only 2 mu of land, and you went and bought a seed drill like this. Aren't you afraid people come asking to borrow it? Just tell them it's borrowed. You'll return it when you're done. You and your sneaky little tricks. She laughed. We were almost finished planting when Zhang Jingwu came ambling over, calling out from a distance. Busy there, brother Jingshan? Whoa, this field's worked up nice and loose. You put some real effort in. I grunted a reply, figuring he'd probably come to borrow the seed drill. The guy had money but was too tight to buy his own, still scattering seed and covering it the old way, painfully slow. Sure enough, his eyes were glued to the seed drill, but what he said was, brother, there's something else. That aunt, the one who went to the clan head to claim the pension silver, suddenly went blind this morning. Both eyes just went dark. Looks like she can't see at all. My hand stopped. I frowned. What? How'd that happen? Don't know. The clan head sent me to fetch you. So he was just the messenger. I dropped what I was doing and left. If the clan head was calling for me, he must have some use for me. Behind me, Zhang Jingwu shouted quickly, I'm gonna use your seed drill. Without turning around, I called back, finish planting what's left, then you can take it. On the way to the old clan head's place, my mind kept churning. What did he want me for? Well, whatever it was, if he needed me, that was an opportunity. Only when I arrived did I get the whole story. Ever since that old aunt insisted on taking the 30 taels of silver, she'd never gone back to the clan head. She'd burned that bridge with her harsh words and was too proud to face him again. But then her granddaughter-in-law had run off with the silver, leaving her a lonely old woman all by herself. Anyone else would have swallowed their pride and asked the clan for help and gotten by just fine. But she insisted on standing on her elder's dignity. Whenever something came up, she'd rather go to Grandpa Shangang. But Grandpa Shangang was blunt and short-tempered and couldn't be bothered with her affairs. In a fit of anger, she stopped going to him too. and started handling everything herself. But in this world, a woman's word carried no weight. She couldn't even get anyone to harvest her crops. Everyone could see plain as day that she'd fallen out with both of the clan's leading men, and helping her was a thankless, exhausting job. In the end, she had to promise a hefty payment before anyone would grudgingly help her finish the harvest. But her fields still never got planted. And then, right in the middle of going around begging people for help, mid-sentence, her eyes suddenly froze, her whole body went stiff, and she collapsed to the ground. Everyone was terrified and carried her to the clan head's house. The old clan had brought her around with acupuncture, but her eyes could no longer see. Too much inner fire had risen, and the disturbed blood and chi had clouded her vision. Even the old clan head shook his head. This can't be cured. She'll just have to recover slowly. By the time I arrived, she'd already been sent back home. I wasn't the only one the clan head had summoned. Several people stood around talking in low voices. The old clan. Chongqing cleared his throat and sighed. That old woman. All these years, and she still can't see reason. She wouldn't listen to me back then, and now look where she's ended up. He shook his head, and the crowd fell silent. The truth was, he'd already made up his mind. He'd managed the clan's affairs for half his life, and this kind of situation was second nature to him. Well, things have come to this. There's no other way, he said with a bitter smile. She's my aunt. After all, I can't just leave her to fend for herself. That's why I called you here. I want your women folk to help out. Cook her meals, tend to her. Your wives are careful with these things. Someone couldn't stand his rambling and muttered, "We're not her kids. Why should we?" Another chimed in, "Yeah, and we don't even live close by. Not exactly convenient." The old clan head's face darkened. He waved his hand. "You two get out. We don't need you." Two fools. They hadn't even heard him out before griping. And even as they got the boot, they talked back. "We're related too, you know. It's not that we won't help. Get out." At that roar, both of them bolted, and everyone present flinched. I smirked to myself. Take the hint and go. No need for all that jabbering. The old clan head snorted coldly. There's been some talk these past couple days. People saying my word means nothing, running their mouths right to my face. I won't stand for it. When I call you, I've got my reasons. And you've got the nerve to pick and choose? Get lost. He swept a stern gaze across the room. Anyone else got a problem? Nobody dared say a word. I spoke up quickly. Both my women are careful. Looking after the old ladies, no trouble at all. The clan head nodded, clearly pleased, then turned to the rest. And you? Speak now, or I'll take your silence as a yes. A few voiced their agreement. Others just nodded quietly. Only then did his expression soften. Zhang Jingshan, you won't just look after her. That 3-mu plot borders your irrigated field, so you'll farm that too. And there's a little vegetable garden. Keep an eye on that as well. Sure, no problem. And the rest of you don't get off easy either. Those dry fields up on the hills are yours. Work out among yourselves what to plant. As I walked out of the clan head's house, someone kicked me in the rear and laughed. You lucky bastard. You made out like a bandit. That irrigated field's yours now. And you're more distant kin than I am. I wasn't offended. I just laughed. Hey, I didn't say much. We're all in the same boat. Don't go spreading talk. Everyone laughed, but they all knew the score. Sure, the land had been handed out today, but how it'd all be reckoned later. Rent, purchase, the whole arrangement. The clan head hadn't said a single word about that. There was more to this than met the eye. I added, from here on, whatever comes up, we still do what the old clan head says. Can't go wrong that way. Right, right? Now that's the truth. Everyone nodded quickly. Honestly, I admired him. Land that was supposed to be handed over free had somehow turned into rent first, buy later. By rights, he'd broken his promise. And yet, in the end, he was still the man whose word was law, and nobody dared say otherwise. Word. In this life, a man's standing isn't something he shouts his way into. It's forged one deed at a time. The old clan chief had stepped back 3 paces, yet each step landed squarely in everyone's heart. To retreat without losing ground, that's true steadiness. I went home and laid out the whole business about the old woman. Rage had scorched her eyes, and now she was blind for good. From here on, someone would have to care for her. The old chief didn't have much choice, I said slowly. He's got a few of our families taking turns looking after her daily needs. You two are going to have to work a little harder from now on. The two women eyed me, half believing, saying nothing. I smiled. It's not just tending to her. There's field work too. Those 3 acres of irrigated land next to ours. That's ours to manage now. Before I'd even finished, Chao Jinfeng caught on first, her eyes lighting up. See, what did I tell you? The emperor doesn't march hungry soldiers. The old chief's a wise one. You think we'd care for someone for nothing? Don't you worry. I'll wait on that old woman hand and foot. Yang Mianhua was still puzzled. Those 3 acres, are we renting them? Did the old chief spell it out? Chao Jinfeng gave her a shove and lowered her voice. You silly girl. You think something like this needs saying out loud? That's our pay. The old chief knows exactly what he's doing. He'd never let us work for free. He won't say it, and we won't ask. Either way, we come out ahead. Only then did Yang Mianhua smile. I really am dense. I said nothing more. My own women saw through things better than anyone. The most urgent thing right now was getting those 3 acres planted. Once they were sown, no one could take them away. I led the two of them straight out to the field. The corn had already been harvested, but the stalks still stood in the dirt. It had been a sloppy job, though. Small ears left lying on the ground was one thing, but several big ears still hung untouched, whole rows of them never picked. Who harvests a crop like that? Careless, wasteful, letting good grain rot. No wonder it had made the old woman so furious she'd gone blind. The two women spotted the dropped corn and rushed over, delighted, to gather it up. Leave it, I stopped them. Word gets out, and the folks who did the work will lose face. Chao Jinfeng nodded. Right. Let's haul the stalks home first and leave the ears where they are. We'll sort it out later. The land comes first. The three of us worked fast, loading up the cart and hauling it back. The little donkey was weak and slow at plowing, so I borrowed an ox, turned the soil over once, roughly leveled it, and started sowing with the seed drill. We were more than halfway done when the old woman's nephew came storming up to the edge of the field. Zhang Jingshan, this is low even for you. That's my family's land. Who said you could plant it? By seniority, I should have called him uncle. I played dumb. Uncle, what do you mean? Isn't this my auntie's land? My auntie's land is my land. Who told you to plant it? The chief did, I said, unhurried. There's someone planting the dry fields up on the hill too. Ask around if you don't believe me. The clan chief doesn't get the final say. He'd barely finished shouting when he realized his slip, and his face changed. The day my aunt had her accident, the chief sent someone to fetch me. I was busy in the fields and didn't go. You little punk can't exploit that loophole. You didn't go. Whose fault is that? Why didn't you come help when your aunt was still fine? I couldn't be bothered arguing with him, so I just said flatly, I've already cleared the field, and I'm almost done planting. Now you show up to say this. He laughed in anger and glanced over the field. Fast work, huh? I don't care. The land's mine either way, so you're planting for nothing. People nearby who'd heard the commotion started gathering around. I smiled. The planting's almost done, and now you say it's yours. Fine, come harvest the crops in the fall, then. Nothing else to discuss. I've got work to do. I turned back to the field, and a burst of laughter rose behind me. If you didn't plant the crops, what right do you have to harvest them? Humiliated and furious, the uncle cursed at the people laughing. What's so funny? Get lost. This could only blow over on its own. Word traveled fast. The old clan chief would hear about it soon enough. Let's see how the old man handled it. When it was my turn on the rotation, I brought Chao Jinfeng to the old woman's house. Stepping inside, I called out loudly, Grandma, I've come to see you. A voice answered from within. Chao Jinfeng set down a bowl of hot millet. Grandma, eat while it's warm. It'll warm your belly. The old woman really was blind, her eyes unfocused, her hands grasping at the empty air. Chao Jinfeng quickly pressed the bowl into her hands. Is that Shanzi's wife? Good girl. The old woman took the bowl and started eating in big mouthfuls, as if she were starving. She couldn't manage to pick up the vegetables, so Chao Jinfeng scooped them into her rice bowl for her. When she'd finished, the old woman sighed. I've grown so muddle-headed. How did I ever come to this? She rambled on, tears falling drop by drop. Chao Jinfeng and I listened quietly. After a while, the old woman suddenly said, Did that nephew of mine give you trouble? Don't listen to him. That land goes to you two to farm, and don't you dare give it to him. The chief has it all arranged, so do as the chief says. I froze. Had word spread that fast? Did he go make trouble for you? Tell me the truth. So she'd only guessed it herself. I told her honestly. The uncle came to the field and told me the land was his, that I was planting it for nothing. The old woman let out a long sigh. Just as I thought. Turns out my hunch was right. It seemed someone with sense had opened her eyes to a few things. She went on. I've figured it all out now. Ever since I became a lonely old widow, those nephews came fawning around my house, borrowing this and that, never returning a thing. They were just waiting to pick this childless old woman clean. I was a fool, still hoping I could count on them. In the end, not one of them lifted a finger to help. They'd love nothing more than for me to die soon, so they could divide up my land. It was the chief who. The child sees right through it. You came to me for help, to give me a warm meal, a few more days to live. If you refused to even feed me, people would call you heartless, and my nephew would have grounds to take back the land, so you won't wish me dead. But my nephews are different. Every day I die sooner is a day they get to gloat. The more the old woman talked, the clearer things became to her. What a shame. If only she'd figured it out sooner, it never would have come to this. Before I left, she reminded me, don't make the food too fancy. Just cook it soft, that's all. Once we were outside, Chow Jinfeng's eyes went red. So pitiful. If only she had a husband or children. Nothing to be done, I said. From now on, she should listen to the clan elder more. If you're short on wits, find a few extra people to do your thinking for you. Chow Jinfeng nodded, then asked, curious, how do you know that nephew would come to grab the land? We rushed to plan it all in such a hurry. I just smiled and said nothing. It all came down to human nature, plain and simple. As long as that nephew stopped making trouble, the matter was settled. And if he did cause a scene, I wasn't afraid. The land was arranged by the clan elder and given by the old woman's own mouth. What was left to argue about? The next few days were surprisingly peaceful. Maybe the clan elder had leaned on the nephew again, or maybe he knew he was in the wrong. Either way, he didn't come back. We finished getting the land in order and went home, where more work was waiting. We shucked a big pile of corn and stored away the wide, long corn husks to feed the livestock. Once that was done, the women started making sweet potato starch. The little donkey was blindfolded and set to walking in circles around the mill track. The stone mill turned round and round, grinding the chunks of sweet potato in its eye into a paste. The paste went into a hanging sack, which we rinsed and shook so the starch water dripped down into a basin, leaving only pulp in the sack. The water in the basin sat for a long time, and slowly the starch settled to the bottom, forming a thick layer. That was when I finally understood, starch really does come from settling. Washing the starch, drying the starch, the whole process was tedious. It wore out the people and the donkey alike, walking circle after circle. Without the blindfold, that donkey would have gotten dizzy for sure. These days there's a whole set of machines. Dump in a heap of sweet potatoes, and a few people can turn out a huge batch of starch. But here, 3 of us worked half a day and barely made any. Productivity, there's just no comparison. The woman shooed me out the door. Don't waste your time hanging around here. Go out and figure out how to make some money. Save up more, and buy up all that land. Don't worry, I said with a smile. We're not far off from having enough to buy it. All right, no need to show off. Whoever complained about too much money or too much land? We don't need you for this little bit of work around the house. Get going. I gathered my things and followed the country path out to the main road. From a distance, I spotted a thatched shed by the roadside, a noodle stall run by an elderly couple. Uncle Lee, business keeping you busy? The old man they called Uncle Lee turned and smiled. Just getting by. I'd already eaten. I'd come here to wait for a wagon heading out to haul goods. The donkey had stayed home to work. I could only walk out of there. Before setting out on this trip, I'd already come up with a brilliant scheme to strike it rich, a big score, and I had no intention of wasting time on the road. This place was in the middle of nowhere, but it sat at a major crossroads. Every 5 days there was a market, with wagons coming and going non-stop, so Uncle Lee had set up his stall here. While there were no wagons around, I chatted with Uncle Lee. I noticed a strange wooden contraption mounted over a big pot. That's for making hileo noodles, Uncle Lee said with a smile. Want a bowl to try? I was puzzled. Your hand-pulled noodles are great. You and Annie both. Why'd you switch to hileo noodles? Uncle Lee sighed. The harvests have been poor these past couple years. The dryland crops didn't come in at even half a good year. Hileo noodles can be made with mixed grains. Cheaper to make, cheaper to sell. That's the only way people buy them. Uncle Lee was an old hand at business. All right, making Hileo noodles out here at this desolate crossroads. Before I traveled back in time, I'd always loved Hileo noodles, especially the buckwheat kind. Dark noodles aren't necessarily tastier than white ones. It's about mixing things up for variety. Uncle Lee was right. Hileo noodles don't have to be made from wheat flour. Mixed grains, cornmeal, they all work. As we talked, a few wagon drivers pulled up at the stall, clearly regulars. One of them hollered, "Old Uncle Lee, what's that gizmo you got rigged up over your pot?" "That's the press for Hileo noodles, for squeezing out the noodles." "Want a bowl?" Around these parts in Shandong, Hileo noodles were a rare sight. One young fellow got curious and asked Uncle Lee to make him a bowl. Uncle Lee obliged. He lifted the press lever, stuffed the dough into the cylinder, and pushed the lever down. Long strands of noodles squeezed out through the bottom, dropping straight into the boiling pot. In moments they were done. The young man took a bite, frowned, and forced a smile. "Uncle Lee, these noodles, you mixed in sorghum flour, didn't you? Threw in some bean flour too. Gives you strength. I'll knock a coin off the bowl for you and give you a bigger portion. Real bargain. Tastes a little bland," the young man said with a wry smile. "Give me some pickles to go with it, would you?" Uncle Lee quickly turned to fetch them. I sighed to myself. That was exactly the problem. Uncle Lee was a master of hand-pulled noodles, but Hileo noodles were out of his wheelhouse. The dough wasn't mixed right, and the broth was even worse. The broth for these two kinds of noodles isn't the same thing at all. I stared at that noodle press and suddenly thought of something else: potato starch noodles. That was another favorite of mine from before I traveled back, and I'd even studied how to make them. If Uncle Lee wanted to cut costs and draw in business, potato starch noodles would be perfect. Potatoes were cheap in this era, a guaranteed profit. Trouble was, potato starch noodles were even rarer, and folks around here didn't like growing potatoes. Potatoes were even lowlier than sweet potatoes, small, low yield, and the vines couldn't even feed livestock. People only grew a few on the hillsides, just for crop rotation to prevent disease. Otherwise, they wouldn't plant a single one. The young man finished eating and paid up. I stepped forward and cupped my hands in greeting. "Say, friend, could you give me a lift down the road a ways?" He answered readily. "Sure thing. Where you headed?" "The wagon's empty anyway, so hop on. Wherever it takes me, that's where I'll go." I thanked him and hopped onto the wagon. Everyone hollered at the animals, and the caravan set off. After a short stretch, folks started chatting and joking around. Someone teased, "Zhao Erdu, how was that Hele noodle place? Any good?" So the friendly young guy was named Zhao Erdu. He answered honestly, "Not great. But old Uncle Lee's a decent fella. Charged me 1 coin less and gave me extra noodles. Real generous of him." The guy burst out laughing. "You dummy. If it wasn't good, just say so. Uncle Lee was too embarrassed to even take your money. And you? All you said was it tasted bland. So he sent you off with some pickled veggies and called it a day." Zhao Erdu shook his head. "Can't do that. Old Uncle Lee's got it rough too. If it ain't good, I just won't eat there next time. Hand-pulled noodles work fine for me." This Zhao Erdu was a straight shooter. I got off at an intersection, thanked the caravan, and headed straight for the livestock market. This time of year, there wasn't much field work, so nobody needed big draft animals, which made it prime selling season. I walked a few laps around the market, and sure enough, there were way more animals than usual. A ragged man with a little whip tucked under his arm shadowed me closely, grinning from ear to ear. "Hey there, brother, looking to pick up a big animal? You've come to the right man. Whatever you want, I can find it." One look told me exactly what he was: a livestock broker, the middleman for these deals. These guys always kept a little whip tucked under their arms, so the locals just called them the little whip guys. I got straight to the point. "I want an ox, preferably one with some flaws. Those come cheaper." His smile froze. He rubbed his cheek. "Oh boy, I've been cracking whips as broker Lou for years, and this is the first time I've seen anyone shop for livestock like this. Everybody wants cheap and good. Cheap and good. Like that'd ever come my way?" I laughed. "Better to buy one with a few flaws. Better value." Lou gave an awkward smile. "You've got me stumped." I started walking again. He froze for a second, then suddenly chased after me. "That kind of ox you mentioned, I actually do have one, but the owner won't sell to the slaughter." I stopped in my tracks. Won't sell to the slaughter meant they wouldn't sell to anyone butchering the animal. These owners were usually soft-hearted, unable to bear seeing an animal they'd raised put down, though some just feared bad karma. Lou lowered his voice. The price is dirt cheap, guaranteed. If you want to buy it, whether or not you're really slaughtering it, you've got to swear you're not. Otherwise, the deal's off. I nodded. Lead the way. Grinning and bowing, Lou led me winding through the market until we found a scrawny ox tucked in a corner. Beside it stood an honest-looking middle-aged man. This is the one. Not much to look at, but take a gander first, Lou said. I got hands on and looked it over closely. Let it a couple of steps. Legs and feet were nimble. Pried open its mouth to check the back molars, and, around 3 years old, I felt it over in a few spots, all skin and bones, but the frame was sound. I put both hands on the ox's back and hopped up in one light motion, hoisting myself onto it. The ox shuffled a couple of impatient steps, but its gait was steady. Good bones. Phew, you sure do pick 'em careful. Lu Jingji made a sour face. You done? Then let's talk price. I walked up to him. He tucked his hand into his sleeve and held it out to me. Dealing inside the sleeve, the old custom of the livestock market, where the price is settled between two men's fingers out of sight. We haggled inside the sleeve, his mouth never stopping. A good ox runs 30, 40 taels of silver. At my price, you're still not happy. I felt 3 of his fingers pull in, thumb and pinky out, 6 taels. 6 taels for this ox was fair, no question. Let me counter, I said with a smile. But Lu Jingji shook off his sleeve and shook his head. No deal. That's the real price. The owner's standing right here. 6 taels is rock bottom, and I haven't skimmed a single copper. Let me be blunt up front. For goods like this, once the deal's done, no coming back with complaints. Whoever wins, whoever loses, you own it. I was taken aback. This man in his ragged clothes, with that slick, oily face, turned out to be this straight. I looked at the fellow holding the ox's rope. He hung his head, embarrassed. It was true. Went out without checking the almanac, yet ran into nothing but honest folks. I'm Zhang Jingshan, from Shuanhe village, I said. I'll pay a deposit on the ox. You deliver it to the village and hand it to the old clan elder. He'll pay you the balance. Lu Jingji's eyes went wide, and he let out a squawk. You messing with me? Your elder takes one look, says it's no good, doesn't want it. Then we've hauled it all that way for nothing? I'm not doing this deal. Brother Lu, hear me out. I smiled. Once the deposit's paid, if the elder really doesn't want it, the deposit's forfeit. That work for you? Lu Jingji sighed and shouted to the fellow, deposit's 10%, cash on the spot. Agree and it's a deal, don't agree and we all go our separate ways. The fellow was game. You're willing to leave an address. That means you're no swindler. I'll take the deal. I counted out a string of copper coins and handed it over. The fellow turned to Lu Jingji. The 30 coppers I promised you. Now, or after the ox is delivered? So Lu Jingji had a 30 copper cut coming too. This fellow was honest to a fault, spilling the man's little arrangement right to his face. Caught in the lie, Lu Jingji couldn't save face. He muttered a curse and made to leave. Brother Lu, don't go. I called after him. Help me buy a mule too. No mule, a donkey'll do. He'd pocket a 30 copper broker's fee, 30 coppers per deal. Not unreasonable. Lu Jingji turned back. You really are loaded, huh? Buying 2 big beasts at once. What kind you want? Same as before, a little something wrong with it, and cheap. Rich as you are, and still this stingy. All 3 of us laughed, and the awkwardness vanished in an instant. The fellow led the ox away. Lu Jingji took me to buy a mule. Just as cheap, just as scrawny. The mule was old, but its frame was solid. I paid on the spot, took the reins, and led it away. Once I'd gone far enough, I found an empty corner and pulled a cart out of my system storage to hitch up. I still had a few left over from the ones I'd taken off those bandits. I climbed onto the cart and headed straight for a village known for tanning hides. Several families there were leather workers, had been for generations, and they paid fair prices. Just before I reached the village entrance, I bought 10 sheepskins from the system shop and stacked them on the cart. Before I got transported here, I'd taken a trip to the grasslands, and the herders told me their best sheepskins only sold for $5 apiece. Here, the going rate for a single sheepskin was 60 coppers. The moment I entered the village, I found a leather worker and asked if he was buying. Seeing an unfamiliar face, he flipped through the skins one by one, muttering under his breath. Not slaughtered in winter, coats not thick. Above average, I'd say 55 coppers each. This one's small, edges are damaged, 50 coppers. I watched his little performance with a blank face. Whatever he offered didn't matter. 8 at 55, 2 at 50. 540 coppers total. I took the money and left. He wasn't the only leather worker in the village. Everywhere you go, there are honest folks and crooked ones. No matter how lucky you are, you'll never run into good people every single time. So I made up my mind. Sell 10 skins to each family first, see who's fair, and stick with them going forward. Just 10. You can cheat me all you want. I still won't lose money. I took my time and hit 2 more families. Same story, more or less. I bought another 10 skins from the system shop and walked into the next place. This leather worker beamed when he saw business coming through the door. Magpies chirping means honored guests. Here to sell some skins. I pointed at the cart. You tell me what they're worth. He looked them over one by one too, only faster, chattering the whole time. These are good, nice and big. This one's got some edge damage, but it's fine. Not in the middle, doesn't count as a defect. When he finished, he added, prime season for hides is almost here. Bring me your good ones anytime. Fair prices, and I don't cheat anybody, young or old. 10 skins, 640 coppers. He tallied it up and paid me right away. No fuss. As I pocketed the money, I asked casually, how many can you take at once? He laughed. As many as you've got. My family's been in this trade for generations. Everyone in the business is either kin or a friend. We can move any amount. I believed him. Odds were most of the other leather workers were his relatives, and they deliberately lowballed me because I was a stranger. Any cheap places to rent around here? There's a little courtyard house at the far end of the village. Small, but cheap. Go ask about it. I wanted a cheap place for 2 reasons. 1, somewhere to rest, and 2, a spot where no one would bother me to handle some private business. This place was close to town, which made it easy to head in and trade. I asked around as I went, and several families pointed me toward that same little courtyard. One chatty fellow told me the owner had gone belly up in business. His wife had run off, and he was too ashamed to come back, so he'd fled somewhere far away. These days his brother looked after the place. Just rent it from his brother. I was busy working outside, unaware that things were getting lively back home, all because of that ox. The mornings and evenings had turned cold, so people only came out when the sun was warm. They'd lean against the sheltered side of a wall, soaking up the sunshine and chatting about everything under the sun, the kind of talk that could last a whole day. When they got hungry, they'd just bring their bowls out to join the crowd. From far off, a fellow came into the village leading a scrawny ox. Country folk have a soft spot for big livestock. The moment a stranger came driving an animal into the village, a crowd gathered around him. But the fellow was the one asking questions. This is Shuanha village, right? Where's the clan elder's place? Looking for the elder? Some folks eyed that scrawny ox, puzzled. Would the old elder really buy an ox like that? Someone kindly offered to lead the way, and even more people tagged along to watch. The fastest runner dashed straight to the elder's house to spread the news. Before the fellow even arrived, the old elder was already waiting at the door. What's this all about? I didn't buy any ox, the old elder asked with a smile. The fellow pulled out a letter. There's this young man, says he's from your village. He took a liking to this ox, but couldn't make up his mind, so he asked me to bring it for you to see. He wrote you this letter too. That young man would be Zhang Jingshan, the old elder said slowly. Why would he need me to decide about buying livestock? Yes, that's the name, Zhang Jingshan. It's all in the letter. You'll understand once you read it. Only then did the crowd catch on. The ox was bought by Zhang Jingshan. Someone muttered under their breath. That Zhang Jingshan can never get enough of a bargain. Last time he brought home a sick donkey and got the elder to cure it. Now he's gone and picked up a scrawny ox. Right, and no worries about whether it can even be cured. The old elder opened the letter and understood everything. He laughed. This Zhang Jingshan, always making trouble for me. Someone go fetch his wife. Tell her the family's bought some big livestock. Someone took off running. Buying big livestock was a major event for a farming household. Before long, Chao Jinfeng and Yang Mianhua hurried over, with even the little black dog bounding along behind them. After looking the ox over, The old elder said to the two women. Jingshan's taken a liking to this ox. The price isn't high, but let me be straight with you first. The ox has some problems, and there's no telling whether it can be cured. Whether you keep it or not, that's up to you. Neither woman knew a thing about oxen, but their eyes were shining. Chao Jinfeng said, if my husband had this ox brought over, then he must have had his heart set on it. We women don't understand these things. Whatever the man decides, the woman just goes along with it. Someone in the crowd cheered, good for you. That's how it should be. But others weren't having it. Give me a break. The man reaches for the sky, and the woman holds up the ladder for him. I don't see this ending well. The old elder turned to look at Yang Mianhua, but she was too busy staring at the ox to even glance his way. Well then, let's pay the man, the old elder said with a smile. Chao Jinfeng looked embarrassed. We don't have any money at home. Us women only keep a little pocket change. All the money's on the man. The old chief laughed. I'll cover it for now. I'll keep the cow here and look after it too. You two head back. The chief led the cow back to his house, and the man followed to get his money. The two women had no choice but to turn back. Behind them, the crowd that had gathered to watch chattered and giggled, gossiping endlessly. Once inside, Chao Jinfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's given them plenty to talk about. Those gossips will have something to chew on for a while. Doesn't matter. As long as people know we've got no money, nobody'll come sniffing around. But Yang Mianhua was thinking about that cow. After a moment, she said, now we're a family that owns a cow too. That cow's got a big frame. It's just skinny. Feed it well, and it might fatten right up. Forget it. That cow's sick. No amount of feed will help. It needs treatment. Chao Jinfeng waved her hand with a smile. Remember what our donkey looked like when we first got it? Nothing but skin and bones. Yang Mianhua nodded. If a little donkey can be cured, then so can a cow. Neither woman knew anything about livestock, but they had absolute faith in me. They believed I could cure any animal. 3 evenings later, I came back driving a mule cart and told them I'd bought the mule too. They both jumped. You spent it all? Bought 2 big animals at once. There's plenty of money left, I laughed. The 2 of them together cost less than half what Jingwu paid for that horse of his. They've both got some problems, that's all. I had the chief help treat them. The 3 of us unloaded the cart as we talked. The most eye-catching thing on it was a pair of huge urns, taller than a person. The vessels farmers used to store grain. Stacked mouth to mouth and sealed, they keep grain fresh for a long time, and rats can't get at it. We carried them inside and set them up. We'd need to build a stand to pour grain in from the top. Let's tidy up the place. We should get a few more pairs of urns like these, I said. Way better than sacks. Chao Jinfeng shot me a look. You're really not afraid of good fortune, are you? Where are we going to get enough grain to fill all those? Afraid of what? We've got land, don't we? I rattled on. We can't wait until after the harvest to go buy urns. There wouldn't be time. You've got to plan ahead in life. The women couldn't out-argue me, and they didn't bother trying. Chao Jinfeng waved her hand. All right. Get over to the chief's house. The cow's still in his yard. Pay back the money he covered right away. I answered as I hauled the sacks of sorghum and buckwheat inside. With this grain lining the bottom to protect the big urns, the trip home is a lot easier on the mind, I explained. It's just been harvested. Coarse grains are cheap right now. Whenever I get the chance, I'll bring more back. Chao Jinfeng winced. At this rate, we'll never save a thing. It's all going straight into the household stores. What good is money? Can't eat it, can't drink it. I grinned. Grain's what's real. Besides, I'm plenty good at making money. Yang Mianhua just smiled. Chao Jinfeng lost her patience. Enough. Off you go. I've heard this before. My ears have grown calluses from hearing it. I led the mule out the door. Chao Jinfeng turned to me. He's talking nonsense like that. Why don't you push back on him? Yang Mianhua said quietly. I think he's right. Why would I argue with him? Look at you, all meek and submissive. Can't you tell when someone's just sweet-talking you? Chao Jinfeng scoffed. Buy a couple more vats, plant crops, and then it's too late to buy grain. Sure sounds nice. It'll be ages before anything grows in those fields. Before she could finish, Yang Mianhua suddenly doubled over and threw up a mouthful of sour bile. Chao Jinfeng asked quickly, what's wrong? Yang Mianhua pressed a hand to her chest. My stomach's a little off. It's nothing. At the clan elder's house, I paid my respects. The old man shook his head with a laugh. You've got some nerve, kid, buying up sick livestock one after another. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to cure them, that they'll die on you and you'll lose your shirt? I didn't have that kind of guts when I was young. With you backing me, what's there to fear? I grinned. Your remedies have been tested time and again. They work. With you giving me courage, who do I have to be afraid of? Nothing gets past flattery. The old elder smiled, pleased. You have the animals delivered to your door and get me to front the money. Now everyone knows your family's got no cash to spare, so nobody'll come sniffing around. When do you get so shrewd? I scratch my head. I just buy whatever's a good deal. I don't like coming home empty-handed after a trip out. Didn't really think about the rest. The old elder nodded, then turned serious. You've been out and about a lot lately. You need to be careful. These are dangerous times. Those bandits who took the amnesty a few years back, they've set up camp again on Reclining Ox Mountain these past couple days. A dozen or so miles out, there's a stretch of hills that lies low like a giant ox. Folks call it Reclining Ox Ridge, and the tallest peak is Reclining Ox Mountain. I frowned. Bandits again on Reclining Ox Mountain? Things really are a mess out there. There were a few near Tianping town making a living off murder. I heard someone wipe them out. I'd actually done it myself, but I made it sound like something I'd heard. Some things, the fewer people who know, the better. The harvest was poor this year, and next year's even harder to say. At this rate, it's no surprise the bandits are stirring. The old elder sighed. In a couple of days, I'll be rebuilding the wall. You take the lead. The wall, a rampart of packed earth that farmers used to protect the village. Our village's wall had fallen into ruin long ago. The one out front was still wide and tall enough for a man to stand on. The one at the back was lower. On the left, it was little more than each household's courtyard walls strung together to make up the numbers. And on the right, backed up against the dam, they'd never bothered to build one at all. No one had maintained it in years, and it had collapsed all over. The old elder sighed. What good is a wall like that against anything? Exactly, I chimed in at once. The bandits are just getting started. They're bound to make a big commotion. We've got to rebuild it. I'll absolutely take the lead. But the old elder looked at me, puzzled. I went on. We just brought in the harvest, so everyone's got food to eat. Perfect timing for recruiting. Want me to reach out to a few more families? The old patriarch chuckled. Don't trouble yourself. I sent people out already. That commotion the bandits caused last night, that's just the thing to rally folks. You come put in a few days' work, take the lead, and that's enough. So the old man had planned it all along. I quickly assured him, don't worry, I'll set a good example. Then I pulled out my silver and paid back the money he'd fronted for the ox, the real reason I'd come today. The patriarch took the money and smiled. You bought yourself another mule, I see. No need to look it over closely. You've got a real eye. The animals you pick may be scrawny, but their bones and sinews are sound. Treat them with my remedy, and there's a good chance they'll pull through. Let me walk you through it. I listened closely. By the end of his explanation, I'd learned quite a bit. Livestock, the old man said, fall into two kinds, those that chew cud and those that don't. Cattle and sheep chew cud, so feed stays in their bellies a long time. You have to go easy on the medicine and keep the dosage low. Horses and donkeys don't chew cud, so you use the same formula, adjusting the amount only by the animal's size and how sick it is. Horses and donkeys can breed offspring together. How could they not be the same kind? One sentence, and the old man made it all clear. I found myself admiring this rough and ready way of sorting things. As he talked, he took out the herbs and handed me 2 prescriptions. I copied out 2 formulas for you. Go home and memorize them. Your own animals you'll have to tend yourself, little by little. I'm old now. This is as far as I can help you. I paid for the herbs and led my 2 animals home. The man had his own affairs to see to. I couldn't impose any longer. The trip had put my mind at ease. When I got home, both women came out to greet me, all smiles. You're back? We figured you weren't coming home today. I can't keep bothering the patriarch, I said offhandedly. You thought I'd spend another night at his place doctoring livestock? Own animals, own care. Once these 2 are back in shape, we won't have to worry about the field work. As I talked, something fell off. Both women kept staring at me and grinning, following me as I tied the animals up in the shed, still giggling away. There was something strange about it. Finally, I finished tying up the animals and turned around. What's with you 2? Why do I feel like something's going on? Chow Jinfeng gave me a light kick and laughed. You did this yourself? Don't you have any idea? My sister hasn't had her monthly for a while now, and today she threw up sour water twice. Aren't you a doctor? Go take a look already. She might be pregnant. I froze mid-step, then spun right back around. Oh my, why didn't you say so sooner? Get inside. Easy now, this is serious. Yang Mianhua just smiled and said nothing. I stepped over to help her, and only then did she speak. I'm not that delicate. A woman having a baby is the most natural thing in the world. No need to make such a fuss. That's true enough, but the first 3 months are the most critical. I won't rest easy until the pregnancy's stable, I said. Just tell me what you want to eat. I can get anything. Chao Jinfeng pretended to be annoyed. Look at you, showing off. The three of us headed back to the room, laughing and chatting the whole way. We climbed onto the Kong, fooled around for quite a while, and finally drifted off into a deep sleep. Then, in the middle of the night, we were jolted awake by the clanging of a gong. Someone was shouting, "Thief! Thief! Somebody's stealing! There he goes, catch him! Quick!" The three of us scrambled up from the Kong. I lowered my voice. Don't move. It's nothing serious. That wasn't a gong. It sounded more like someone banging a brass basin. A thief got spotted, that's all. I'll go take a look. After calming them down, I ran to the courtyard gate and tied up the little black dog, who was barking anxiously, too small to be any help. At the gate, a few neighbors stood peering out, talking it over. Whose place is it? How'd they get robbed? Don't just stand around. Go help. Finally, everyone agreed. 2 strong men would stay to guard the courtyards, and the rest would go after the thief. I ran back inside, grabbed a torch, and warned the 2 women, I'm heading out. Neither of you leaves this house. There are neighbors watching the yard. Chao Jinfeng's voice trembled. Be careful. Don't worry, it's just some petty thief, I said as I went. Out on the street, everyone had already surged forward with their torches. I ran along with them for a stretch, then suddenly shouted, Stop chasing. This is getting us nowhere. Someone asked, Wherever the commotion is, that's where the thief is. What's wrong with that? That's exactly how he's leading us by the nose. I shot back. By the time we catch up, it'll be too late. The village entrance is probably blocked off. He's heading for the dam on the west side. That's where he'll slip out. I charged west first, and everyone followed. Someone yelled while running. The west side's got no wall. He'll bolt through the dam for sure. The low wall on the village's west side had gone years without repair and had collapsed in several places. To make it easier to get out to the fields, the villagers not only left it broken, but secretly tore the gaps even wider. I wasn't the only one who'd thought of this. By the time we got there, Jing Shuang, Jing Wu, and a few others were already standing guard. Jing Shuang said in a low, sharp voice, Put out your torches, all of you. Otherwise the thief won't dare come this way. Everyone saw the sense in it, and the torches all went dark. Sure enough, moments later a crowd came chasing after with torches blazing and shouting. 2 dark figures stumbled along in front, the 2 thieves. Light them up, Jing Shuang ordered. Jing Wu's torch flared first, and one by one the extinguished torches were brought up to catch the flame. In an instant the whole ground was ablaze with light. The 2 thieves rushed forward, then froze in their tracks. In the firelight, we saw them clearly. Medium build, dressed in black, faces covered, heads wrapped, old pros. To everyone's surprise, the 2 thieves didn't run. Instead, they whipped out 2 gleaming, sharp knives and shouted, Stay back. We're only after money. The grain we stole, we already dumped it back down the road. Don't push us. Corner us. And even a rabbit will bite. Jing Shuang smiled. All right. Since you've ditched the grain, we won't pursue it. But you 2 need to come clean. Where'd you get into the village? One thief answered, Came in through this gap. There's a bunch of gaps like this one, can't remember which. But his hand gripped the knife tight, eyes darting warily around. Jing Shuang sighed. Figured you came in through this gap. Fine, we won't give you any trouble. Get out of here. Nobody wanted a fight to the death, so the crowd cleared away from the gap. One thief vaulted over the wall and called out, It's clear out here. The other clasped his hands in a quick salute and flipped over too. Watching the 2 thieves slip away, the crowd felt a little cheated. Jing Shuang raised his voice. No point risking our necks. What matters is beefing up our defenses. Tomorrow, all the men gather up. We're figuring out how to fix the wall. Until it's fixed, none of us are going to sleep easy. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Ain't that the truth? Barely got any sleep before we got dragged out of bed. Won't be able to fall back asleep now either. Jing Shuang added a few more words. All right, everybody head home. We'll talk more tomorrow. The crowd dispersed. On the way home, I thought to myself, Jing Shuang's really got some authority now. That future clan head position is pretty much his, and that's a good thing. Back home, both women were still up. I gave them the quick version and finished with a grin. Once the wall's fixed, we'll all sleep soundly. Chao Jinfeng said. The clan's been talking about this for a couple days now. Men fix the wall, women cook, and they say there'll be plenty to eat. Then we'll go too. I decided. I'll work on the wall, you help in the kitchen, and Mianhua stays home to rest. Yang Mianhua protested. So I don't work and just eat for free. Of course you can't work. One bump or fall, and we've got a real problem. I laughed. First 3 months you've got to eat well and keep the baby settled. Nothing matters more than having a healthy child. That's final. The next morning, once it was full daylight, the gong sounded and people from every household filed out to gather. Work on the wall got underway. The old clan head spoke first, brushing past last night's incident in a few words before turning serious. Bandits have been stirring up trouble lately. You've all heard, right? Several villages have been robbed, and word is a gang of them has set up camp on Wanya Mountain. That's no good sign. The moment he finished, the crowd chimed in agreement. Looked like the old man had done his groundwork ahead of time. I'd just been away these past few days and hadn't known. After the old clan had finished, Grandpa Shangang added a few words, then started assigning tasks. Some men would tamp the earth, raising the wall in front of the village higher. Some would make mud bricks to build up the walls on both sides and seal off the gaps. Others would saw wood to make 2 large gates, plus 2 little guard huts. It was getting cold fast, and without any shelter the sentries would freeze. The whole crowd got to work, bustling and lively, with the tamping crew the busiest of all. The men formed a circle, each one gripping the tamping rope tight. The lead tamper let out a ringing work chant. Yo hey. I'll translate this into natural American English. Heave, ho. The crew called out in unison, hauling the several hundred-pound stone tamper high into the air. Bring it down now. Yeah. The tamper crashed down hard. Thud, packing the earth solid.